Yeah, I'm conscious on the move, can't on the move, can't ignore it. I've been seeing all these broken promise, profit off our feelings. They post a slogan and they vanish when it's real. We've been people shouting from the corner corners, got them saying. I see you leaders talking circles, never walking what they preach. When the cameras start to fade, so does everything they speak. But the streets don't stay quiet, they remember every lie, every name, every face that just watches passing by. Conscious on the move, we're calling out the truth. No more shadows we can hide in, we're protecting all the youth. Every word, every promise that you make, we're keeping tabs on you. No escape from the mirror you face, we're holding you accountable. We don't need another slogan, we need action in the light. If you profit from our struggle, then you standing in our sight. From the boardroom to the block, every choice is being tracked. We remember where you stood when our backs were to the tracks. Conscious is on the move, we're calling out the truth. No more shadows you can hide in, we're protecting all the youth. Every word, every promise that you make, we're keeping tabs on you. No escape from the mirror you face, we're holding you accountable.
But you guys got to connect the dots, D-O-T-T-S, dots.
That I have felt the most connected and valued.
It's an old saying called, ain't no fun when a rabbit got the gun.
In my opinion, a house is a pimp.
I'd like to say I'm a man of God, and I do believe in a God. And whether you're Catholic, Catholic, Protestant, or whatever you may be, we serve the same God. So it's okay if we want to help out Catholics. We want to do something that the Catholics
Senior
do.
trustee. They don't respect my seat or my title, but they get upset when I talk about them. And yes, y'all are bobbleheads. Y'all don't think for yourselves. Y'all do exactly what the mayor says, and that's it. And I'm tired of that. Y'all got to stand up for yourself and have a voice for the people. It's the people first.
I've been in this village for 35 years. I've sat under 4 mayors. And I can honestly say that this administration is the worst administration that I've lived up under.
Good evening. Come as a resident tonight. I'm going to talk to a lady I used to call Mama. Trustee Stubbs, look at me when I'm talking to you. Please. Don't act like you don't ignore me, because I have a lot to tell about you. And you know, we used to sit in your room, in your house, and you know how you came against you because I said, why are you in the bed with Muhammad? Why are you in the bed with Pearson? Mama, what's the outcome? What did you tell me? What did you tell me? I asked you about BP Capital. Why would you take an organization out because you said they were ran by who? Forgive my language. Racist slurs against the ethnical group that they need to get out of here because they're doing nothing? And I told you they do more for me than any of you? But yet, I want to know. BP Capital. Then, trustee, I love you. I came to you from my heart, sweetie, when we got out here for you and pushed my tail off of y'all and prayed that y'all would do the right thing. And you sit up here. You the angel of this book. I didn't hold nothing against you, but you sit up here. And you know that woman dirty. I used to listen to her talk about Joyce Myers, the Bible, all that. Trustee Denton, I just want the truth here tonight. I'm coming as a resident and I'm coming as a homeowner. I have nothing else to say but the truth. I always talk help, but I'm sick of it because we pouring our souls out here. We giving our all. And y'all sitting up here playing with us like it's nothing. You letting that woman tell you, say it's okay. Don't you do this. Don't you do that. And you sit in the back zone. That woman don't run nobody. She stepped out her body and she's not acting right. I just want to know one thing. If you're giving BP Capital 600 houses and we in $1 million deficit, right? Let's just say we charge what? Let's just say we charge $2,000 per house. Ain't that a good investment for anybody? $2,000, $4,000. That gives us $1.5 million that we just say we'll give it away, or we'll pay trustees, or we'll pay their lawyers. You know what, y'all? It's a shame, but ain't nothing we can do. That's why you can sit up there, Muhammad, so cool, so relaxed, bro. It ain't nothing we can do. We messed up. We trusted you. I messed up, but I won't do it again. But I can tell you what, y'all all live in Dolton, right? I have 20 people outside of your house every day protesting until you leave this land.
Good evening. Here we are back at Dolton again. You know, Tiffany Henyard, was she the worst mayor in America? Was Riley Rogers or Mayor Shaw? Jason House? There's a little thing that I think people miss in all of this. The majority of the board runs the city. They make the laws, they pass the bills, everything. The first thing I want to do is go to Mama Hill. Take it away, Mama Hill. And hello to everybody. I'll get right back to you.
I'm taking one of my shortcuts. See, this is what I mean. Y'all get an attitude at the wrong thing. Now let me show you what I got an attitude with. Look at this crap in these alleys. Look at this crap. I mean, people doing work in their houses. Y'all busy trying to cut people's goddamn water off. Yeah, I said what I said. Look at this damn alley. Look at this. That's a house that doesn't have nobody in it. Somebody should be renting it because it's still in pristine condition. Next time it won't have no windows in it. Look at this crap in this alley. What the hell is Public Works doing out here? What do Public Works get paid for? Y'all so busy wanting them to turn off water, and the people can't pay you until they got the money. And here's my clue to y'all. I don't care what y'all don't like about me, because could y'all imagine how many things I do not fancy about y'all? Look at this. Look at this. But I find out y'all addresses and I start having people come dump stuff in the back of y'all alley. Look at this. Public Works need to get out here and get this stuff up. Y'all busy got code enforcement and public work out here doing jobs that's not theirs. Writing tickets and all those things of that nature. Hey, who writing tickets for y'all? Who writing tickets for y'all? I'm sending this to the county. Soon as I get an opportunity. You all are sickening and it's lazy. It go to show you how shiftless they are. But they already going to get upset somebody using the words transparent. Y'all ain't transparent. This is transparent. Can y'all see this? Can y'all see this behind that? This is an abandoned house. Y'all keep sticking these demolition stickers up there like y'all gonna really do something. Y'all not transparent. Y'all a bunch of lying people. Y'all a bunch of conniving, backstabbing people. Y'all got this around y'all house? Is any of y'all alleys like this? And I dare one of y'all to ring in and say something to me about it. The whole freaking alley. That's the whole goddamn alley. Look at this. So Public Works don't need to be getting paid now, huh? Because who doing their work for them? You got people in these houses like this that's getting tired of this crap back here. People in houses like this that's getting tired of the crap. So they come back here and they clean it up. But y'all got a problem with somebody telling y'all not doing y'all job. Y'all don't need to get no paychecks. Because isn't that interesting? Y'all always getting paid. But y'all always cry wolf about why they here. Them lawyers done got rich off this community. They have pillaged and did all kind of crap here in this community, and they get paid on a regular 365. They get paid. Who gonna pay to clean that alley up? Who gonna clean that alley up? These homeowners and the people, they're sick of your leadership. They sick of y'all. And some of y'all done got y'all houses almost scot-free because y'all running for boards. Y'all trying to turn being on these boards into some kind of retirement plan. I done filed a court case to see what's up with this house so I can rent it. But you monsters, that's what I feel. Y'all monsters. Y'all don't care about nothing in this community. And then you want to get upset if somebody say something to y'all about what they don't like. You see these people nice house right here? You think they won't deal with all that garbage back there when they got guests over here? Guess y'all should clean it up. That's what I say. I guess y'all should clean it up. Y'all are redundantly ridiculous. And I don't see that nobody's very proud of you all. Y'all walk around here with no shame. Y'all had no shame. I've never seen people that had no shame. This house right here. I just took a video of it. Might as well go on live while I got my live on. Because by all intents and purposes, I don't owe y'all nothing. I like to live in a community where I don't have to concern myself with how leadership is. It's not so much the people, because you don't see all of us sitting there. during election time, we vote for y'all. In hindsight of 2020, wish I would cast a vote. And that's just gonna be for me. This fine for the dogs not high enough. You hear what I'm saying? Y'all got people that leave here. I pulled that door up and shut it like that. That's why I shut. But let me show y'all how unsecure it is. And I just turned the letter in today. Let me see if I'm gonna get a response. Bet I ain't gonna get no response. You see how this door is open? This is open. This is not closed. See that? See that? Want to find somebody's damn child mama up in there? What is wrong with you people? What's wrong with y'all? Y'all want to find somebody's child dad up in here? Get on y'all job. Y'all seem to always have a problem when people want to speak real aggressive to you all. I got a problem with lazy leadership. Look at that house right there. That house right there should have somebody written in it. This house been empty, I can't tell you how long. But it makes no sense. Y'all want to keep getting y'all paycheck. I think it's time to boycott the village board getting paid. And I do mean the village board. I ain't talking about the employees. Y'all got the employees working out here on the Saturday. Y'all paying for their baby, they child care on the Saturday? Are y'all? Like I say, I ain't got no concerns about what y'all like and what y'all don't like, because y'all not letting us give y'all a list of what we don't like. No suggestion box, no none. Don't even allow the residents to pray here and there at the podium. It's enough of us to come up in there. You ain't got to know us by name. Or make a list. Keep at least 5 to 10 people on that list when it comes to praying. But sometimes we don't want none of y'all praying over us, because we don't know what those prayers really mean. Right now, as far as just praying for me, I had you spell a word to make sure you're using the right word. So like I said, once again, I went live because everything that y'all think we don't see, we seeing everything y'all don't want us to see. We seeing everything y'all hope we don't run across, I run across. So, you know, in hindsight of 2020, y'all can kick rocks, because I don't really fancy whatever it is y'all say. And I'm like my grandmother. Y'all ain't create nothing about me, so I ain't concerned about y'all doing nothing to me. My character and my integrity, it came with me. The reputation could be fleeting sometime, but my character and my integrity, it stayed 24/7. Bye.
Amen, Mama Hill. And I got word, Cassandra Hobson Jordan, prayers to you. Apparently, she has broken her hip, and that's why she has not been around. So prayers to Cassandra Hobson Jordan. I hope you speedy recovery. Naomi, our favorite gal, Magnolia, Beth, Harris, Brittany. How are you? Potato, how are you? It's good to see you. Yeah, watch out for that heavy lifting. Doggone it. Yeah, Mama Hill's on fire. Oh boy, I've been getting some stuff from Mama Hill. Is she telling the truth? Yes, she is. Most definitely. That last board meeting, cow meeting, let me see here. South Suburban Bank. Here we go.
Opposed, same. Hearing none, we'll move this to May 4th.
Then we'll get into the video.
Okay, next up is the discussion on the South Suburban Land Bank. Trustee Norwood.
Thank you, Mayor. So over the last few months, we've had several discussions regarding eliminating our eyesores in the village. Our goal has been to implement different housing program alternatives because we understand not one program fits all. A few years ago, the board and I voted on an intergovernmental agreement with the South Suburban Land Bank. And at the time, the board was unable to move forward due to the past administration. But now our goal is to revisit the partnership. So myself, Trustee Brown, and the clerk have been in communication with a representative of the land bank, and they have agreed to come out and conduct a presentation at our next COW meeting. So the residents are privy to how they operate. And one of our considerable alternatives in regards to our housing programs. We also, I thought you was going to interrupt me. So, we also have a small briefing because I know once before someone asked, well, what is the South Suburban Land Bank? So before May 18th, I would like to just give you all a brief description. The South Suburban Land Bank is a public agency made up of cities and villages from South Suburban Cook County who work together to activate vacant, abandoned, and significantly tax delinquent properties. Through intergovernmental agreements, we work directly with municipalities to identify, acquire, and redevelop vacant properties, mostly houses. Decisions are made collaboratively with the municipality, giving each member community confidence that their local priorities drive our outcomes. We operate as a non-for-profit agency would, but the legal authority of a city government. So they will be here to go over more during our next CAL meeting. So please join us so that you all can be present during the presentation so they can explain everything to us.
South Suburban Land Bank is a good organization. I don't believe they charge anything to the village or municipality, wherever they are. So I wanted to play that because I did do some research on that. Can't figure out why they want to open a money market. I don't know. Through a small bank. And how are they going to get the money to put in there? Uh, there's a lot of things going on in Dolton right now that a lot of residents don't like. And we're going to show them why it's happening, even after Tiffany Henyard. You thought Tiffany Henyard was the worst mayor? Go ahead and think that. You know, it was all set up. I'll say it again. You can click off. You can not like it. Uh, but it's true. And I'm going to show you through some videos. And this is going to be a hot video. I'm not going to interrupt it too much. But this video here from, where are we? There we are. This comes from August 2018. Okay. And we're going to listen to it and find out the state of Dolton. Dolton has always been broke. What are you going to do? Yeah, this money market account is weird, to say the least. We're going to get into that as well. Not tonight, but another time. Let's listen to this meeting because this meeting is a whole different level of explosions. Okay.
Of $11,277,000.
Yes, that's real.
Would be reduced to the $8,300,000 principal sum if we honor our promise to repay. Now, the only way that the village is going to be able to repay this debt is through a property tax levy, and the amount that would be necessary to handle the debt service is roughly in the neighborhood of the line item that's listed as debt service, which is $1.1 million. So that's the direction we're going. The only way that this board can handle repaying this debt is by a property tax levy, which would cover the debt service column. Let me emphasize, these are not exact numbers, but I took an estimate of what I expect the total obligation to the city of Chicago to be relatively close in time. So that's, do the board members have any question on that?
I have a question. Attorney Murphy, can you explain to the residents, because I'm sure there's some here that don't understand what the tax levy is. Can you explain to
There's no sound. Muted? I'm muted? Or the video is muted. Why would the video be muted? Seriously? Let me know. Let's see. I'm waiting on you. I can hear it clearly. Okay, I was muted. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. All right, thank you very much. I apologize. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Okay, let me push it back a little bit. There we go.
The total obligation to the city of Chicago to be relatively close in time. So that's, do the board members have any question on that?
I have a question, Attorney Murphy. Can you explain to the residents, because I'm sure there's some here that don't understand what the tax levy is. Can you explain to them what the city of Chicago is asking by taking the tax levy when we receive it in the second installment?
Well, what the village board is going to have to do is, in addition to what you levy ordinarily for property taxes, you're going to have to levy this 1.1 million amount for at least 7 or 8 years, over and above everything you need for other governmental services. The only way to repay this is by way of a debt service levy, and the only way you do that is by, come fall, when it's time to pass your tax levy, is to add to your levy an amount equal to this debt service column. The village has no other funding sources.
Attorney Murphy, for clarification, I saw a news publication where a couple of the trustees here blamed me for this debt. Can you clarify that, where the debt came from?
Please turn to the first page of the 2-page handout, everybody. In simplest terms, the village's investment into, this is a memo that I prepared for the client. In simplest terms, the investment of public funds, both on a $30 million bond issue and general operating for the Dorchester, has been a disaster. As you can see from the first page, over the year, the Dorchester has hemorrhaged money and has had to be subsidized over the years from the general fund to the tune of $13 million. We've talked about the Melanie, and over the same several years, more than a decade, as long as it's been in operation, the village's general fund has had to subsidize the Melanie to the tune of $4.7 million. So between these two ventures, Dorchester and Melanie, almost $18 million has gone out the door from the village's general fund to these two special operating funds. So when I use the term disaster, I mean disaster. Now, we've had, over the same period of time, in order to pay its bills from year to year, again, over probably however long the Dorchester has been in village hands, 12 to 15 years, the village has borrowed money, the general fund has borrowed money from the water fund. And the total amount that the village has borrowed from the water fund to the general fund is almost $9 million. And that has resulted in the village's inability to pay the water bills, because we've had to keep Dorchester and Melanie alive as long as we own those two operations. And that has resulted in where we are now, with owing the city of Chicago almost $8 million for water. I can't overemphasize the importance of this problem, ladies and gentlemen. Those of you who have read the papers or watch TV have seen what has happened with the city of Harvey, where Harvey had this type of a problem, but they never came to grips with it, and they kept putting the city of Chicago off to the tune of in excess to $20 million that Harvey owes the city of Chicago for water that Harvey was using for other purposes. Finally, the court has ordered that the Harvey water system be turned over to a receiver which is like a trustee in bankruptcy. So the city of Harvey no longer operates the Harvey water system. It's under the control of the Circuit Court of Cook County, and you can imagine all of the additional accountant fees, receivers fees, lawyers fees that go into a court-ordered receivership. The village needs to avoid that Harvey situation at all costs, and the only way the village board can do that is by way of recognizing this problem and dealing with it now, and the only way we can deal with it now is by raising additional funds, and the only realistic way of raising additional funds is with the property tax levy.
Now, Attorney Murphy, I want you to add, or make a comment on this, because like I said, there's been some misinformation about me being responsible for this matter. Now, in order for money to be given out of the general fund to support these other matters, what does it have to do?
Every single expenditure of money from the village requires board action.
So how am I responsible for this matter?
There's no individual responsibility from your office. These are expenditures and transfers that were made by village boards for the last 12 to 15 years. These were monthly expenditures, paying bills to a Dorchester that drowned the village in debt.
Which included some of these board members that made approval for it.
I mean, every expenditure was approved by board action.
Thank you for your clarification. Where are we at? Discussion or? Okay.
Thank you, Attorney Murphy, for the update with the and the next hearing is what date is that, so we can be there?
It's a status. Well, let me back up. It's not going to be a renewed settlement conference. It's going to be a status conference on a week from today, actually, in the morning, and I'm going to report to the court unless I hear otherwise that the village wants to move forward with this type of repayment plan.
And it's the same time as the previous one?
No, the previous one was in the afternoon. This is I'll let you know. It's like 9:30 or 10 o'clock. It's an AM status report.
Thank you.
Next thing on the agenda is the override of a mayoral veto, ordinance number 18-007, hearing procedure to contest water bill. Trustee Muhammad.
I make a motion override of mayoral veto ordinance number 18-007.
It's been motioned and seconded. It's been motioned by Trustee Muhammad, seconded by Trustee Denton. Any discussion on this? The reason for my veto on this was to, here again, they want to set up a committee to contest water bills. If we go back to August of last year, and prior to that, majority of our water bills, or the water bills in the city, village of Dolton, have been estimated. So what I wanted to do was hire more water meter readers so we can get more accurate readings from the water meters. That was, I don't know, was tabled or whatever. And once you start getting accurate, some people had estimated bills from years, and once you start getting accurate readings, some of those bills increased. So we had a number of complaints. Well, I've always had a water bill that was $85 or whatever the case may be, but sometimes circumstances change when things wear out in the toilet or faucets are left running and things like that. So, with all the complaints and everything, they want to put in a committee to say yea and nay. Whether or not it's approved or people that come in to contest the water bills, the village has to pay the water. Now, Janice right there, and the water department have sat with a number of residents that had issues with the water bills, and for the most part, they have been resolved. And the reason for my veto is I just think this is another committee process that it's going to take anything to get done. So, but it's up to the board whether they want to pass it or not. Any more discussion? Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Roll call.
Trustee Muhammad.
Aye.
Trustee Stubbs. Aye. Trustee House.
No.
Trustee Denton.
Aye.
Trustee Pearson.
Aye.
Trustee Henyard.
No.
4 again. That motion passes. Okay. I'd like to know how it's going to be structured, who's going to be on the committee, and how the determination going to be to say yea and nay. So anyway, next thing on the agenda is new business. Ordinance number 18-010, adopting an appropriation and budget ordinance for fiscal year 2018-2019.
Mayor, can
I
we
would like
move
to
that
make a
item
motion
to
to table this.
A? Mayor, can we move item A to H and H to A? Reciprocate those two, please, and leave that at
I would
the
like to
end.
make a motion to table.
There's a motion to table the budget, and there's a second. Especially since,
It's 10 o'clock at night.
yeah, well, not only, yeah, that's true. Especially since this new amendment with the elimination of certain employees and services was presented just tonight.
Yeah, we can have a special meeting. We can do it
So,
Wednesday, tomorrow.
And also, our finance director is not here for her to chime in on certain items. She's not returning from vacation until Wednesday.
There's been a motion to table. There's no discussion. We should take the vote. According to Robert's rules, please. Thank you.
Okay, all right. There's also a method of being out of order too.
There's a motion on the floor to table.
You're out of
There's no
order.
discussion on the motion.
You're out of order, Trustee Muhammad. Okay, everybody can hear what's on the floor. Okay, so at any rate, I would suggest this board to table this budget, especially without the finance director here putting in her she presented her budget without her being here to explain certain items. Take the roll.
On the motion to table, Trustee Muhammad.
No.
Trustee Stubbs.
No.
Trustee House.
Aye.
Trustee Denton.
No.
Trustee Pearson.
No.
Trustee Henyard.
Aye.
You H, you're next.
So y'all be here at 1 o'clock in the
So,
morning.
Mayor, can we reciprocate those? Item A of the to be reciprocated with H, which is the fountain naming, I believe.
No.
Okay.
Okay, next thing on the agenda is, oh yeah, we gotta do the budget line by line.
Mayor, can we go through the rest of the agenda then come back to A? That way we can go to B now?
That's what I just
That
asked.
way we
No,
should
you asked to
recognize.
move an item up and move that down. I'm asking just to go to B.
Go to what?
B.
B, oh yeah, that's where I'm going.
Oh, okay.
It's cute.
Okay. We want to get this other business taken care of, and then we'll come back to A. And those of you that want to be here at 1 o'clock, we could go through this stuff line by line. All right. Next thing on the agenda is ordinance number 18-011, regulation of small wireless facilities. You have the document for that. Okay, this is a requirement by state law, an ordinance amending Title 7, Public Ways and Properties of the Village of Dolton Village Code to add a new Chapter 7, regulation of small wireless facilities thereto. And for time's sake, I'm not going to read all this. It's pretty thick. Did the trustees get a copy of this? All the trustees have a copy of this. They had time to review it. Can I get a motion to approve this?
I make a motion to approve ordinance 18-011.
Second.
Okay, I'm not sure who seconded it quick first. We'll go with Trustee Henyard. It's a motion to approve it. Second by Trustee Henyard. Any discussion on this? No discussion. Roll call.
Trustee Muhammad.
Aye.
Trustee Stubbs.
Aye.
Trustee House.
Aye.
Trustee Denton.
Aye.
Trustee Pearson.
Aye.
Trustee Henyard.
Aye.
Motion carries. Next thing on the item is item C, ordinance, increase of housing fees by Trustee Henyard.
Thank you, Mayor. We had a committee meeting. I'll give you the date.
Last week.
No, that's not the one that showed up. So
Oh.
this one was March 26th of 2018, and we all agreed to increase the fees as follows. Judicially going to 200.
I move to table this item to the next regular village board meeting.
Second.
Again, here we go. Nothing gets accomplished. We need revenue, but they want to attach the
Okay.
fees to the
Mayor,
residents.
Trustee.
There's a table
Trustee.
on the
There's a
floor.
trustee. Just take a vote on it. Go ahead.
On the motion to table by Trustee
You agreed to
Pearson.
the increase.
Second by Trustee Stubbs. Trustee Muhammad.
Aye.
Trustee Stubbs.
Aye.
Trustee House.
No.
Trustee Denton.
Aye.
Shame.
Trustee Pearson.
Aye.
Trustee Henyard.
Definitely no.
Okay, 42. Motion carries. Next thing on the agenda is approval of request for proposal for housing rehabilitation and development. Trustee Henyard.
Thank you, Mayor. This is what we talked about at the previous committee meeting that my board didn't show up to.
I move to
This is
table this
the-
item to the
all right,
next
I'm still
regular
gonna
board
say it.
meeting.
Most of you guys are here because you want to talk
Second.
about BP Capital. This is on the agenda so we can open it up so more people can come in and bid. We did not do a bid. We gave it to one company, you guys. So right now I'm putting it out so anybody can come and bid on it. Now we have residents
Mayor,
that's
there's a
here
table on
today
the
that
floor.
would like to speak on behalf of the situation with BP Capital and why they should not be into our community. So Mayor, if you don't mind, can we allow people to speak in regards
Okay.
to the situation?
Trustee-
Because I had a committee meeting
Trustee
to
Henry.
discuss this, so we didn't have to do all this here. But my board did not show up.
Trustee Henyard.
Yes.
Trustee Henyard. Okay. All right, I'm advised by the attorney, the motion is table. I think you got enough out. And at the citizens address, maybe they can address some of that. Okay? So right now, it is a table on the table on this motion. And can we get a roll call?
And the second was by
Something fishy with that.
I don't know.
Okay.
Did anybody
Stubbs.
second it? Trustee Stubbs.
Trustee Denton.
I said it.
Okay, Trustee Denton or Trustee Stubbs, who would like the honors?
Trustee Stubbs.
Okay. On the motion to table, Trustee Muhammad.
Aye.
Trustee Stubbs.
Aye.
Trustee House.
No.
Trustee Denton.
Aye.
Trustee Pearson.
Aye.
Trustee Henyard.
No.
Sound like a recording.
Broken record.
But at any rate, that motion carries too. Next thing on the agenda is the refund of the vehicle sticker late fee charges for July 1st through the 15th, 2018. Trustee Henry.
Thank you. Let's see if you guys can get money back. I put this on the agenda because you guys was getting charged double, which the stickers was $40. You guys got charged $80. Now, I sent the email out to the board asking them to honor the 15-day grace period. There was a mistake put on the website stating that the grace period was to the 15th, but he cleared it up and said it was to the 1st. The 1st being a Sunday, that means you guys came in on the 2nd, which was that Monday. So I want to give you guys your money back for paying double. That's what I'm trying to accomplish tonight. So I'd like to make a motion to refund village stickers to the residents of Dolton.
I second.
Okay. It's been motioned to, you don't want to refund the stickers, you want to refund the money.
Yes.
Right. Okay. The late fee. And it's been motioned and seconded. Any discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure this board agrees wholeheartedly with Trustee Henyard, but I think what we need to put in place is to amend the previous ordinance by adding the language of the grace period being from July 1st to the 15th, and that should be added into the amended, I think it's 18005.
We'll have to bring that back because we don't have the
Yeah,
ordinance.
'cause it's not even here, so maybe, I mean, we could take a consensus vote tonight, I'm guessing, and then maybe for the next board meeting to bring the agenda, on the agenda, the ordinance.
Well, you can handle the refund, right now.
Well, you got two refunds going on. We got a refund for the people who have stickers, and you also have a refund for the police officers who ticketed persons who did not have their stickers, and that was and so those are two refunds that we need to make sure we got clarity
Well, on the police, I don't know if those tickets have gone to adjudication.
Right. Yeah, we've gotten information from the chief. It's approximately $8,000 that would be owed to the residents of individuals who had violated that.
Is there any objection from the board to include in the motion voiding those tickets?
Those tickets would have to been written after July 1st. So do they come to court? Is there a court date prior to today's date that those tickets would have been brought before a judge?
Chief Collins.
We would have to manually go through all the tickets to see where they are in the system.
Okay, so rather than say we owe them $8,000, if we notify the court that any ticket that was issued after, if you don't catch them, be able to nolly them or avoid them, notify the court if those tickets was issued after July 1st, between July 1st and July 15th, they can just throw them out in court. So we need to find out those tickets that were written after July 1st, when was the court date with the police officers and the crossing guards?
I'd have to research when the actual court date was, or even if there's a update, additional court date for those that didn't come to court the first time.
Yeah, we usually, when a ticket is written, from my experience, it's usually get a month or so. Yeah, so unless it was the court date was within the last 3 or 4 business days, then the court date should be coming up, and maybe we can catch it or notify. When's the traffic court on Thursdays?
Yes, but also we would have to go through for those that have already paid their tickets too, that elected not to go to court.
Right, you're correct. Okay, so however you want to handle this in regards to when it's a water department function on some of the cases, to do the paperwork and the recount to make the accurate refunds.
I think for purposes of tonight, all the board needs to do is to approve a motion making whole or returning the penalty amount for all individuals who either paid it or were ticketed for it for violations occurring between July 1 and July 15.
Yes.
And let staff administer it out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, I would suggest that if the board passes this, to make it clear to those that are entitled to a refund, to give the accounting process time to make it right. Not that it approved tonight and tomorrow shows up and says, hey, you owe me $40.
Right.
because the accounting processes may be kind of lengthy.
I mean, it's,
you know what I mean?
It's a bill that's in competition with all the other bills the village has. It's just got, people just got to wait for the refund.
Yeah.
Can I be recognized, Mayor?
Go ahead.
Okay, as I've stated, I've talked with the police department and the payment center. We're talking about approximately $33,000, which that money cannot come out of the general fund. I want to make sure that the board will approve that that money come out of the sales of the Dorchester, so it doesn't affect the general fund.
Sales of the Dorchester. Where did it, when the money was collected, where did it go? So that's where it should come. That's where it should be refunded from.
Well, that money was in the general fund, and as you know, if that happened July 1st through the 7th, that money is more than likely, according to this warrant list, we paid almost $800-something thousand, and I'm sure between the 1st and the 15th, and it is August 6th, that money's gone.
Well, go ahead, trustee.
We could probably take it out of that fund, but it would have to go back into the Dorchester fund once the general fund could pay it.
How much is available in the Dorchester fund?
American
$2 million.
None of that money's been spent?
No.
Okay. Go ahead, trustee House.
If I may, I think if we just vote to do the refund, and then we can let the finance director kind of advise on which direction.
There you go.
Yep.
There you go. Yeah.
If I could, Mayor, after discussion with Ms. Redmond, those monies, and she agreed that that money should come out of the fund for the Dorchester, which would not affect our budget, and we are passing a budget tonight, and the $33,000 is a big hit. So again, we can table that for Ms. Redmond when she returns. But I think right now, as the attorney stated, we can get a consensus now. But the ordinance has to be put in place so next year we don't have the same issue, because the ordinance still stands that it ends on June 31st.
Mayor, can I
or
speak one more
30th.
time?
Go ahead.
Chief, on the email you gave us, there was 13 vehicles that paid administrative fees. What does that mean?
When we make arrests, we have an ordinance in place that there's an administrative hold on the vehicle. For instance, if someone is arrested for driving while their license is suspended, there's a $500 hold on the vehicle that they have to pay that goes directly to the village.
So is that where you got total cash $8,000? That's not including the 245 parking tickets?
No, that's a separate issue. When people get the car out of from the tow yard, they have to pay the administrative fee before they get the car, and that money goes to the village. It's collected at the payment center.
So those 13 vehicles that paid that $8,000, was any of it due to them not having a city sticker?
No, that has nothing to do with it. It's either a misdemeanor arrest or certain village ordinance violations.
Okay, so that they wouldn't have to get that refunded. Do you?
No, that has nothing to do with the village sticker.
The 245 parking citations, any idea what that dollar amount is?
That depends on the citation. For instance, a handicap would be $250. Another ticket would be $25 or $50. It just depends on the violation.
So you would have to go through them to find out how much of that is just parking. I mean, there's no city sticker violation.
Right, it would have to be gone through.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, can we go back to the motion that I put on the floor?
I'm sorry. What was that, trustee?
Can we go back to the motion to approve the refund?
Yeah.
Because this is just...
Okay, we're in discussion. I mean, if there's no more discussion, we want some clarification on it. Just take the roll then.
On the motion by trustee Henyard, second by trustee Denton. Trustee Muhammad.
Aye.
Trustee Stubbs.
Aye.
Trustee House.
Aye.
Trustee Denton.
Aye.
Trustee Pearson.
Aye.
Trustee Henyard.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Please, if you're watching this or you're here tonight, allow the county portion to take its course. Next thing on the agenda is F, committee chair change of planning committee, and this is put on by trustee Pearson.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to move trustee Stubbs to chair the planning committee.
Aye. Second.
Wow. Wow. Come on, we in this discussion. Let's go.
Okay, all right. There's a motion on the floor, and there's a second to remove committee chair Henyard because she is fallen out of grace with the four from her committee.
Yes.
So it's discussion time now, and go ahead, trustee Henyard.
Thank you. Residents, you guys know me. I've always spoken up, spoken out. I don't sit with one particular person on this board. If it's wrong, you're going to hear my mouth. If they right, I roll with them. It don't matter if it come from the mayor department or if it come from, what you call them, Fantastic Four. It doesn't matter. I roll with what's right for the people. That's what I advocate for. So my issue is, all of a sudden, now that I'm bringing up BP Capital and exposing them for what they voting for, now all of a sudden they want to remove me as chair. Where they do that at? Now, when you want to remove somebody as chair, have facts. Have a reason for why you're removing them. Have a reason, like how we removed Muhammad when he was chair over Melanie's because he was having strip parties at Melanie's Fitness. That's a reason to remove a person. But you're removing me because you upset with me. You mad because I'm exposing BP Capital. I have a problem with that, residents. They should not be here in our community, period, point blank. Now, when y'all hear the other testimonies, when they come up to this podium and they tell y'all what it is, y'all are hear from other communities that they did this in and they got a problem with. So, I will advise this board not to support this nutball stuff or removing me as chair of housing that I've been over for the last 5 years. I am the senior trustee. I am the youngest trustee. I've been here forever. I grew up in this community, and I advocate for what's right, not what's wrong, or not just because I want to be cool or be in the in crowd. I don't roll with the get along. I will stand alone by myself if I have to, because guess what? My voice is louder than anybody's out here, and y'all know that. I just won an election, and I won off of my ticket. The only person that won off of my ticket. So if them numbers don't speak for themselves, I'm gonna show y'all when this next election come up. Watch what I tell you. And that's for the record.
Okay, Officer Guest, thank you for your concern here. But when these residents are kind of supportive of this, I can feel their joy. Yeah. So I'm going to say this. Now, I am happy to have Trustee Henyard's support on a number of issues lately. The majority of her tenure here as a trustee has been against me. But I think this is a total disrespect when someone that holds a committee meeting and the other committee members all of a sudden get sick.
Mayor, first let me state.
You're out of order. You're out of order. You're out of order. You're out of. You're order. I'm sorry. You're right. You're right. You're right. You did not get sick. You did not get sick.
She is dying, and I'm gonna save my daughter. Just like I gave you the comfort about your mother and my deepest sympathy. This is my daughter. And she is dying from cancer. Understand? And yes, I was trying to get her to Johns Hopkins that day or Mayo Clinic, and I spent time at the airport. So you and Tiffany can beat me up, but I'm going to take care of my family.
And I applaud you for that.
Understand that.
I applaud you for that. And you should take care of your family. You should take care of your family.
That's my daughter.
The trustee told me that you called her to adjust the time because you were getting off work late.
No, I didn't.
Well, I'm just going.
What I told her. I told her I was going to be at O'Hare, and I didn't think I could make it back, and she changed the time to try to accommodate me.
Okay.
But I was at the airport longer than I anticipated.
Okay, I'm just going by the information I got.
And yes, I'm going to take care of my daughter.
And you should.
42 years old, and she's got stage 4 pancreatic cancer and stage 4 liver cancer. And she's sick.
Trustee.
Sir.
You have my sympathy, and I pray for your daughter. I'm going by the information that I received.
And I'm not looking for sympathy.
Okay.
No, I'm not.
Trustee
Whoever made that comment.
Trustee Henyard.
And you know that, and you just voting.
I didn't say I was looking for your
Trustee. Trustee.
I don't need
Elizabeth. Okay, Trustee Henyard, you had any further?
I would hope that this board would reconsider this. I would hope that people just don't give their vote just to get along. Again, I stated for the record, if I did something, I understand why I'm being removed. I haven't done anything but spoke the truth. So if I can have your support, especially coming from Trustee Denton, I will respect that more than anything than just voting with the 4, just because it feels right. Thank you.
Mayor, may I be recognized?
Go ahead.
I just have to say this.
You the flip vote. No matter what you think. One thing I'm going to tell you about this board. If it's for you guys, and it's one person that can make or break a team, period. You don't have to always go with the team, period. And that's all I'm trying to make sure I educate people that's new up here. And the 2 newbies are Trustee Den and Trustee House. But you got to have your own voice. You can't just vote with them just because they sat and set you down and said, I don't need your vote today. It got to make sense. You have to live with that at the end of the day. I don't care if they like me or not. I'm still going to speak on what I need to speak on. Now, if I'm a roll with it, I'm a roll with it. If I'm not, I'm not. So that's all I asked of her. I call everybody up here. No one picks up my call. I call you, Trustee. I reached out because I said you should hear both sides. Don't just listen to one side. If they tell you something, it's like they brainwash you. They telling you something, and then you just roll with it, but you don't hear my side. So when I have something on the agenda, I'm talking about the agenda. I'm not talking like we want to be girlfriends, let's go out. I'm talking, okay, I got 4 items on the agenda. Can we sit down like ladies and discuss this? That's what I normally ask. But nobody wants to talk. That's bad. And I'm the youngest one on this board, and I'm sitting here reaching out to y'all. Stop it.
Okay. Go ahead, Trustee Stubbs. Go ahead, Trustee Stubbs.
When you said Trustee Henyard, that you had this committee for 5 years. That's untrue. Because you didn't think about anything when you, Brown, and who else sat up there? And Hunt. And you took it from me when I was the chairperson for housing, and this have absolutely nothing to do with that. I didn't open my mouth. I did not sit up here, say anything when you, Brown, and Hunt voted to take housing from myself. I worked with you, so therefore, you know, I don't know what the problem is, but my number is still the same. You can always call me. Thank you.
First of all, let's back up. We didn't take anything from you. I've always had housing, just like Hunt had financing. Everybody always had their strengths, period, when we came on this board. When we came on this board, the mayor gave me housing. He gave Hunt financing. Simple as that. So let's back up since y'all want to talk about taking stuff from people. You don't remember when you three sat here and tried to recall my seat, remove me? Y'all think it's cool to sit here and make laws because that's what we do. You're taking advantage of our duties as elected officials. You can't sit here and get mad at an individual and just say, I'm going to write a law and just write you out. You can't do that. I got elected by the people. I represent them out there, their voice, not you, because you mad at me today. Now you want to sit here and write something up. And just for the record, it's a title. I'm only speaking on it because y'all think y'all can do whatever y'all want to do because we make laws. But I'm not that upset about it because at the end of the day, I'm still going to have my voice. I'm still going to talk. I'm still going to show up and show out for the people as I always have done. But at the end of the day, y'all wrong, period. This is wrong.
Okay.
Can I be recognized, Mayor?
All right. Go ahead, Trustee.
So that I understand the change being made, Trustee Henyard will still be a part of that committee, if I understand it. She will be a... Where's the police officer? She'll be a part of that committee if I...
Okay, so it's already been predetermined where the spot going to be.
We're still in discussion. Let me ask my question again. I'm trying to get clarity on this.
Go ahead.
Bring down the emotion somewhat. My understanding of the planning committee is defined as following: the duties and responsibilities, matters relating to strategic, comprehensive, and capital improvement planning, housing, zoning, permits, building preservation / renovation, and new construction and seniors. The move tonight is to make Trustee Stubbs the chairperson, but wouldn't Trustee Henyard, and I believe it's also, who else is on that committee? And Pearson. So I believe that you would still be part of the committee, Trustee Henyard. You're just not the chair.
No,
is that correct?
Let me say this, Trustee Muhammad. So it's already been predetermined before it's come to a vote that she's going to be removed and be a part of the committee. So since that's already been predetermined, and it's probably been predetermined how y'all gonna vote on this, I want to know, why is she being removed? What is the reason? What is the reason for this board removing her as a chairperson? And this is another thing when he took the power from me. I don't even have a choice in this matter as who can chair any of these committees.
Mayor, why do you say we took your power?
What do you call it? There's an ordinance in place. There's an ordinance in place that you passed. There's an ordinance in place.
Committees. Committees are decided by the board, not by ordinance. It's by law.
Madam Clerk, what did we review this morning?
Okay.
Up until 2016, the mayor had the power to appoint committee members and chairs.
Thank you.
In 2016, this board voted to transfer that power to itself.
Thank you. See, you vote on ordinances.
I'd like to see that.
You vote on ordinances that you don't even realize and remember that you vote on. But the matter of fact, I researched it this morning because it was on the agenda to take her power away like it did to me. Now, if it was my choice
Mayor,
today,
do you remember
if it was
all the ordinances you voted on?
If I did not remember it, I wouldn't be in there asking her about it. All I'm saying is what you're doing to her tonight is what you've done to me in the past and currently. Secondly, me and Trustee Henyard have had our differences across the aisle, and there's a few things I'd like her to change.
Vice versa.
You know, but tonight, and it may change next board meeting night, our differences or whatever, how we vote on it. But tonight, I think this is a travesty. I think it's disrespectful when she calls a meeting and you don't show up. And I understand your concern and your explanation, Trustee Pearson. But tonight is a clear demonstration of you fell out the group. You fell from grace. And we're gonna spank you for it.
Yeah, I'm not part
Mayor,
of
may I be recognized?
So and I haven't heard it tonight yet. I haven't heard a reason for her removal.
Mayor, may I be recognized?
Go ahead.
I would just like to say, and you're absolutely right on one thing, that you did appoint the committees, and that was taken away from you by Trustee Henyard, Trustee Hunt, and Trustee Brown. You also appointed myself to the Housing Committee. And once Trustee Hunt, Henyard, and Brown did away with that, they appointed Trustee Henyard to the committee. And I have worked with Trustee Henyard the best of my ability, gave him my all, and I wasn't even going to say nothing about.
You want to do
excuse me.
Hey, Trustee, hang on. I want to finish hearing this.
Excuse me. And I wasn't even going to address when I called you on Sunday and told you that I was ill. I not only called you, I text you, and I called you again on Monday to let you know that I was ill, and I stated to you verbatim that you and Trustee Pearson, because I was unaware of his situation, that you and Trustee Pearson could carry on, that I wouldn't be able to make it. Now, I'm looking at the fees, and I'm outside every day talking to residents about the grass cutting. I also called in when I was chair, and I've even talked to you about doing the same thing, about having a meeting with the landlords, bringing them in, holding them accountable for their grass. Even though a landlord own the property, they still are responsible for the place being maintained. And even if it's in their lease and they tell the landlord tell the tenant that they're responsible, that's true enough. But the landlord is actually responsible for his property. And we have been having numerous of complaints about tenants renting houses and their grass is not being cut. That's one of my issues that I have, that the landlords wasn't called in. Secondly, when it's not only that, this is one of the reasons why I would like to chair again this committee that you at Brown and Hunt saw fit to take away from me and put you back in it, that the mayor appointed me to at that time when we was talking.
Thank you, Trustee. I'm sorry.
I wasn't finished,
Okay,
Mayor.
all right.
Also, I would like to state about the fees. We came to you. You chewed us out about it's not coming to your committee about the fees. The fees they expire April the 30th. Also, you stated that you was going to have a committee meeting. Are you talking about committee meetings? And we was going to discuss the fees and going up on the fees. Well, permits have to send that information out in advance, so not only the store owners would know that the fees have went up and this is what we're expecting you to pay, but also the landlords, if you're going to go up on their fees for their housing permits and occupancy stickers and inspection stickers. This needs to go out way in advance. That didn't happen. So, that's why I am accepting this chairman's seat, and if I get the votes. That's just two of the reasons why. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, can you be recognized?
Yes, go ahead, Trustee House.
If I can, I think I would respectfully like to ask that we call a vote on this one. I think we know what the vote is. The residents know what the vote is. We have four or five employees here. I really want to get to the budget that are sitting here professionally. They've been committed to this community, they're loyal, and we're going to be voting on their careers. So I would like to see if we can hopefully push towards that.
I just want to have a short response. Thank you, Trustee House. Now, since it appears that this has been predetermined, when this decision was made, was there any violation of Open Meetings Act? Because we know how it's going to happen, and they've already said the fact that they're still going to leave her a member. But I don't think one of the four would admit to that. Secondly, Trustee Stubbs, when you brought up the fact that they took it from you, they voted. At that time, they were against me too. And as I said earlier, we've been across the aisle, back and forth and everything. But tonight, I'm just going to say tonight, I support Trustee Henyard remaining as a chairperson over the planning committee, and to address the fact that one of the statements that you made in regards to the grass being not cut at such and such you voted, Trustee Stubbs, I'd like to remind you that you voted to get rid of Fathers and Blessings, who was cutting grass in this village, and then
Mayor, you need to pull the records.
Trustee Henyard, I did not interrupt you, Trustee Stubbs.
Okay, but you're not telling the truth.
I did not interrupt you, Trustee Stubbs, okay? It's clear and it's evident that Fathers and Blessings were doing cleanups here and cutting grass here in the village of Dolton. And as far as I remember, I think you voted to get rid of them. We can move
Again,
on. We can move
Mayor,
on.
you're incorrect.
I got
Okay.
one thing.
You're
and then I'm
incorrect.
done
All
with
right, thank you for your statement. Go ahead, Trustee Henyard.
Okay. One thing that Trustee Stubbs pointed out was the fees. Now, when we had our fee structure, me and Trustee Pearson both agreed on the fees. She gave resistance because she have a unit, and we was increasing the per unit fee structure. Now, when we make laws, we don't supposed to make it to benefit ourselves. I have rental property in the village of Dolton. I was okay with increasing whatever fee we decided on, but she was not. So she got upset and said, "Nah, well, that's going to affect me." Okay, you got a 4 unit, so that means it need to be $50 and up. So right now it's at $35. It's only a $15 fee. I'm like, "Well, goddamn, you want me to give it to you out of my pocket?" Excuse me. Sorry for that outburst. But I'm just saying, it was minute. I put it to you like that. We can afford it. When you go into investments, you have to account for unforeseens. Unfortunately, if you're going to see another $100 at the end of the year, then you need to put it in a lease. Simple as that. So that was one of the issues that we did have with the fee structure. So I guess that's why she feels she can chair the meeting, so she can make sure it don't affect her.
Oh, wow. All right.
And then you can run the tape. It was on March 26th. Go look at the committee meeting. I ain't got to make nothing up here.
Okay, all right. Thank you for your comment, Trustee Henyard.
Anytime.
I think we've had enough discussion on this issue. It's already been predetermined on how the vote is going to go, I think.
Let's go.
And so, all right, no further discussions. Take the roll.
Trustee Muhammad.
Aye.
Trustee Stubbs.
Aye.
Trustee House.
No.
Trustee Denton.
Abstain.
Well, you know what abstain means, Mr.?
It's too much.
It goes with the majority.
Well, I can't deal with it. Let them do what they do.
Yeah, you got to pick a side, because it's going to go with the majority if you don't pick a side. It's either you want me to obtain my seat or you don't.
Hey, Trustee Denton, just for clarification, hold on out there, please. Trustee Denton, just for clarification, an abstain vote means yes.
Mm-hmm.
It means you go with the majority.
It does.
So by abstaining doesn't really do Trustee Henyard any good. So, you know, honestly, you be honest with you should make a decision here. Because,
I agree.
Okay.
Trustee Pearson. Trustee Henyard.
No.
Carries 4-2.
Okay. So
Sorry, 3-2-1 abstain.
3-2-1 abstain. So it means that Trustee Henyard loses her chairmanship of the Housing Committee. Okay. Next thing on the agenda is Housing Fair Invest in Dolton. Trustee Stubbs. Trustee Stubbs?
Yes, I would like to make an announcement that on August 25th,
it is what it is.
12 to 2, there will be a housing fair at
Hey, come on, please. Go ahead, Trustee Stubbs.
at 14200 from 12 to 2, and that's Zion Covenant Church. That's 14200 Chicago Road, August 25th from 12 to 2. We'll have many vendors there, U.S. Bank. So come on out on August 25th from 12 to 2 p.m.
All right, thank you.
That's on a Saturday. Thank you.
Okay, next thing on the agenda is item H, dedication of fountain plaque by Trustee Stubbs.
Yes, last year we passed a resolution to dedicate the fountain that Mayor William Bill Shaw had built at no cost to the village. So we would like to dedicate that fountain on August the 31st, 2018, from 5 to 9 at the fountain. Please come out, bring your lawn chairs, and enjoy some good music, and meet your neighbors. That's August 31st, 2018, from 5 until 9 p.m. Thank you.
That's a Friday?
That's a Friday. Bring your grill.
Okay. Okay. Next thing on the agenda. Well, you know what? What are we going to do with this ordinance thing? Because it's 11 o'clock at night. I would suggest that I would just suggest that we table it right now.
It's not going to happen, Mayor.
Pardon me?
It's not going to happen, sir.
You hear that? Just remember, the election is close. Remember. Just remember that. The election is close. So anyway, what we're going to do first is we're going to give the mayor's report. I'm going to have a shot do that. Come on, shot. Secondly, we're going to give citizens address.
So those of you that would like to leave after citizens address, you can do that. Those of you that like to stay until 1 o'clock till we go through line by line this appropriation budget, you can do that also. So, Rashad, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to pause here, and we're going to go. Why the mayor has someone speaking for him, giving the mayor's address, I don't know. However, we're going to skip to the citizens' address.
Mary, tell me what you do. Mary is a big asset to our office also.
Believe me, didn't know I was going to be put at the mic. But I am responsible for debt collection, debt recovery, among other things. I'm the one that you call if you get a ticket and you're not really responsible for it, or if your debt goes to collection and you don't understand why. I usually will contact MCOA and find out what that ticket is for, and if you're not responsible for it, you will be refunded your money. So that's part of what I do in the mayor's office.
All right, now you don't have 100 calls.
Well, if you're not responsible, I can help you, but if you are, I can just explain to you why.
And today, Mary and I had a conversation in regards to a complaint by a person who actually owed the debt, but thought that the method of recovery was improper in regards to the conversation that she had with the collector. So Mary addressed that today, and hopefully.
Right. The mayor was concerned about how the resident or the debtor was treated or spoken to by the collection agency, and so I contacted the owners of the collection agency to let them know that that was a problem, because the mayor did not want our residents to be treated that way. And she assured me that she would look to examine that tape to make sure that whoever calls gets respectful treatment. So we'll find out that tomorrow and rectify that.
Yeah. So, I'm and not to make a threat to a collection company, and they have a job to do, and we're trying to collect our money, but you're just not going to speak to those and be disrespectful for those persons that's liable for those collections. So I think Mary did a great job today in conveying that to the collection agency. So thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we're going to have the citizens' address now. So anybody want to address anybody now, we want to try to make it reasonable. I don't want to cut anybody off. It's usually 3 minutes. I don't really want to cut anybody off. I want to make it reasonable because we still have the budget to go through. But those of you that may want to express your concerns, you can do that now. And if you choose to attend and wait and participate in the budget, you can do that also. Ms. Wells, go ahead.
It's been a long night. I am extremely tired, but more so than I am extremely disappointed with this board. We had an agenda in which how many items were tabled? We're never going to move forward in this village if we don't stand together. You spend so much time fighting instead of trying to work on ways to trust one another. So much to fight decisiveness. And I can see the folks that are not paying attention. I am so tired I can't even think straight, but I am going to say this. I will not stay for this line item, although I want to, but I have a job to go to in the morning. So to be respectful of my own time, I'm going to leave. But I am very curious about one line item, and I mentioned it earlier. I will say this also. I don't think that the solution is to remove people from their jobs. That's not the solution. You got to come up with something else. And if you don't go back to the table to rethink these line items, it's not the solution. You don't just remove people from their jobs. Well, you can possibly think of another way to do it. What else did I want to talk about? So much. I want to ask a question about one of the items that was voted against or tabled, the South Suburban Land Bank. I want to ask each of you that voted to table it, why? Starting with Trustee Muhammad, why did you vote to table that?
As you and I have had lengthy discussions, and if you don't mind, I can bring it public.
If you can make it short, please. I want to know why, and I want the people to know why you voted against it. We chose to go in a different direction with BP Capital.
We felt that South Suburban Land Bank concentrated on more commercial properties, and as you know from the last meeting we had, it was based upon the person on the board that geared them toward commercial properties. We felt that we should go in the direction of developing residential properties. That's the bottom line, and as I told you before, I cast no aspersions on South Suburban Land Bank. We just went into a different direction. We had them for about, 2 or 3 years, and we chose to go somewhere else. That's basically a short answer.
Indefinitely. Yes, and it was. I did that indefinitely because not one time since we've been talking about BP Capital, South Suburban Land Bank. Not one time did anybody invite South Suburban Land Bank here. Not one time have South Suburban Land Bank came up here and asked us to reconsider them. Not one time. Each time, every time that we have a board meeting, we discuss BP Capital, South Suburban Land Bank, but not one time have I seen BP Capital come up here and ask this board anything.
BP Capital?
I mean,
South Suburban,
excuse me, South Suburban Land Bank.
That's a simple phone call, but okay.
No. Because you all are advocating for them, then my thing of it is, well, how come they don't come, or how come they haven't been here? You all been doing this for, a couple of months now, but not one time have any of you all invited them to the village hall, or have they volunteered to come to this village hall to say anything?
Well, the way they were treated when they were here, I wouldn't come back either.
Anyway, but respect. Number 2, 3. I'm going in a different direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee House, you voted to, okay. And Trustee Denton.
My logic on this is, let's try something different. I don't know nothing about South Suburban. Well, I know because I came and talked with you and Tiffany, and you gave me insight on it. But I haven't seen anything that they've done. I have seen what they've done with BP Capital, and I want to give somebody else a chance to do something, because what has been told to me, they had it as long as they did, and they didn't do a whole lot. They did a lot for corporate but for the homeowners, or if you think this is funny.
No, it's not funny. What's funny is the fact that they absolutely know how the land bank works. Absolutely they do. The land bank does exactly what they're asked to do. If they're not asked to do residential, then they don't do it. The concentration at the time may have been that, but I asked the question last time, has anyone reached out to them to ask them, can you move your direction to residential? Which to me, I'm sorry, it just makes me feel like something is not right here, and there is a personal agenda, and I said that. No one else said that to me. I'm not arguing with you, but this is too much. That's a governmental agency that does not charge us anything. If for any reason, why can't they not coexist? You're resisting coexisting? They're not charging us a dime, and you keep saying BP Capital doesn't charge us. I challenge that. And I appreciate your answer, and I'm not trying to get outright with you because I'm tired. I really am. And I'm tired of hearing this same conversation.
Over and over.
If the question is having South Suburban Land Bank come back, they absolutely can, because I'm a stand on that position, because I think they're a better entity than BP Capital, and you know it. Trustee Pearson, why did you vote to table it?
I voted because I really didn't think South Suburban Land Bank was doing enough in the community with homes. They were doing the commercial properties, but mainly I decided to go with BP Capital, and because of the fact that they were going to they were going to work at putting home owners in where investors put renters.
Okay.
Now, I have nothing against renters, but that's our biggest problem in this community is people need to have a stake in the community. They need to have an investment in the community, because you get a lot of landlords that don't live here and they don't care. They put anybody in a property, and you need more police. It just makes crime worse. It does a lot. And I'm not saying that all renters are bad people. I'm saying people with a stake in the game is
and more vested. I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with that at all.
BP Capital was working at homeowners.
As well. I got you, and I agree with you. I absolutely agree that home ownership brings stability, and it possibly brings more investment. My challenge to all of you that disagree with that is to go back to the land bank, and you have a duty to this village to do that. You research one company, and I don't know how much research you did on them, because there is no history on them. In fact, I did my own. But I do have to say this, because I really am tired and I got to go home. In terms of voting Trustee Stubbs as committee chair and including Trustee Henyard as a committee member, got the same makeup, same dynamics. I really understand why this has to happen unless there's some more transparency that you all are saying to us tonight. Because it's apparent to me there's an agenda. I don't care what any of you all say. There's an agenda. Why do you need to be above housing? How much do you even know about housing? Is that your background? Please tell me, because I want to know.
I know a lot about housing.
Please tell me about it.
Okay. Because you have other people there, you can phone me, or I can phone you.
Okay.
And
tomorrow, definitely.
Tomorrow, it would have to be tomorrow evening. Okay?
Okay.
Call me. I have a.
I'm having oral surgery tomorrow, so we'll talk on Wednesday, for sure. I'm having oral surgery, so I know I'm not going to want to talk tomorrow. But Wednesday I will.
Okay, thank you.
Is that all I have? I'm going to let somebody else talk because it is late.
I'm going to say this in regards to the BP Capital issue and them wanting me to sign over the deeds to those properties. Now, I've spoken with a couple of people who are investors that say they gave BP Capital money. And that's not home ownership. That's a flip. And the second gentleman here behind Mr. Ted is going to tell you his involvement in history with BP Capital, and it wasn't with homeowners.
Can I just make one last comment? I got to go. I wish that when you guys go through these line items that you consider some of the voices that you heard from the audience out here tonight, the residents that sat here and listened to you go back and forth. Consider that, because we are the people that you're working for. This is not about you all. This is about what's best for this village. And I don't think it's best for this village to remove certain people in position that are making things happen and making changes happen. You all cannot do this self-serving stuff, and if that's not what you're doing, perception is 99.9% of what's true, and that's what I'm perceiving from all of you. Not all of you, I take it back, but from some of you, that you want this agenda to move your way, and you're not considering the people who pay the taxes here. And you pay taxes too, but the taxes are paid by these people that are sitting here along with myself. And I am going home. Have a great evening. I hope you vote your conscience and not just follow the devil you know.
One of the residents here mentioned karma. So I'm just going to make this statement that the people here that vote to cause unemployment to some of these employees here for the village, that will put them in an unemployment line, guess what? In 7 to 9 months, you'll be able to unemploy some of these people that unemployed them. So, pay attention here. Pay attention here tonight. And if they don't hear you tonight, they'll certainly hear you on election day. Go ahead, Ted.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for calling me Mr. Ted. Earlier, when Trustee Muhammad read his legalese, he had some trouble reading it too. I'd like to ask a question. How many people up front, trustees, are lawyers? Anyone a lawyer? I know the lawyers who are up there, but they don't vote. And I was told a long time ago, if you're asked to sign something or vote on something that a lawyer wrote, consult a lawyer before you do anything. And I had, when the table to motion was made, I said, hey, that's good. They'll table it, and then they'll be able to study it and vote on it some other time. But then the table to motion, or the motion to table, was passed, so it was tabled. So it wasn't tabled, and you voted on it. Now, I know that many other government agencies, the legislative branch, has rules where you can't vote on something unless it's been sent to the people who have to vote a certain period before the vote is taken so it can be studied. And then I asked for a parliamentarian question. Now, both those times, I just asked them out, the questions out. And the police officer said if I had another outburst like that, she would eject me from this meeting. So now I'd like to ask another question. How many of you really knew and were able to read and understand that motion that was made and constructed by an attorney? That's a question I'd like the trustees to answer. And did the way Mr. Muhammad read it, did he actually understand it? Now, can the parliamentarian answer my question? Does this body have any rules on how soon before the vote or how far before the vote something has to be given to the voters so they have time to digest it and look at it and assume its value?
No comment, Mr. Ted.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I can only tell you, Mr. Vickers, that the board has passed an ordinance setting forth the committee of the whole, which I'm sure many of you have attended in the past, typically on the third Monday of the month, or the second meeting of the month when the board is in regular session, so that items that are to be voted on are considered at the committee of the whole and then voted on at the next regular board meeting. So there would be a discussion meeting and a regular voting meeting of those items. However, there are no rules that require the board to follow that procedure. It's at the board's option. So typically I ask for materials from the trustees by Tuesday before the meeting, last Tuesday, and some of them I got and were sent to the trustees on Thursday, and much was not provided.
Was what Mr. Muhammad presented at that time?
No, I believe I made copies of that this evening.
Oh, that's what I thought I saw, but, I'm getting old and my eyes sometimes deceive me, so I just wanted to make sure.
All right. Like the mayor already alluded to, my topic is about BP Capital. Y'all want the long version or the short version? I'm trying to get out of here too. The truth, though, in 2016, I came across some money from two of my relatives passing away, and I vowed that I'll do the right thing with the money. Bought a couple of cribs in Harvey, I was doing fine. Then my real estate agent introduced me into his friend, Don Meadows. So that was on Halloween. And 2 days later, they were sweating me for the check. I didn't even have enough chance. I didn't have enough time to consult a lawyer, nothing. It was like, where you at? So, I wrote them the check in 2 days with some properties out in Markham, Illinois. And it's been 2 years, and I ain't got not one deed yet. And it's been hell ever since. I've got no cooperation at all from Markham. And Markham, just feels so sorry for me. And they telling me that I need to get my money back. And if anything, come to them and ask to buy the properties from them or something like that.
Now, we had a discussion in regards to this. Just tell them how much you gave BP Capital.
I don't even want to say it, but it was enough to buy a brand new Cadillac Escalade.
No, I saw the check. Why don't you just tell them? Just be straight. Tell them how much you gave them and you didn't get anything. You didn't get anything.
I'm embarrassed,
Okay, $80,000. $80,000. That's the history for BP Capital. $80,000.
That was my life savings, basically. And I feel like raising in the son, when the son inherited the money, then he done, come on. But it's been 2 years and people will be like, so why didn't you say something earlier? And I'm sitting at home watching a public access channel when I seen the board meeting and I heard BP Capital. So I'm like, oh, well, at least they somebody for real. But I could never come up here and give a testimony because I didn't know either way. Have I been bamboozled or is this just the process? But it's been 2 years. And every time I text them every single day and it's okay tomorrow. Okay, we working on. Okay, we finna do this. Oh, but it's 2 years.
It's 3 years. I think that I looked at the date on the check. It was 2015. 16. But the deed, something was signed in 2015. The demolition lien, I think it was.
Contracts or something like that. And I'm a citizen of Dolton. I'm watching the public access channel and seeing their name on the flyers like, wait a minute, wait. I know people that won't let $100 slide, let alone what he just told y'all what I gave up.
Certified check for $80,000. So that's another reason to consider another source of development for these properties.
Well, I feel your pain, and I hope that this board will reconsider getting rid of BP Capital off of what you just stated. They got to listen to the residents. You are a Dolton resident, and someone walked away with $80,000 of your money. So if that ain't nothing to look at, they need to really reevaluate what we do up here, because I don't want that to happen to any other resident in the village of Dolton. So sorry for your loss, but if anything we could do to help, I'm all in.
And I'm going to say this, the trustee Henyard voted for BP Capital, but since then has did the research and found the fact that, in regards to reparability, seems to be lacking. Thanks, Mr. Dorsey.
Welcome.
Good evening. Come as a resident tonight. I'm going to talk to a lady I used to call Mama. Trustee Stubbs, look at me when I'm talking to you. Please. Don't act like you don't ignore me, because I have a lot to tell about you. And we used to sit in your room, in your house, and how you came against you because I said, why are you in the bed with Muhammad? Why are you in the bed with Pearson? Mama, what's the outcome? What did you tell me? What did you tell me? I asked you about BP Capital. Why would you take an organization out because you said they were ran by who? Forgive my language. Racist slurs against the ethnical group that they need to get out of here because they're doing nothing? And I told you they do more for me than any of you? But yet, I want to know. BP Capital. Den, trustee, I love you. I came to you from my heart, sweetie, when we got out here for you and pushed my tail off of y'all and prayed that y'all would do the right thing. And you sit up here. You the angel of this book. I didn't hold nothing against you, but you sit up here. And you know that woman dirty. I used to listen to her talk about Joyce Myers, the Bible, all that. Trustee Jen, I just want the truth here tonight. I'm coming as a resident and I'm coming as a homeowner. I have nothing else to say but the truth. I always talk help, but I'm sick of it. Because we pouring our souls out here. We giving our all. And y'all sitting up here playing with us like it's nothing. You let that woman tell you, say it's okay. Don't you do this. Don't you do that. And you sit in the back so that really don't run nobody. She stepped out her body and she's not acting right. I just want to know one thing. If you giving BP Capital 600 houses and we in $1 million deficit, right? Let's just say we charge what? Let's just say we charge $2,000 per house. Ain't that a good investment for anybody? $2,000, $4,000. That gives us $1.5 million that we just say we'll give it away, or we'll pay trustees, or we'll pay their lawyers. You know what, y'all? It's a shame, but ain't nothing we can do. That's why you can sit up there, Muhammad, so cool, so relaxed, bro. It ain't nothing we can do. We messed up. We trusted you. I messed up, but I won't do it again. But I can tell you what, y'all all live in Dolton, right? I have 20 people outside of your house every day protesting until you leave this land.
That's a threat. Good evening, everybody. I won't be long, but I would like to say one thing. The old saying say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That was wrong, what you all did to Trustee Hinton. I can say for myself, she go all out. Thank you. Over beyond. She goes all out. Anything you call her and ask her to do, she will help you. Now, I don't see no reason. You ain't gonna get nobody to run the house better than Trustee Hinton. And number one is, everybody up there should think for themselves. Don't let nobody dictate to you what you do. Everybody looking at Muhammad, waiting for him to tell him what to do. That is not what we voted you in there for. Let everybody sit on their own bottom. The board is messed up because the blind cannot lead the blind, and they're trying to do it. So when the next election? I'm going to wear out one pair of gym shoes and put on another one.
Hallelujah.
Come on.
Wow. Whew. How y'all doing, board, mayor, trustees, residents of Dolton? I came up here to speak a couple of things. I'm not a resident of Dolton, but it's a lot of concerns. I'm a contractor for Dolton. Been here a couple of years. I'm one of the grass contractors, D&T. When y'all couldn't afford us last year, we had a meeting with I called Tiffany, and she spoke with, I think Muhammad was there, Pearson was there, but 3 trustees can be in the room, so one left. I think Pearson left. And we spoke, and they were like, Dean, what can we do to keep your company and the other companies here? Because they got rid of fatherly blessings. And I'm like, well, Tiff, I don't mind doing free work because I work for a lot of villages. And but she's like, no, we don't want you to do nothing for free. Can we agree on a certain amount? And the amount was real low, but I have so much business, I'm willing to give back because I got family in Dolton. So I said, okay, Tiff, I can do it. So we came to agreement, 2 contractors, me and L'Oreal, for a certain amount. We had a budget. Each month we can't go over that budget. I never went over the budget. If I do went over budget, it's a charity. Like it's a lady on Chicago Road right now, 95 years old in Dolton. She got a couple of tickets for grass. I cut it for free. I told the village, don't bill her. She's 95 years old. So just go, my guys cut it. I didn't charge the village. But the point is, Tiff do a lot for the village. And them getting rid of her, I mean, at this point, me and Pierce had words at the last board meeting. So I might not be here next year. But I guarantee you, when we get our new trustees on the board, I'll be back. Because it's a lot of things I see. I'm a commissioner somewhere. I'm not going to say where I'm at. But South Land Bank do us justice where we at. And like that lady said, you don't think you pick up a phone and say, hey, we want you to focus on residential, commercial. I guarantee you they do it. I promise they do it. They do good for us. We don't got no problems with them. But I just had to come up here and speak because it just bothered me to see the board argue like this, just like we in another village or city, I'm going to say. I'm not going to say what city, and they do the same thing. We're supposed to get along. Where I'm at, we all get along on our board. And Tiff, what I'm saying, I hope they do keep on the board. But if any residents need me in Dolton, once they fire me, I'm not going to fire me. But if they need me, I got you. It's no problem, I promise. I don't even care about the contract no more because that's hurtful what they did to you. I'm serious. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hello, and it's been a long night, and my auntie and uncle sent me as I grew up out here, so I remember it always was a saying, it takes a village. And to see, black people broke up like this. Conyers, Georgia was like this at one point. And black people got together. Now you can't buy a house in Conyers, Georgia under $1 million. I know because I own one. So my auntie specifically set me up here with my brother to tell y'all as residents of Dolton. She's been out here 60 years. She's like, look, I need you to go up there and tell them people, stop playing with us. I need you to go up there and tell them people, stop allowing the stalling of houses being invested in this community because our money is being lost. They're not invested as heavy as we being invested in because we on our way out. So we need to make sure that this goes on to the next family member. I'm the next family member. So Trustee Muhammad and the other three to keep voting for BP Capital. I don't understand, and the young brother just left. He said 428 properties at 10K is 4.2 million, and at 15K is 6.4 million. And y'all trying to sue the mayor so y'all people can get the properties for free. I don't understand. Y'all were voted in by the people of Dolton. So why aren't y'all fighting to get him to sell the properties to BP Capital? If BP Capital should bring some capital to Dolton, Illinois to buy property. Y'all arguing over stuff in it's property here, it's money in this village. Y'all shouldn't be giving away anything. My auntie specifically told me to come up here and say, don't give nobody nothing for free when we had to buy our houses. Didn't nobody give us nothing free. So if you're losing money in the city, it's because y'all trying to sue somebody, y'all trying to sue this man, the mayor, to give y'all people the property for free. And just in case y'all don't know what just happened, they just monopolized housing in Dolton, Illinois by putting her over housing because she votes for the 4. So now they ain't got to do nothing. They don't have to have no argument. Once they sue the mayor and the mayor loses that, now all the property has to be signed off immediately to BP Capital. Now BP Capital becomes strong. This happens everywhere. Would it happen in the city? It don't happen in the city. It happened in Conyers, Georgia. We sued everybody on the board, and if y'all not careful, the Fed's gonna be in here. FBI, IRS. So I don't know what y'all doing, but y'all giving away the source of the fund of money in this village. Right now, y'all arguing with the mayor about giving away properties free. I have never in my life heard anything like that. So I don't know what y'all doing. I don't know how far, but mayor, fight. The rest of the trustees, y'all were voted in by the people. Trustees, somebody we can trust. I don't know what y'all doing. I was about to leave, and my auntie called me and said, I don't see you on the camera, son. Where you at? So I hate that this happened to this young sister. I just met her, and I hate that happened, but what y'all doing is putting on the committee to do the same thing y'all doing right now to keep voting out. I'm not going to hold y'all, but BP Capital has to invest in this village. They say they got capital. Prove it.
Right.
Allow some other investors to come into the village to invest in this property. Allow the residents to buy homes in this property. It happened in Conyers, Georgia, and it can happen in Dolton, Illinois. I don't really have nothing to say. Good luck.
Some of the properties that they're taking are properties that need very little renovation. They're not taking the properties that's been abandoned for 10 or 15 years that we really need to get rid of. They're taking the recently foreclosed houses that people have lost, unfortunately, and they putting a lower amount of money to do the rehab. I mean, the minimum amount of money to do the rehab to sell these houses, and these houses are going to sell for over $100,000.
Yeah, or more.
Over $100,000. Now, I'm going to say this, and we're happy about this. Is that here's an article in Crane's magazine talking about Dolton.
Yes, it is.
And the young lady mentioned earlier, and she's left since then, she said she was a real estate investor, the property values are going down. Absolutely not. Crane's is a national magazine.
Yes, it is.
And they're actually saying here, put your money in Dolton.
Yeah.
Because you're going to get the highest return at any of these south suburbs here. So that's why BP Capital is here. Why shouldn't we enjoy some of the wealth that they're getting ready to enjoy in?
That's right.
And if you take 10 houses that you sell for over $100,000, that's $1 million. That's $1 million. So why shouldn't we, or why should we, to say, okay, BP Capital, go ahead and get rich?
That's right.
Because at our insistence, at our being deprived. But here's the other part. And just as the gentleman said, we give the property to BP Capital, and then we wipe out all the water bills that were owed for those properties, and then we wipe out all the tickets that was issued for those properties, and guess who has to pay the water bill?
The city.
So we're talking about not just giving the property away, we're talking about wiping out all the delinquencies on those properties. Where do we value from this? And you're talking about, well, it gets back on the tax rolls. 2 years from now, when they have cultivated millions of dollars, and you're talking about carte blanche giving all the abandoned properties to one developer. You know, why can't you take some of these dilapidated houses that we boarded up and we have to keep boarding up and squatters move into them and raccoons and stuff like that? Those are the ones we got problems with. Why can't you take them houses? Not one. Not one. And I want to get you a list of the 18 properties that they want title to. And I want you to drive by those properties and take a look at them. They're the cream of the crop of the abandoned properties of the list that they got.
Mr. Mayor, I want to ask also, why isn't there a public list of how many abandoned properties in Dolton, Illinois, and why isn't that list privy to every resident in Dolton? We don't know how many properties are abandoned. We don't know. It's a lot of older people out here that are letting their taxes go because they're in their later years. There's no assistance for that. And people like BP Capital get on people like that, and they take their property. And we got people calling every day because my auntie always got something to say, so she always calling me. I'm letting you know right now, auntie, you always calling. So she telling me, listen, go out there, listen to, and she right, I'm upset. As a future resident of Dolton, I ain't going. September, y'all gonna have to run of y'all life because we got some people gonna run. Brother, you get ready. I promise y'all. We from Chicago. We vote people in.
Hello, everyone. My name is Naomi LaPresto, and I'm the person that keep texting you and you don't answer. And I'm the person that keep calling you. You're the person that I keep calling, you never answer. I text you, you don't answer. So that's why I said to you, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I ask you to stop giving out your number if you're not going to answer people, okay?
Okay, well, I apologize if I didn't answer or respond to you.
Okay. Next of all, I wanted to find about levy. If we weren't giving the money to the water to Chicago, how would that money have been used?
It's been used for the general fund.
And when you say general funds?
It's been used as, when we came into the office, all the funds was commingled.
Okay.
So whatever came in went out to pay different stuff and special activities, things like that. Now, one of the things that I thought that had happened, and we had discussed this with our old village manager, was to segregate accounts. Money comes in for the water, goes in the water account, and we pay our water bill with that, and the bill is with the city of Chicago. Comes in for sewage, goes in that account, comes in for tickets, goes in that account. So ideally, we should have separate accounts for everything and use the money that we've collected for the payment of certain items that should be paid for.
So why would you take money for tickets and get it from the Dorchester? Dorchester has always been a headache.
Yeah. And going back a little bit, two of the things that when I came into office I wanted to address, that was the Melanie Fitness Center and the Dorchester. Our two biggest assets, but also our two biggest liabilities. And we had a substantial offer for the Dorchester.
I know.
And it was voted down by the board.
I know.
And today, it has nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with it. And today, we've practically given the Dorchester away.
Yes, I know.
And maintaining that Dorchester, it wasn't self-supportive, maintaining that Dorchester, and you heard the attorney say tonight what it costs to maintain the Dorchester and the Melody Fitness Center.
We're going to do the same thing with the Melody. It's going to keep on traveling until it's going to get in somebody else's hand. And I think it's going to be Zion.
Yes.
I hate to say that.
Oh, yeah.
But it's leading towards Zion. And they have just about everything. And they're going to get everything because that's what they want to do with it.
Yeah.
My next question is, why is it that when I get my water bill has only about 4 numbers on it?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't I have a complete reading? Why is it that I cannot compare from the last reading to the next reading?
I don't know. I can't. Janice, please. I don't know. I'm not sure, but I think to take the last 4 numbers.
No, it's not the last 4. It can't be the last 4 numbers.
Okay. Janice, there's a question here. Maybe you can
and
answer.
My bill is still estimated. And I paid $150 to have a box put outside my home so that when someone comes to do the reading, they can automatically see what the reading is.
Right.
There's no way I should be receiving an estimated reading.
You're exactly right. I'm going to say that I'm not sure what zone you're in.
And that's another thing. Why? People need to be educated as to. Wait a minute, Mayor. People need to be educated as to what a zone is.
Okay.
And what time and what month or what year or what time that zone is going to be actually dealt with.
Okay.
You could tell me anything. I'm a layman. You guys may be understanding that, but I don't understand what a zone is and when it's going to be affecting.
You just asked me about 5 questions.
Yes.
I hope I can remember them all. That's why I wanted to stop you at the first one.
Okay.
Okay. And that's why I called Janice out. Janice is very familiar with what's going on, and so is Pat here. But to say this, and I'm not sure what district you're in and why you continue to get the estimated bill, but we just had a termination of a water department employee that was responsible for reading meters, and I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Janice, for the last 2 reading periods of that district, he had no readings. And estimated bills had to go out. And I'm not sure if that you were in the district that was affected.
It was 667 Ann Street.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure, and I don't want you to give your address out.
Oh, that's okay. Visit me anytime.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
but at any rate, we can find out if you get with Janice exactly what went on and what happened. Okay. What was the next question? You wanted to get educated on
the zones. Someone, and I want to ask.
And I said zones, but they call them districts.
Okay.
So they can also give you the time and when those districts are red and when the bills should go out.
Will they be at the next meeting?
No, we can do it. We don't have to wait till the next meeting.
Oh, really? Okay.
No, we don't have to wait till the next meeting. If you want to come in tomorrow, or next day, whenever, call Janice or whatever you want to do. Whether you want to come in physically or call on the phone, she can give you an explanation of that. Now, what was the next question?
Oh, I don't even remember. Why is it I have this box outside and you're not reading it? I mean, you told me because somebody misread it. And another thing, why did you hire a water person, someone else to do the water, take care of the water for us? And I never did get the full understanding as to what was the purpose of hiring that person.
I don't understand your question.
Okay, there was someone that you hired that was supposed to deal with the water.
Yeah, a director in the water department, yes.
Okay, so why can't we get it privatized so somebody can actually handle it?
Let me tell you something. I just had a meeting with a company that wants to buy our water system.
I don't really see why not, because you can't get the billing right.
Now.
That's okay. I'd rather for it to go a whole 2-3 years to get it together, and then after you don't need them anymore, and you can put people in that can actually learn. They don't know what they're doing.
So at any rate, when you want to privatize the water system, they're looking for long-term contracts, like 30, 50 years.
Okay.
And if you go in that route, sure, we can get a lot of money up front because, like they sold the Skyway in the city of Chicago. So the Skyway and privatize it on, I think it was a 90-year or 100-year contract. The fees for the Skyway went from $2 to $5.
Okay, so why wouldn't we hire someone from Chicago to come in and get our billings, help us get our billing together?
So let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
You suggested hiring a private company to maintain our water system or sell our water system. You think your rates are high now? You can count on it and bet on it. They would either double or triple.
I understand that too.
Because they're going to have to find a way to recover that money that they pay us for the water, for privatization. Now, getting back to rates also, we're one of the lowest villages in the south suburbs in regards to water rates. And I'm going to say every town has a problem or issue with water. Every town. Don't think there's a bunch of Cadillac towns out there that don't have issues with water. It's a big issue because there's only a certain amount of towns or municipalities that actually sell water to these smaller villages. In our case, it's the city of Chicago. So, at any rate, to expedite things a little bit quicker, I'm going to refer you to Janice.
Okay.
And she can help you.
Can I say one more thing?
Sure.
Before she tell me, if that's the problem as far as the trying to privatize, because you see in the future maybe you can get someone from Chicago that is more educated about how to run the system or get the system to work. Could you hire that person, or could you get that person to?
I can't hire anybody.
Oh. Well, will the trustees take that into consideration due to the fact that we actually need to get the money together? Mayor, I was so upset. I didn't want to pay you $351.
You didn't pay me.
I didn't want to pay City of Dolton $351.
Yeah.
Because I was so upset because I'm concerned because I don't know what part of my bill is estimated so far.
Yeah.
For a while, it looked like you were just putting A's on it just to say it was actual.
Well, some of the residents have received estimated bills for so long, and I want an accurate reading. I want them physically read, and they go out and they read it, and the bill is much more than what they were estimated at because.
But if you put the right numbers down, sir, if you put down what the actual reading on a meter is, I think that'd be much, much better
And I
than putting 4 numbers down. I don't know what number that's from. I don't even know what it's actually saying.
I agree with you because, as Trustee Mohammed said earlier, as far as the water bills have been uncollected and what's outstanding there, one of my proposals is that we go to monthly water billing, because what it does is it allows the village to get their receivables quicker, and it's more manageable for the resident. If you get a quarterly, we only collect 4 times a year.
Right.
4 times a year. So if, just like your light bill or your gas bill, if you're using, say, $300 in a quarter, and just say you can't pay for that quarter, so it's $300 outstanding. So now you get the next quarter, another 3 months down the road, now it's $600. And if you can't pay the $300, you're certainly not going to pay the $600. What's wrong with, if you're averaging $300 a quarter, what's wrong with getting a $100 bill every month?
Mm-hmm.
And then when it comes to the second month, it's more likely that you're going to pay the $200 or the delinquent amount of $100 than it is more likely for you to pay the $300 or 6 months down the road the $600. So, my thought process is that it's costing us money not to be able to collect our money quicker. So in essence, the village is financing all the outstanding water bills that are out there for it to be collected 4 times a year. Okay. So, I think the board needs to consider whatever we need to put in place to make it more manageable for the residents and to make it more instantaneously for us to collect what's outstanding would be a much better solution for the village and the residents.
So can I call Ms. Stubbs about my tree?
You have to ask Ms. Stubbs about that.
Stubbs, can I call you about my tree? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Get Janice's number before you leave tonight, and she can help you out with. Yes, sir.
Good evening, or good midnight, as close as it is. My name is Marlo Kemp. I'm actually looking to become a resident of Dolton. I have a finance background, and so I have been listening with interest to your conversations around the budget. First, I would like to say to the mayor that actually going to monthly water billing would be a good idea for both the village and the residents. One of the biggest things that I have seen is that sometimes people get leaks. And if you wait for 3 months to allow a leak to continue, all of a sudden the bill is astronomically high. And then you have residents who can't pay it, it's very difficult. They're going back and forth. And here's the thing. The thing is that when that does happen, you all are actually, Dolton has already paid for the water. And so now you're hoping that 3 months later you get a lump sum of money back. That is very difficult to manage for some residents. So if you can go to monthly water billing, that would be a great benefit to the residents here. Now, the other thing is, I'll say this. People say about money that it is a good servant, but a very bad master. And what I mean by that is once your money takes control of you, you're on a downward slope that it is very difficult to recover from, right? It's kind of easy to stop a snowball that is at the top of the hill. It's a lot more difficult to stop a snowball that's heading down the bottom because all of a sudden the problems begin to escalate. I've heard a lot of the back and forth, and I know a lot of people are here saying, here's the things that you have to do, and these cuts and everything are really tough, and they are. But the thing is, you all are facing a fiscal crisis, and there's only 2 ways to resolve it. One is to say, you know what, we're going to have to make some very tough decisions in regards to what we're going to do with the money we have, right? If I have $10 can buy a movie ticket, $10 can buy a McDonald's meal. It can't buy both. So I have to choose whether or not I'm going to go hungry and watch a good movie or whether I'm going to miss a movie and get something to eat. So the thing is, when you have a limited amount of resources, you have to make priorities and say, you know what, this is all I have. And even though I wish I could do everything, with money that I want to do, this is the limited amount I do have. There is nobody here, I would think, who would rather spend a cold winter in Illinois rather than spending 3 months in Hawaii. But if you don't have the money, you know what? Those 3 months in Hawaii just have to wait. And you have to make do with what you have, right? So that's option one. The other option, and this is no matter where people say the money is coming from, or they say what we can do or what we can spend, that money is coming from everybody sitting in this audience. It's coming from you, the taxpayer. because you, the taxpayer, are the ones who have to. So that $8 million that Dolton owes Chicago is $8 million that you owe Chicago, because it's going to come from you. There is this mythical village of Dolton is basically somebody who is a steward of your taxpayer dollars. And so when they say Dolton owes $8 million, it's the residents of Dolton that owes $8 million. You know, the power of a government to tax has got to be one of the most awesome powers anybody could ever have, because a guy can rob me once of $5,000 and get away, but the government gets to take my money legally every single year, and they get to take yours every single year. And so everybody up here, you know, all of the folks, the elected officials up here, owe you, the taxpayer, an explanation of how they're going to spend your money. And right now, times are difficult all over. And the thing is, you can't continue to dig yourself in a hole that you ultimately will not get out of. I mean, so the thing is that you know, I hear about the Melanie and the Dorchester. All of those things have to be able to support themselves without general fund monies. If they can't, then that's telling you that these are not places where government needs to play. Because if you have to continue funneling money into these different entities, then that's less money that you can spend on police protection. That's less money than you could spend on public works, right? That $8 million that is gone, that now has to come back out of the general fund. And if they issue a bond for it, that still comes from you. It just comes from your children or the future residents of Dolton. And now that starts to impact whether people want to come here to live. So what I'm saying is, it is actually time. I mean, and this is just not for Dolton governments, because governments all over are experiencing the same thing. The thing is, there are tough decisions to be made when you have money from the state that isn't coming, you have money from the federal government that's being tightened up. That means that you're going to have to learn how to live within our own means, because if we don't, eventually somebody else will come in. You know, if you don't control your money's going to control you. And that means that, you know, instead of you being able to say what I want to cut, somebody's just going to say your money's gone. And now you're forced to do stuff.
Mr. Kemp, thank you for your comment.
You're welcome.
And I want to get to these two residents here. Thank you. Please.
Good evening, residents and mayor. I still didn't get a full explanation of why Ms. Henyard was removed from housing. Can anybody tell us why? For what reason?
So,
I mean, come on, guys. Can't you give us an answer, at least one answer, please, to something? I mean, there had to be a reason she was removed. I mean...
Because they want to put her on the committee.
Well, I can assume a lot of things, but I want them to tell me why was she removed.
It looks like you're being ignored right now.
Well, I really don't think that's right, that the trustees ignore residents' questions. You know, they answer when they want to. They don't answer when they don't want to. It's just like, I don't care. I'm a trustee. I can do whatever I want to. That is not right of you guys. We voted you in. We voted you in because we trusted you. We thought you was going to be good for this village. That's why we voted you in. You know, and you cannot, as a taxpayer and a resident of Dolton, you just going to ignore my question and not even answer me? I mean, even if you got to make something up, it'll be fine with me. I wouldn't know. So you just rather sit there and ignore me?
Diane, excuse me. It doesn't look like we're getting anywhere. You want to ask another question?
Well, I answer it because I exposed them.
Well,
you know, I'm against VP Capital, and the minute I got to talking about that, now they put on the agenda to remove me as chair. Other than that, what did I do? Nothing.
Well, I kind of figured that's what it was, Tiffany, but I just wanted to hear from you. know, I just wanted to hear, you know, because it seems like we have no say-so over anything that's done in this village. We got one person that's actually running the village and 3 people that are actually voting and going along with whatever this person says. And that's not fair to us as residents, because you're like the young lady said, you're not working on our behalf. Everything you do is personal. It's for your own personal good. And if you ask me about BP Capital, I believe somebody's getting some money.
It ain't the village. Mr. Ted.
I hope this comes out right. It's way past my bedtime.
Yeah.
Usually I take a nap from 8 to 10, and when I wake up at 10, I go to bed and sleep until 8 the next morning.
Yeah.
Is there a trustee who's in charge of the water department? You know, the trustees have different spheres that they're...
Committees. Over there. Let's see.
Pardon me?
Let me see. I think it's Trustee Stubbs.
The mic's not on. I can't hear.
I'm not in charge of the water department. I'm the chairperson for the committee for the water department.
Okay, well, I have a couple of questions. I was sitting under the big tree in front of my house. Didn't have a mint julep that I was sipping on, so I think I saw what I saw. There was someone in a yellow vest walking across the street, knocking on doors or ringing bells. Some people let him in, some didn't. When he got opposite where I was, I went over and I talked to him, and I said, well, what are you doing, even though I knew what he was doing. He was trying to get access to read the water meter in the house. So I went over to him, and I asked him, he told me, and I said, well, when you're finished with this house, come over to my house. I want to talk to you for a minute. He said, okay. He came over to my house, and I said, well, and it was springtime. I said, do you know what these blue paint stripes across the sidewalk mean? And he said, no. I said, well, the water company comes around, or the water department comes around and does that every year, every spring. And if you look, there's a circle, if it's in concrete, of your buffalo box, and the blue stripe of paint is where the water service enters the house. And he said, this is my house, and look at that corner of the house, and what do you see on the driveway side? He said, oh, I see this little box. I said, did anyone ever tell you to look for those little boxes? He said, no, I have no idea what that is. And I said, that is the remote meter for the house, and you can read the water meter setting right there. You don't have to go in the house if that is on the outside of the house. And that way you might be able to read a few more houses during the day. You don't have to wait for someone to let you in, to take you in the house, and to show you. And then I told him, now put that down as my meter reading. You don't have to come into that. And he did. And then 2 weeks later, when I got the water bill, what kind of a bill do you think I received?
Estimated.
Estimated. Okay, so people are billed estimated bills that are less than their regular bill. Then they get a catch-up, and they say, oh, I only pay $120. Why do I have a $300 or $400 bill now? And then they can't pay that, so they have to make time payments. But as we learned earlier, the village can't say, oh, we just want to make time payments. Let's agree to something. It's a legal matter. It's due from the village. So the village has to pay the Chicago water bill, whether the money has come into the village or not. Do you think that's good management?
No, that's why we'd like to go to monthly billing. Monthly billing will, like I said, speed up our receivables, and it will make it more manageable for the resident. You know, and it's going to be a little cost to go to monthly billing, and we're going to have to do the monthly bills every month. But it's far more manageable, and it's far more economical for us to do that, to receive the money quicker.
And those would be remote readings, so you know exactly what the meter says, correct?
Should be. You know, when I was in the city of Chicago a long time ago, you know, Chicago's bills was absolute. I was getting a $60 water bill. I think it was every 6 months. I think it was. I don't remember. And what they did was, there was a lot of houses that was not did not have meters and did not have any way to record the usage. So I got a letter that said, if you don't let us in your house, we're going to turn your water off. So, you know, one of the things that we should do is, if we can, put remote readers out. But the other thing that we're doing is that we didn't qualify for the remote read on the meters, and we're eligible again. There were some discrepancies in the data that was provided to the IEPA, and basically what we would like to do is go to satellite readings of the meters, which would require all the meters to be replaced, and it would get a more accurate reading than if you went actually physical to go do it, or if you could not get into the residents to get an accurate reading. Now, one of the big issues here too is that there are a number of residents, whether it's by design or other, that they don't let the meter readers in intentionally, so they can continue to get an estimated bill at a lower rate. So,
Well, at one time, I know they had these yellow postcards.
Right.
Where the homeowner could read the meter, write it on, and send it to the water company.
That's only if they comply and read the meter and send it in. So, they can get the card all they want, but if they don't put it down and get it to the water department, that's another issue. Now, Mr. T, can I ask you to, and no, this is your second time you've been up.
I'm finished.
Okay. Ms. Creighton, so we can get through this budget. We still have a budget to go through.
I agree. Mayor, trustees, and to the citizens of Dolton. Trustee Pearson, wanted to hear the proposals that Chief Collins was going to present because I'd been here this long, so I felt it was unfair that I not hear. And I'm willing to sit here as long as it takes because we came to hear about, and we're going to address the budget, correct? I wanted to hear the suggestions that Chief Collins had on hiring more police officers or bringing more services to the village of Dolton's citizens. And I also wanted to, this question is addressing the mayor and the trustees. On Saturday, I was at the Park District, Dolton Park District, doing face painting that we do every year. We donate to the park. And there was a young lady that came over to the table where parents were sitting, residents were sitting, waiting for their children's faces to be painted, and they had a petition. I was very disheartened by what she said the petition was for, but I'd like to also this evening ask the attorney, in order to put a referendum on the ballot, is there a cost to us?
No.
There's no cost whatsoever?
No, because the elections are administered by the county.
Okay.
So all the costs associated with printing a ballot, adding items to the ballot are absorbed by the county as part of their function. Once, whether it's a candidate's petition or referendum petition is filed with the local clerk, the clerk's job is to pass it on to the county, and the county does all that.
So it's no cost additional because of that process? Pardon me? Excuse me, so there's no cost to us whatsoever because it is an official election already, correct?
Yeah, it's in conjunction with the gubernatorial election.
Right. So my question and concern to the mayor is that what was the petition really about?
Did you read the petition?
No, Mayor, I didn't want to read the petition because you know what, excuse me, I didn't want to read the petition because, you know what, as long as I've lived in this village and I've gone to other municipalities as well as school board, it just needs to be fair straight across the board. I think I heard some mention here this evening it was to lessen the number of trustees.
Okay, let me say.
I don't know.
I wasn't going to comment on this, but since you brought it up.
Yes.
First of all, I'd like to say that referendums are put on ballots all the time.
I know that. I'm just trying to find out about the cost.
So, the way the current situation, the board sits and talk about the amount of debt we're in, and we need to, save some revenue or gain some revenue. And since the board, the four have decided to give these houses away to BP Capital where we're not getting any revenue, I said, well, let me think about this. We've got a lot of discontent on the board, and you heard many of the residents tonight talk about unity and getting things done. And you also heard tonight about the amount of debt that we're in, and we need to try to figure out a way to create revenue and or watch our spending. You heard Mr. Kemp get up here and say, hey, you can't, and you heard Trustee Muhammad, you can't spend what you don't have. So there are you're allowed to put 3 questions on a ballot.
Okay.
No more than 3 for referendum. So we decided to, I'm quite frank with you, I decided to put 3 questions on the ballot.
Okay.
And in order to get those questions on the ballot, you have to go out to the voters and ask them to sign petitions. In this particular case, we needed 520 signatures to put these referendum questions on the ballot. And I've had a conversation with attorneys prior to us doing this in regards to legality, cost, and when we should do it and how we should do it. So the deadline for filing a referendum was today. And in conversation with legal counsel, we decided that the best way to do it was to do it starting on Friday evening, on the weekend, not show our hand what we were going to do, and not get out there too early and have somebody stop us So we decided to put it out Friday at 5 o'clock. We had 2 days to collect signatures and file it with the clerk this morning. The referendum requires 520 votes based upon 8% of the previous gubernatorial race,
Okay.
which equates to the 520. We gathered close to 1,000 signatures
Okay.
this weekend. Now, our anticipation is that, will this be challenged? Probably. But we feel by going door to door with poll sheets of accurate residents that are registered to vote, we got enough signatures here to be sustained where it will go on the ballot for the gubernatorial race in November. And the 3 questions, since you asked it, was the first question: shall candidates for the president, clerk, and trustee of the Village of Dolton be elected at a nonpartisan general election with no primary election, beginning with the consolidated general election to be held on April 2nd? What that means is that, there's only about 6 or 7 towns or villages in Cook County that have primaries. One of them is Dolton's. Out of all the elections of all these villages and municipalities, there's only 6 that has primaries. What that does is it costs the county over $100,000 to have a primary election, because you got to pay the election judges, you got to put voting machines on, things like that. So what we thought is, especially with a trustee race without a mayor, was going to be a low turnout, that we only require our residents to come out one time and vote. On occasions like this, where there's no major election, where there's going to be low turnout, why bring the residents out twice? Because some residents say, well, I didn't think that I had to vote in the primary, or I voted in the primary, why do I have to go back 8 weeks later and vote again? So we putting this on the ballot and asking the residents, are they satisfied, or do they want to just have one election, or they want to continue to have a primary election where they have to come out twice? Second question is, shall the Board of Trustees of the Village of Dolton be comprised of 4 members rather than 6, with all 4 trustees to be elected beginning at the consolidated general election held on April 2nd? Now, they talk about saving money. 2 trustees, if we reduce this board by 2 trustees, automatically saves $200,000 over a 4-year term. They get paid $25,000 a year, times 4, that's $100,000 per trustee. Now, also, most of the trustees up here have insurance by the village. Now, depending on what type of insurance you have, it can be as high as $30,000 premium, which they pay no premium for the insurance. It could be as high as $30,000 a year per trustee to be insured by this village to cost the residents. Now, if you take 4 years at $30,000, that's $120,000, one trustee. So you take an additional trustee at the same rate, that's $240,000. Now you add $240,000 plus a $200,000 salary, we're talking about saving this village close to $500,000. And not only the savings of the $500,000, but let me tell you this. It's going to bring some accord and unity to this village.
How is that going to happen?
Pardon me?
How is that going to happen?
Because we're going to elect some people that's about the business, that take the consideration of the residents right here. So, and if that doesn't happen, the village still saves $500,000.
Also, Mayor.
Now, I'm going to say, let me finish, because you asked me to explain it.
Oh, I'm listening.
Let me finish. The same thing was done in Country Club Hills, where there were 10 aldermen, and it was cut down to 5, and it saved $1 million a year.
And we're saying going from 6 to 4.
Yes.
And would that give you a controlling factor as far as the votes is concerned?
How does it give me a controlling factor when there's still 4 trustees?
Excuse me, I am thinking, and that's why I made the statement.
Yeah. How is it giving me the controlling factor when there's still 4 trustees, and the 4 trustees right here vote?
I understand that, but
so it doesn't give me a controlling factor.
But what I'm asking you, Mayor, that if you cut down the number, by you having 4 trustees, say that vote called for, how you sometimes get the opportunity to vote, and a negative, right?
What do you mean a negative?
When you get a chance to say, what does the mayor say? Aye. If it comes to that count, does that help with your voting process?
No, because on situations where there has to be a unanimous vote, like it's tonight, we had the wireless facility vote that was mandated by the state. You need a unanimous vote to do that. That board voted that way. So in those situations, it's still going to be the same. Just as today, if we take these 2 trustees that never get a chance to go along with the other 4, same thing. It's the same thing. But even if the board is in the same position that it's in today, that votes against me, that want to leave the situation today where I don't have any power or anything, it still saves the village $500,000. Now you want to talk about we don't have any money, we can't figure out a way to generate any revenue. Why not save $500,000? If we're going to fight,
then why don't we eliminate everybody? Excuse me, there can be a referendum also.
Why not?
That was a conversation
Put it on the board.
before.
Put it on the board.
Exactly.
Put
it on the ballot.
I'm sorry. Get your petitions
Right.
out.
Exactly.
And put it out there. However, you won't be able to do it for this race because
Oh, I know. No. I know that
Yeah.
because it was a conversation before.
Yeah.
And
so
also,
let me talk about the third one.
Okay.
The third one is, shall the terms of office of village trustee for Village of Dolton be limited to such that no person may serve more than 2 consecutive 4-year terms. Now, this is just like the president. They can only serve 2 terms.
That's right.
Okay. Now, I'm going to say this. Even though we got these 1,000 signatures, we are pretty assured that this is going to be on a referendum, be on the ballot as a referendum. Now, the signatures that we got were the signatures to place it on the ballot.
Correct.
This does
That's what
not.
she said.
This does not
Guarantee.
have them to vote on these particular items until when they vote yes or no on these items.
Yes.
It's going to be the majority.
Right.
It's either majority yes or it's majority no. And then from that point on, whatever it is, if it's no, it will not appear on the April ballot. If it's yes,
then it will appear.
It will appear on the April ballot. And correct me if I'm wrong, John. Okay. It will appear on the ballot. And how do people vote on it? Because ultimately, the people have the right in the decision making on who sits up here.
That's
and whether or not they want 4 people sitting up here to save $500,000, or they want 6 people up here spending that $500,000 that's going to be fighting, arguing, stuff like that. So in thinking about this and putting this out here like this and asking people to sign for it, I think that there is a consensus that the people want better government and want to save money, and they want the opportunity again to put the right people up here.
Well, my concern was on Saturday that the ladies that were approached, they didn't understand what it was about.
Yeah.
So I was very upset that the petition was going around, and I don't think it just started then. I think I heard some rumor about it several meetings ago. But here's my next question.
Let me answer that.
Yes.
If you heard rumors about it, it wasn't from us.
Okay.
Because there was 3 people that knew about this. Me and 2 attorneys. Okay? And it was... You know why? Because we didn't want any leaks.
I understand.
We didn't want any leaks. That's why we started at 5 o'clock on Friday night. We knew it was a heck of a task to get those many signatures in 2 days. But what it is a testament of these residents saying, I'm tired of this crap. I'm tired of this crap. Why should we spend an extra $500,000 and still go through this crap? So even if that's the sentiment of the voters when they come to the polling places, so be it.
It's up to the voters. My next question, someone someone made mention of the Dorchester funds. Have we finished receiving the balance of the Dorchester funds?
As far as I know, no.
I think we've mentioned before the total price was 2.6. We've received 2, and the last $600,000 we're working through an agreement dealing with water billing going forward. And we've got a draft of an agreement out to them. Hopefully we'll get this thing handled in the next month or so.
Okay, because you guys told me when I asked the question before that it would be, we would receive the final, all that money's in June.
Yeah, we've had disagreements with them, and we've gone back and forth in negotiations.
So is there a set date or no?
Not yet, because we haven't signed this final agreement yet, but the drafts are going back and forth.
Thank you so much. And I'd like to say to every trustee up there that my trust is in you because I voted on you, whether it was good, bad, or indifferent. I understand the legalistic of the 4 votes. I understand that under parliamentary rules of order and under governance rules that you're doing what you have to do. So until the next election, you are, and I'm hoping, praying that you're making, all of you are making the best decision. And I am for the invest in Dolton, and I'll just hold on to that.
All right, Ms. Christian, and just for your clarification and information, we asked permission to circulate the petitions on park property. And we
Cleo said that it was fine, but
right.
My thing was that,
Yeah. So before we even start circulating that, we asked permission. We got permission to do that.
Good morning, good evening. I'm Robert Hunt.
Good morning.
I picked a great meeting to come to. This is probably a very long meeting.
You're used to those. You know, we had them.
But one question I do have, wanted to get the opinions of the other trustees and the mayor. One of the questions on the referendum is that it's term limits for everyone but the mayor and the clerk. We're just trying to get an understanding, how do the trustees feel about that? Try and get just an explanation, why did you put term limits on everyone but yourself and the clerk? What's the rationale for that? And that's it. I mean, I really didn't want to get up, but then when you started explaining, you brought it up.
Yeah.
That's because I don't know.
Well, I've seen how some of the trustees have done things to benefit themselves. So, when I decided to run for mayor, I didn't think it was going to be like this. I thought I could help the village of Dolton, and I thought that, and I'll be honest with you, both terms you was on the ticket. The current trustees now have been on the ticket, and I haven't had the support after y'all got elected. So, I decided to let the residents decide if it should be term limits. Now, if someone chooses to put a referendum on the ballot in April and say, you know what, this term the mayor and this term the clerk, I'm good with that. Because ultimately, who's going to decide that are the residents. So if the residents say, Mayor, we tired of you, we ain't voting you back in, I'm good with that. I can go retire somewhere and I ain't going to stay up at night and get them phone calls and stuff like that. I'm good with that, because ultimately that's who we serve. This ain't my seat, and I've said it before. It's your seat. And the residents, the registered voters that choose to take an interest and are concerned about their village, they make the determination as to who sit here. And just for your information, I think that by passing those referendums out and the number of signatures that we got in 2 days is a testament, again, I'm going to say this, to how the residents really feel here. Because if we had a week to do petitions, I'm telling you, we would have 3,000 signatures.
But just the history, you did this before last time. I think you had about 300 valid signatures when you did that to recall me, Tiffany. So
yeah.
we seen this before. I hope you didn't hire the same people again to get the same signature.
We didn't hire.
The last time you had I already know who you hired.
We didn't hire anybody, and let me tell you this. The residents spoke and they put you out of office. Okay? So all your hopes, they should
I'm just saying the petition. You last time you said you had the valid signatures. You said that last time when you tried to do the recall, and you had about 300 valid signatures, and I think you turned in about 1,300.
I'm saying.
So I wanted.
I'm saying this is that we know we got the valid signatures out.
Okay.
And if I recall, last time when you put all those untruthful statements out, I was making $134,000 a year and all that other stuff. You survived that recall, but you didn't survive the important election. So I hope that answers your question.
And then and the other part was, how do the trustees feel about that? The current mayor is putting term limits on your seat. Do you think that's good, or?
I didn't put term limits on. I didn't put term limits.
Well,
the residents are going to decide that. I didn't put it. I just asked them the question.
Okay. You purposely exclude yourself, but put term limits on everyone else but yourself.
I did not put term limits on them. The residents will decide it. I just put the question out there.
I know. You put the question out that there be term limits on everyone except for your seat. Is that the way you want me to word it?
No, it's not everyone but my seat. Because
I'm sorry, your seat and the clerk's seat. You put term limits on. You put a question out there for residents to put term limits on every seat but yourself and the clerk. Now, my question is now to the other trustees: if you let them get an opportunity to speak, how do they feel about that?
Well, yeah, I'll address this if nobody want to say nothing. But I think if he gonna put it for one, it should have went for all. So if you're gonna put term limits on myself, because that's how I took it, because I'm the one that will have 2 terms. The mayor will have 2 terms as well, so he should have added himself included, and so will Mary Kay. But currently he just went after the trustees. So I have a problem with it, but I don't, because all they're gonna do is just push me to run for mayor, because I can't run for trustee again. So either way, with me, it doesn't matter.
But we know,
Yeah,
what's good about the democratic process is that anybody can run for anything. Unless there's some restrictions in regards to your felon or different things like that. And I know Trustee Henyard has aspirations to be the mayor, and that's great.
Not really. I'm really gonna run for some county, but okay.
Yeah.
Okay, since you want me to.
Yeah, that's great. But ultimately, in some cases it's a popularity contest, but ultimately it's up to the residents to decide who they want to see. Whatever it is. We got the Me Too movement moving forward. A lot of women are getting elected and different things like that. And things are done in regards to kind of fads. This time it could be women. The next time it could be, a different party or something like that. But you make the decision, and you have to get to the polls and make that decision. So.
Well, I'll chime in too, Trustee. The mayor and I did speak on this after the petitions were out. I was in disagreement with term limits in general. So my thought is the term limit is the election decides it. However, as the mayor pointed out, it is up to the residents. So the question's out there, the residents will make the decision.
And see, the other thing is fact that if these pass, if the residents say yes, all these trustees on this board is going to have to run again in April. Okay? So some of the trustees, they got a 4-year term, voted in for a 4-year term. they got to run again. And you will get a chance to make a decision on some of the trustees that have been won the election and it's kind of like taking a second look in midterm. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. Trustee Henyard is a popular trustee. Mm-hmm. She's the eldest trustee here, and we've had our fights. And I mentioned this earlier, that I still don't agree with some of the things that she's voted on, and likewise with me. Mm-hmm. But we have two newly trustees here, Trustee Denton, Trustee House. I fully support Trustee House. When I put a slate together for the election, he's going to be on it. And he's going to get reelected because the people like him. You know? So all we need to do...
I don't have any... I'm going to sit down.
Okay, thank you. All we need to...
Any other trustee you want to chime in and take all this fair?
Thank you for cutting me off, Trustee.
Anyone else want to chime in on that?
So at any rate, he's going. You know, I think he's a trustee of conscience and tries to do the right thing. And since he's been here, he hasn't always voted with me. Yes, he has not. He has not. He has not always voted with me, and we can pull it up, and because we talked about it, and he voted his conscience. Right. You know, so I'm supporting Trustee. I'm supporting Trustee House. If the people want it to be that way, he's got my full support. Pat.
Okay, I just had a question. Under new business, item F, Mayor, is that an item that can be vetoed? We'll take a mayor's veto?
New business, which one?
F, committee chair change.
No. Now, I'm going to say here tonight, and I've talked to the attorney already, there's a number of items on this agenda that they voted against. I'm going to veto.
Okay.
And they probably override my veto.
Right.
But I'm going to tell you this right now. Elizabeth and Rashad and Ed are not going to be fired tomorrow. It's going to go through the veto process and let it take its course.
Mm-hmm. Just make sure F's in that veto, okay?
Pardon me?
Just make sure F is in that veto, okay?
F. He said it can't be vetoed.
Attorney Murphy?
Make sure F is in that veto.
He said it cannot be vetoed. The attorney said it cannot be vetoed. Now, what you can do, and they probably get voted down.
Reconsideration.
Not just reconsideration, giving the power back to the mayor to appoint the committee chairs. You know it ain't gonna fly, but you can put it on there.
You only got two, Mayor.
Now, but let me say this, and I'm doing this, saying this in your behalf. You can put it on the agenda. You know where it's gonna happen, but it's on the record that it was voted that way again. So.
Well,
you can think about it. Go ahead, Pat.
The trustees, I'd like to think that you have listened to what the citizens have said tonight, and we've been pretty vocal about a lot of things going on, and this is a big issue that we take exception to. So rethink whatever brought this decision on. Trustee Stubbs indicated what her problem was with it. Who is the other person who sits on that committee?
Trustee Pearson.
Trustee Pearson. Okay, and I think you briefly said something, about how you felt about it. But if it's 3 people on the committee, you already have your 2 votes. So when you have these committee meetings and things are on the agenda to discuss or things to do, if the chairperson doesn't do it, then why don't one of the other of you do it, look into whatever it is that you were supposed to look into and bring it back in to discuss it all together. So it just appears that 1 and 2 already know what the final solution is going to be, so therefore you don't have to talk to the chair. That's the appearance that it gives to us. Mm-hmm. So I want you to reconsider that. Trustee Denton, you're on the radar now. So I want you, and I know you're a fair person, vote your conscience. If this is something that can be rescinded, because it's certainly not going to go away. We're going to figure out some kind of way to bring it back up again. And to end, Trustee Muhammad, on the July 16th meeting, you said something to our clerk that was very inappropriate. You also said something this evening that was inappropriate. And it has been talked about, maybe you didn't hear about it, but villagers, our neighbors, we talk about it. And you know what it was, and I think you owe her
I don't
an
know what it was.
apology.
You got to tell me what I said.
You said to her, I am the mayor pro tem. you, in essence, do what I tell you to do and go and do whatever it is that she was supposed to have done. I think she was trying to explain to you because it was citizens' address and was trying to tell you not to get into bringing up new items during the address. And you started and you said, I am the mayor pro tem.
Okay, let me answer that for you. That's not what was said. She was reminding me that it was citizens' address. That's absolutely true. But not once have you heard her interrupt the mayor when he's interrupted citizens' address.
That's not true. That's not true.
And the reason why she hasn't interrupted him because it's political, which is fine.
That's not true.
But let me be clear.
She interrupts me all the time.
Just like now. So I won't go back and forth with the mayor. But what I'm telling you that is not what was said. And the mayor will interrupt and he's fine to do that, but I'm not going to go back and forth.
Okay. And saying that, if you didn't think that we heard it, then why did you respond so harshly? Because I thought it was just something that just snapped because you thought maybe she was trying to embarrass you. So I was sitting in the front, and I didn't hear exactly what happened. But when I went back and I looked at that tape over and over and over, and as people were talking about it, that's where it came up. This is what she said. And I think as a parliamentarian, she was just trying to bring you back to the right track. And I have heard her do the same thing to the mayor.
Well,
okay,
yeah.
And then when you spoke to her this evening and she asked you, did you have a copy for everyone? And your reply was something like, well, no, I don't. You go copy it. So.
All right, can I answer that? Because you started being inappropriate with the clerk. That was your word.
Right.
I was never inappropriate with the clerk. Just so you're aware that council had printed up that ordinance, and I assumed that council had sent it to her like they normally do when we create an ordinance or a resolution. So I assumed I had a copy of it. There was no problem with her getting that, but that's her position, is to copy the record for us to have.
It's in the presentation.
That's not inappropriate to have the clerk to make a copy of a public record.
It's in the presentation.
I disagree with you that was inappropriate, so we can just agree to disagree.
We can.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, to clarify this, it wasn't our council, it was the council they hired. And I think, I'm going to be honest with you, I think it was a last minute thing because the budget was already sent out by the finance director, and which was approved by the finance chair, Trustee Muhammad. But I'm going to say this budget, this amended proposed budget, is a direct response to those petitions that happened over the weekend. This is what directly responds, because why couldn't we get it last Friday? But you know what? They heard the footsteps. So now I'm really mad, so we're going to get rid of the mayor's staff. And we're going to disguise it as like we're going to get rid of 2 local laborers, and we're going to get rid of the mayor's appointments, the public works superintendent and public works supervisor. And you know what? To make it even look a little better, we're going to throw one clerk in there. If you look at the budget amendment that he's proposed, it's 5 of my appointments. And he tried to do this without the disguise of the others before, and the village attorney warned them there's going to be litigation just like you brought, Trustee Muhammad, against the village, and you was awarded close to $100,000.
All right.
He was awarded more money than the other 2 people that the board fired because they thought his case was aggravated, because they voted against him where he could not even volunteer at the media center. So he was awarded more money than the other 2 people that were fired. And for you to turn around and try to do the same thing to these people and talk about it's not political, come on. You worried about saving money? This is what's going to cause litigation. If that concludes the citizens' address. Okay, this is the last one. And then we got to get to this. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. We'll probably be here at 3 o'clock.
And I know I can talk loud.
Yeah. Go to the mic, Louise.
And I wasn't even going to say anything. But Trustee Muhammad, you won't even respect anybody enough to say that you're sorry. You did say that to Clerk Dugan. You don't even acknowledge her as Madam Clerk. This lady says trustee to everybody. Yes, and I don't care if you don't like a person, you respect the position. That's what you want everybody to do, is respect your position. At least with the people that you have here right now. Tell the lady that you're sorry, because you did say it, and you did say it tonight.
Clerk Dugan, I apologize to you.
If you don't say it if you don't mean it. But you do everybody like that. You've been that way all the time.
Inappropriate
you have been that way all the time. You don't respect women. I bet you that. I can see that you don't respect women. And I wasn't even going to say anything, but I had to say it because you refused to say you're sorry. Now you're saying it because you're forced to say it. And there's no reason for you all to get rid of her and her committee. And you know what? If you do that, if I was her, I wouldn't be on the committee with you because she's got to demote it. I wouldn't be on a position if I'm going to be demoted. I would not. Don't take it. If they want this rescinded, don't stay on that committee. That's ridiculous. And Elizabeth, you all are going to really pay for all of this. I don't know what kind of thoughts you had about it. I don't know how you did it, but you all are going to be sorry for getting rid of certain people. You're going to be sorry about that. That's the way he's looking at me. They're going to be sorry. They're going to be sorry. Yeah, they're going to be sorry. They're going to be sorry. You're right. It's so wrong. I'm so tired. It's so wrong.
Okay, that's the last of the comments for the citizens' address. Now, I guess we have to go back to new business, item A, ordinance number 18-010.
We got a break.
A break. Please.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Oh, God, where they do this at?
Yeah, they voted. Yeah, right. Shit. All right, we tried to table this, and we were outvoted just for the sake of the time, you know. And as earlier mentioned, that Trustee Muhammad said, "We're going to go line by line."
Can we reconsider the table?
It's a lot of lines.
No, please. Can we reconsider the table? It's 1 o'clock in the
Trustee
morning. But
Denton,
like,
would you
come on.
consider-
I know y'all got an agenda. It still can be taken care of. What? It's 48 hours, I think, to post.
You know, my suggestion is that, you know, this should be done with the assistance of the finance director here. She's not here. If we can reconsider the table it for now, hold a special meeting so we can have some additional comments from the public.
Exactly.
And then go line by line. If you want to start at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and then leave at 10, that's fine. But I mean, we're not going to get out of here till 3 o'clock after.
Exactly.
So, Trustee Denton, if you would.
Well, mic on? Okay. In consideration of the time, I feel this needs the utmost attention. It needs to be looked at line by line. It needs to explain why this was done the way it was. It was not done in 2 days. We did not come up with this overnight. When he put his petitions out, decided that this is what we're going to do. This takes time and effort and understanding. And you got to have a heart to do this. Trust, it's not something you just do. So in my opinion, and people are going to be mad, I'm sorry, I feel we should redo this at another time, possibly Friday, early, so that everybody can digest it, can understand what was done on here and why it was done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
So what, you need a motion to table to Friday?
But now we have to have a motion, and it has to be seconded, and it has to be voted on. So, you know, Trustee Denton, I'm gonna say you couldn't have said it any finer, but you know, people got to go to work tomorrow. They've been here. We've been here since 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. So. Okay, can we get a motion? Trustee House, did you mention something about a motion?
I motioned it.
Or Trustee Henyard motioned it, Trustee House seconded for reconsider of tabling this to a better, more convenient time for us and for the residents. Okay, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. God, thank you.
Trustee Muhammad.
No.
Trustee Stubbs.
No.
Trustee House.
Aye.
Trustee Denton.
Aye.
Trustee Pearson. No. Trustee Henry.
Aye.
Aye.
Home.
Thank you all for coming out tonight. I asked for a motion to adjourn. Okay, Trustee House made the motion.
Second.
Can we decide on a date when this can be done?
Yeah, we can decide now. I'm ready. What day y'all want?
Yeah, let's talk to Yvonne, you know, Trustee Denton. Let's talk to Yvonne, and then it can actually be put out as a special meeting.
Okay, this is a really important meeting, and I really want to play the meeting after this because it discusses the budget. Now, the terrible four, Muhammad, Stubbs, well, Denton's kind of on the fence right now, and Pearson, basically took over Dolton. You know, the mayor can't do anything without the board's permission. That's just it. The board of trustees have the power. Everybody has this wrong. They legislate. They pay the bills. Nothing can really happen without the board of trustees, right? So I do want to play the next meeting. And I know it's late, but I am going to timestamp all of this so that you can pick and choose what you want to watch or, you know, whatever you want to do with it. But it's very important. And I believe this is the reason that this channel was hit so hard because they didn't want the truth to come out about what was happening. So let me get the right one, if you don't mind. If I know.
11 million.
Yeah, okay. So the next meeting is going to be on the 10th. So, and let me bring it up, hopefully. I know everybody has their opinions on Mayor Henyard. I know people hate her. But what you've been told is what you've been told. And I'm wondering if people have actually done the research on it. Because I have, and I know Status has. So, not like their eyes, of course not. And I appreciate all the comments and questions in the chat. Like I said, I am going to timestamp this live stream. And you can go through it and find out. I do believe this is why this channel was targeted. All I was doing was playing old videos and old warrant lists. They didn't want that to come out. So, actually, Beth, it was Berg. I was tending to my roses, and I heard a woman screaming for help. Help me, right? And that's what brought me in. And I believe that's what brought Potato in as well. I think we heard it at the same time. And people need help. People need hope. But these people, they're in charge right now, have been in government in Dalton for years. Years. And it's the same. If you really listen to these meetings, it's the exact same problems. Because it's the same people. They need new blood in Dalton. Stop electing these people over and over again. And now they just got a 16-year extension for trustees, right? So if they get elected in for the next 16 years, what's going to change? You see, people want to say, it's a new administration. They need time to adjust. No. The next video is going to be Jason House pro tem during the Riley Rogers administration. These people have a lot of experience. They're not new at this, and they know exactly what's happening. The village has been broke for decades, and they just blame it on one mayor to the next. So let me get into this. And you might see me moving around. It's just, I'm muted, and I'm just reacting to it like you are. So, yeah. Yeah, that's why. And I believe that's why this channel specifically was under attack. Isn't that right, Ed, Steve, and Strand? Right, because I was pulling up the past. People don't want to see the past. But you cannot look to the future if you don't see the past. It's the same thing over and over again. Oh, no kidding. Ooh, that's pretty cool, Wyoming. Okay, so this is going to be August 10th, 2018. Now, the board wanted to get rid of all of Riley Rogers' administration because they didn't like him. And now Trustee Stubbs, Township, right? And what is Stubbs doing today? Voting yes, yes, yes. There is absolutely no transparency whatsoever. There never has been. Okay. They need new blood in political positions in Dalton. That's the only way they are going to get out of what they are in. Let me move this along here. This is going to be another almost 4-hour meeting, but I do have it on 1.25 speed. Okay. Oh, let's go a little faster. Oh, maybe Rogers is there. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
Oh, no kidding.
We have one item on the agenda tonight. This special board meeting was called to go over our budget. It's
Mayor, can I be recognized?
Go ahead.
For such a big event, I think we really want, and with all the crowd participation, I really want to see if we would take a motion that we have citizens address prior to the board meeting so we can get input from the residents.
Smart.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to have the citizens address and have the citizens address this amended budget. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, so a motion and second to hear from our citizens first before we go over this budget. Roll call.
On the motion to move up citizens address by Trustee House, second by Trustee Henyard. Trustee Muhammad.
No.
That was no, right?
Yes.
Trustee Stubbs.
No.
Trustee House.
Aye.
Trustee Denton.
Aye.
Trustee Pearson.
No.
Trustee Henyard.
Aye.
3-3, Mayor.
Okay, so I want you to notice in these older videos who's voting no and who's voting yes. Now, during the Henyard administration, there were always 4 trustees that voted together. It was the same thing back in 2018. Okay, here we go.
Mayor.
Okay, it's 3-3. I get a chance to break the tie. Aye. I want to actually hear from these residents. Some of you have heard what's going on, and I want you to come up. We want to try to limit your comments to 3 minutes. If you come to the podium here, and some of you were here at the last meeting, and you had a copy of the agenda. And at the last meeting, we thought the agenda that had been put out, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is our Director of Finance, Yvonne Redmond, was put out around July 25th? Yes. Okay. Okay, 10 days prior to the vote, the budget that was out, that we thought was the one we were going to be voting on, had since been changed, or an amendment at the last meeting to change the proposed budget by reflecting to eliminate the positions of my Chief of Staff, Ms. Elizabeth Scott, to eliminate the position of my Communications Director, Mr. Shad Trish. Everybody that's affected by it, I want you to stand up. Ms. Scott, Mr. Trish, our Public Works Superintendent, Mr. Matt Stacy here, our Public Works Supervisor, John Conway, he's not here tonight, I don't see him. 2 labor positions from Public Works. We used to have 26 Public Works workers. Now we have, actually, was it 16, Matt? 17. They want to eliminate 2 of those positions, or should I say, this is, I'm not sure, this one says Trustee Pearson, I think the last one said Trustee Muhammad, but at any rate, they want to eliminate 1 clerk in our water department. As you know, some of you know that we've had some issues in the water department, and we need all the people that we need to have there. They want to eliminate our Human Resource Director, Ms. Angela Blanchard, and here, our Media Center Director, Mr. Ed Steve, he's the guy that puts everything up on Channel 4 and Channel 99, the stuff that you see at village meetings. And let's see here. Is he on here? Okay. And so noted here was PPE. This is Mr. Scott Gilmore. He's our property preservation engineer. Scott has saved us millions of dollars in having an in-house person. He's a former home builder. We brought him in on salary to take care of a lot of things that we don't have to outsource that cost us a lot of money. So his job is on the line also. Okay, we'll start with Ms. Muneer. Thank you, Officer.
Trustees, Mayor. Is this on? I'm in the mic.
Okay.
Just speak a little closer.
All right. I'm here as a 30-some-odd year citizen, adult. And I've been watching you all on YouTube. But it's gotten to the point where you made me get a sitter for my autistic 25-year-old to come over here and bring it in. I bought that at an African Fest a long time ago. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This was the 7th. Got a text and of the Southtown paper. I was like, where's our justice representation for the 6 trustees as opposed to 4? I dropped this, accidentally broke it, and it broke the ring. And this is a depiction, or artifact of African leadership from Ghana. And when they vote, we call in Al-Islam, Shura. We call it Shura. And we all come together, and the best minds choose the best decisions for everybody. Not just a few, everybody. I got to figure out how to get this back in there because they locked in here. So I got to figure that out. As far as the budget cuts, I know for a fact that Elizabeth cutting her out of our services for us in our community is almost diabolical. I think that we had a burnt out house on our block forever. And I'm a real estate broker, so I take pictures of properties. I start snapping. Okay, this house been burnt up, cars burnt up, and ain't nobody, what's going on? I sent it out in an email, and that house is gone, car's gone, put some wood chips down there so the weeds won't grow up, all that. So to get rid of the chief of staff is the most ridiculous decision, diabolical, that I can possibly think of. Thank you.
I am Pastor Anthony Williams, a 32-year resident of Dolton, 14926 Avalon. I pastor First Congregational United Church of Christ, UCC in Berwyn, Illinois. I am praying that you all reason together because the decisions that you make will be a rippling effect upon all of us. This is not the time to be divided. Mature people agree to disagree, correct? If you're mature. The petty politics that you all are playing, people outside of Dolton see us. A tradition. This has now become a traditional all African-American town, black town. But when you look around, it's Harvey, Dixmoor, Robbins, Call the Road. Mayors and trustees are fighting. And millions of dollars are leaving out of the community, Mr. Taylor. This is a key, as goes Dolton, goes the southern suburbs. I like Dolton, but I'm thinking about moving to Elmhurst. That's closer to the church. We can't have this going. To talk about dismissing Ms. Scott is insane. To talk about getting rid of Assad and talk about Brother Eric. These people, I watch them work. I watch public. If something's happened in my community, I can call Ms. Scott, and the trash is I love the services. I love the amenities around me. But if you all make this unfoolish move, woe unto you. But I promise you this, if you all do this, then let us put together and think about it. I can't decide for anybody. Perhaps we have to put together a class action suit against the village of Dolton. I would like to leave my property to my children. I would like to continue to see the amenities. We all can improve. Nobody is perfect up here. If you are, you're ready to go to paradise. But I say we must be mature and intelligent. If we make these moves, woe unto you. If we make these moves, look, the mayor works for us. All of these people work for you. You pay their salaries. They work for you. We don't work for them. And we must tell them, time out. This can't happen. You cannot destroy this town. It ain't about you. So if we have to take legal recourse against the village, we take legal recourse against all of you all. Nobody unscaled. I'm going to take my seat. And I pray that you all atone and forgive each other. Mr. Mohammed, I pray that you and the mayor can can agree to disagree.
We've reached the 3-minute mark.
That's all right. I pay your taxes. So God bless you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Kevin Griffin. I'm a Dolton resident for 15 years. Sorry about that, just got a little nervous. But I'm a Dolton resident for 15 years. I used to come to this meeting on a Monday. And it got to the point where I just got sick of coming to this meeting because of the fact that every time I came to the meeting, they were arguing about something that was minute in a way. Everybody that's on this panel was on the mayor's ticket. Everybody. I got pictures of me and Mr. Muhammad and the mayor hugging each other at the Dorchester in unity. I know Miss Stuff. Been knowing her, she worked with my brother. I know her. Miss Denton goes to my church. I'm a deacon at Covenant. She goes to my church. Mr. Pearson, I know him for several years. And Tiffany, you can't even talk about Tiffany. Tiffany, she has her ways, but Tiffany's a good woman. But I'm saying this to say this. What y'all finna do is wrong. When it comes to Miss Scott, it's wrong. When it comes to Elder Muhammad, it's wrong. When it comes to Ashad, it's wrong. You all got diamonds in the rough in this village, hidden gems that polish this whole neighborhood and you don't even know it. Miss Scott was so instrumental in my house being saved from being flooded. I was getting 2 feet of water, y'all. Every time it rained, sometime 3, sometime 4. This woman stuck with me throughout the whole process. She made sure everything that I needed to do got done. Guess what? I got a $25,000 grant and I have no water in my basement. And you're going to tell me you're going to fire somebody that want to help the community? I'm not even finished with that. On Fridays, me and Miss Scott used to go to the seniors village over there on 46 in Indiana. Every Friday, and hang out with the seniors. I play music, she brought food, and we made them feel great. What y'all finna do is wrong. And God don't like ugly. And I'm just gonna say it like that. These are some good people here. And this sounds like, to me, some kind of hidden agenda and some kind of vendetta going on. And I think that is wrong. I think it's wrong. You need to think about what you're going to do because God do not like ugly. And for those of you who are Christians,
we've reached the 3-minute mark.
Don't play with God.
Good evening. My name is Arlecta. I'm going to try to stay within my 3 minutes. I have managed 51 units in the village of Dolton for 14 years. After managing those units for 4 years, I thought Dolton was a wonderful place to come. So I have personally lived in Dolton for 11 years. This is the 3rd mayoral regime that I have been under. Never in wildest dreams have I heard when you relieve the chief of staff, especially when they're doing a good job. I've never heard of anybody cutting the budget by getting rid of people who are doing their job. You got enough people in the village of Dolton, because I deal with this village on a daily basis, that ain't doing the job. So if you need to cut the budget, cut the ones that's not doing their job. Do not cut the people. I can call Miss Elizabeth Scott. I was in Africa, and she had to help me. You know, there are people that help you. Why are you cutting their jobs? I will say this as non-political as I can. If you got 2 people serving on your trustee board that ran for the mayor and didn't make mayor because the people did not want their agenda, why are they still part of the agenda that's going on now? Now, you cannot, I have to interview tenants and try to bring them into this village and give them a good sign, but it's too much negative stuff to even get good people to come in the village. The stuff is, we were in Crane for being one of the top 31 places to come to because of the up and coming growth. Do any of you know that? Because they want to tell you the negative that's going on. You better find out the positive that's going on. Do not let them fire people that are doing good jobs. If you need to cut the budget, if it's really about cutting the budget, cut the people who are not doing their job. Ms. Scott, you call her, she's there. You call the people who work to help you with your water in the streets, you could get some help there. Matt come with some help for you. You got Mr. Shaw, he's on Channel 4 telling you every good thing that goes on in this village. If you want to publicize this village, you got to tell people to try to go on YouTube and watch the interviews and the grand openings and the ribbon cuttings that Rashad is putting out. Not the people who up here, they call in the news stations for the negative stuff. If they're doing positive stuff, when you call the news, say your positive stuff you're doing. Quit trying to put our dirty laundry out. You're trying to get good people here, then you need to keep the people that are working for the village working for the village. I don't doubt that you may have a deficit in the budget, but then get rid of the people who are not doing nothing. Quit messing with those who come to our aid and work for us.
Hello, everyone. My name is Elaine Wheatley, and I've been a resident of Dolton since 2012. I've been coming to these meetings. I've been very disturbed by what is going on at the meetings. We pray when we come into this place, but the Spirit of the Lord is not hovering over this place. There's a diabolical force that is here that has to be dealt with. Now, in the matter of Elizabeth, and I wrote this out because I had to think about it when I heard about what was going on, and also the other staff that is here that's doing great job, wonderful work for the community. But the matter of interest regarding Chief of Staff Elizabeth Scott is of grave concern to me as a Dolton resident. I have known Ms. Scott for a couple of years, and my first contact with her was most impressionable. She returned a call I made concerning a certain issue in my neighborhood. We discussed it, and I agreed to come down to the village to meet her. She was very approachable and friendly. I liked her aura. The thing I admired most about her was her need to serve our community with a spirit of excellence. I offered my support to help in any way possible. I have observed her interpersonal skills and attitude. They are most needed here at this office. I have seen how she supports our mayor in his responsibilities and his well-being. While being a volunteer, I have grown very fond of Team Riley. I have come to look at my community in a different way because of Chief Elizabeth Scott, the volunteers and the mayor and the other people that work closely near them. Our community has a lot of needs. However, you can't replace the loyalty, commitment, and faithfulness that Chief Elizabeth Scott has invested while she has been in her office as Chief of Staff. And here are some things I know personally about Chief Elizabeth Scott. One, she cares about the concerns and the complaints of the village residents and acts on them in a timely manner. She organizes and plans events in our community that are conducive for community outreach and community support. She has developed a sizable volunteer group to support the mayor and the village where there is a need. She is able to effectively manage, oversee, and delegate the events and functions that are planned for the community and the mayor. And she demonstrates teamwork and exemplifies its creativity in her functions with the volunteer group and the service for the residents of this village and our officiating mayor. I feel that Chief, I have a little bit more to go. It's going to take me a second. Okay? Can I do the rest of it? I feel that Chief Elizabeth Scott is one of the individuals that is the glue to this administrative heartbeat. Where is the evidence of this eviction? We're throwing out the lifeline on this matter. My prayer is that justice will rule over this heinous act to rid us of a chief staff that is an anchor for our mayor. I discern the enemy is at work in this demonic scheme. In contrast, just like Aaron held up Moses' arm at the Red Sea, Chief Elizabeth Scott is to our mayor. He needs her, and so do we. Oliver Wendell Holmes said, "The great thing in the world is not so much where we stand as in what direction are we moving." I also want to add for you to think about. There's an old Japanese proverb that says, "Vision without action is a daydream. Action without a vision is a nightmare."
I hear all there go that boy with all that energy, huh? Good evening, everyone. Good evening, board, mayor. Oh yeah, I know. Give me 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Yeah. Listen, it is a beautiful thing to see everyone out here tonight. I mean, my heart goes out. It is just amazing. We are hearing now. We are listening now. We are seeing what we all have been in here pushing for about the last 4 years now. And unfortunately, the individuals that they're going to fire, thinking about potentially firing, are great individuals. I saw these individuals come in to our community We came in as a whole together. And before we did, there was no events. There was no gospel fests. There was no Real Man Cooks. There was not all of the bike ridings and the unity that is trying to be formed being even instituted in our village. So today I come because we're speaking a budget fact. And we hear everyone up here with our trustees of 4 that votes everything into a negative factor. My thing is with this budget that I look through it, and you see the millions of dollars that you get off property taxes, utility taxes, fines, ordinances, things that keep your village running. You see, that's where we feed off of. And unfortunately, if no one is developing that in their mind or trying to redirect towards a system that brings revenue, which is the values of homes, if we go into this BP Capital thing and we give all our homes to millionaires who just say they can rebuild them and sell them to unproposed investors who's probably going to bring in Section 8 and things like that, that brings no revenue, because we love our people, but brings no revenue to our community, why can't we fix those problems? Muhammad disastrously destroyed $60-some thousand on a community center. That's 3 people's salary almost that you're finna fire because what? You don't have an idea. What they're doing and what you're doing is not thinking, my people. This is us. This is our community. This is us. If you don't have love for us as a whole, who do you have love for?
Are you yielding some of your minutes to me? Good evening, my fellow Doltonians. I come here to speak as a business owner who came to Dolton in 2004. My name is Kanayo Kenena Odeloga. I left Africa in 1988 to come to America, and I found home amongst my people. If I cry tonight, it's because the pain of my heart is that I believe that my ancestors that were brought here never had this opportunity that we're gambling away with. If I cry tonight, it's because I came here as a pastor in 2012 and we bought a building on 820 California Avenue so that we could be part of the rebuilding process of a land that had been fruitful and fertile and prosperous for those who had built it when Mr. Dolton came to this land, and it became the gateway to the south suburbs. If I cry tonight, it's because I've seen growth and change as a business owner who uses the services of the community, of the mayor's office and of the village. It's a lot easier today as a landlord for me to have my inspections. It's a lot easier for me to pay all my dues and know what I owe and not being shaken down like it used to be in years past. To see things change. I cried when I saw the newspaper article in the Southland because I knew the destructive publicity that will give to a village that we've been praying for and that we've been believing God that is coming on the rise. We've had 3 gospel fairs. We're going to the 3rd one. We've had mayoral prayers with the pastors in this village coming together to pray with this leadership. Can I ask you guys a question? What is God telling you to do for the people in Dolton? What is God telling you to do? Not what you're thinking to do, but what is God, the one who owns the heavens and the earth? What is he telling you to do for the people of Dolton? And if I can ask a favor, help those of us who still believe there's goodness in being of African heritage. Can you all huddle together? I love that picture that you saw is what our ancestors used to do. They call it Iba Izu. Iba Izu is consensus. The men and the women of the village come together and have a consensus about what they must do for the betterment of their families. Not conspiracy. So please help me. Help me in this work. We are here to help you. What is it that God is telling you to do for Dolton? Not what you have figured out you need to do, but what is God telling you to do for this village so that it will continue to be a prosperous and progressive place for many to live. Thank you, Chief.
Well, good evening. I am Sandra Wells, a 19-year resident, and I appreciate every word that's been said tonight, and I must echo those. I, however, have questions. So when we're talking about this budget and the consideration for cutting positions, mainly a lot of the positions are directly reporting to the mayor. Those roles play a key part to our community. I want to ask each trustee, Once those positions are gone, if they do leave, are you willing to step in and do their jobs? That is a question.
Your question be answered at the portion of the budget. We'll go over that particular question.
This is a very general question. Are you willing to step in and do the job? Okay. House, would you be willing?
I'm not in support of the cut, so my prayer is that we move forward with the staff that we.
And that's really how it should direct it. Those that are in support of the cut, will you be willing to step in? Pearson, would you be willing?
I'm willing to do certain things.
Certain things. Okay. Well, I'm afraid that if these cuts are made, the residents of Dolton will become the collateral damage as a result of the vote to eliminate these positions. We all know what the right thing is, and you still want to go and, you know what burns me up? I'm sorry. The way that the smug looks that we're getting, I despise that. It's disrespectful. Oh, Jesus.
Some paper on it.
And I just want one other question. I'm going to sit down because I know there's other people and I don't want to be here to one. I just want to know what other recommendations were made, or was there anything else considered when you decided that these are the cuts that were needed? Is that going to be discussed later too? I'm not surprised. But I also looked at the budget and the line items on here. There are some different, this isn't an easy budget to read, quite frankly, but I got through it. And what we're showing as budget and what's actual, I really have a lot of questions. So I'll wait for that time to bring those questions up too.
Hello, my name is Antonio Boswell. I do not live in this community, but I am very much a part of it. I have done various amounts of community service in this community, and I'm here a lot as my mom is the chief of staff here. Nevertheless, I'm here for the people of Dolton too, because what's going on is very wrong, and it concerns me how someone so committed to this community can be just easily taken out of it. Why? Why do the trustees want this? Everything I've heard from the citizens today, it's just been positive things about the people who work here. So why is the government trying to take them away? Why is your government here trying to take them away? That shows you something about the people that sit up here. They're supposed to listen to you. This is a democracy. They listen to the people. You have the power. And so, going back to it, it makes no sense to me how you can get rid of people who are doing only good in the community. Miss Elizabeth Scott, my mother, whenever we're at home, she'll get the call from the community, from all the citizens, even though, she's not at work, either before or after, 10 p.m., 11 p.m., 12 p.m., 1 a.m., 3 a.m., she comes home late, goes out early to come here and support this community because she loves it, frankly. Whenever she comes home, it's just a bunch of talk about Dolton because she loves the community, loves you people. She's seriously considering moving here. She really likes it that much. And from the time that I spent here, it's a beautiful community that's only blossoming and becoming a great place because of all of you. So you can't get rid of people who are only doing good in the community. My mother, Ashad, Ed, Matt, Stacy, all of these people have only done good in the community. I have not heard one citizen complain this whole thing. I have not heard one. That shows you something. And all I have to say is, remember, they listen to you.
Good evening, everybody. How beautiful.
Ms. Stephanie, I want to say something. So many days and nights and weekends that Elizabeth is here, and I have to tell her to go home. And some nights she said, well, Mary, I can't stay tonight. I got a teenager, and I'm not ready to be a grandmother. And I understand that. But I think as much time as Elizabeth puts in here, and some other people told me, they're all great. Matt, I can call anybody, Angela, call anybody, and they come out any time of night, a day, and you need a team like that. But I know Antonio has kind of suffered with his mother, and and I mentioned earlier at the other meeting, as many hours as Elizabeth puts in, a child and it, they probably equates to $4 or $5 an hour than what the salary that they make here. So, Antonio, we appreciate you sharing your mother with us.
Good evening, Dolton community. I have to say how beautiful it is to see each and every one of you out here. And that really is a testament to tell you all who are trying to get rid of these staff members. These people came out here for them, not just for you. election is coming up in February. If anything happens to these people, you can guarantee I'm going to work hard to make sure I get rid of your seats. However, I'm sorry, without becoming too negative, without getting negative, I'd like to know, and I've already addressed you all with this question for over almost a year now, when are you guys going to, before you start rushing and making decisions, when are you going to start taking the votes from the citizens in this city to determine if that's what we want or not what you want? We pay your salary. I mentioned that to Trustee Pearson. I did ask him earlier. He didn't have a question for me. I mean, I could go negative. There's so many things I can go negative about, but I don't want to do that today because these beautiful people are out here today, and I need them to know you can demand anything you want to know about this village, about this board. You can request a FOIA request that is free of charge, up to the first 50 pages. Anything you want to know, anything you felt that they may have lied to you, may have deceived you about anything, you can request that information. But I pray to God the next time that we come out to these meetings, and I know we don't have a chance to make it out here every month or to come out here for this nonsense, bring a person with you. Start your 18-year-olds to getting interested into what's going on because they are our future. Somebody's going to have to carry this on, and we need new blood. Let's keep it real. But, however, again, I do want to ask, when are we going to set up something where the citizens of this community can sit down with you guys before you decide to make any vote so we can let you know what our thoughts are? When is it? No, I don't want to wait on no crickets this time. I really don't. This is something I've been talking about for almost a year. Can I have an answer today?
Well, you can sit down with me anytime you like.
I got you, Mayor.
But I don't have the power to help you. So,
I know you don't like me. It's all good.
It's not. I'm sorry you said that. But in certain cases I can help you. But in most cases where decisions are made, money is spent, I can't help you because I don't have the power to do that.
I know that these trustees pretty much have the power, and then there are some who are getting their palms greased, unfortunately, and we're really sick and tired of it. We are sick and tired of being sick and tired. Thank you. I'll be back.
Good evening. My name is Robert Junius III. I want to give you guys a little bit different perspective. I work with and for an organization called OAI. What we do is we provide jobs and job training for individuals that need to go to that next level. We're here in the village of Dolton because of Miss Elizabeth Scott and the support of the mayor. Right here today, as I stand here today, I personally have placed 13 young adults in full-time positions paying at least $12 an hour. And they're all residents of Dolton. I placed 7 more adults in full-time positions right here in Ardagh, and they're making at least $17 an hour right here in Dolton. The reason that's happening, the reason that we're here, is because of the commitment that's been put forth by Ms. Scott, the commitment that's been put forth by the mayor, who came to us and said, listen, we want to do something good for the residents and for the community. I don't know if you've had a chance to speak with Ms. Scott, but every conversation, every interaction I've ever had starts with, what can I do for the residents of Dolton, and ends with, what can I do for the residents of Dolton? And we're here providing real economic change. I don't get into the politics, it's petty. And oftentimes it's ugly, and it should be that way. What you guys should be thinking about, and certainly what me and my organization is thinking about, is how we can help provide supportive services and resources that your community members can then put back into the community. If you're working here in Dolton, you're gonna spend your money here in Dolton. I never miss a chance to go to tours. I'm here in Dolton because of Ms. Scott and because of the mayor. And we're effective, positive change. And I would hope that the residents would want that to continue. I'm not sure if that commitment will be there with someone else. And so I'm here to ask you guys, help me and my organization help you. We're here, we're invested. We're giving out jobs, we're giving out training. We're making a real positive and a tangible change. It's not just talk. People that have jobs. Youth that are not hanging out on the street because they've got jobs. Getting trained so they can earn a career. Not just a summer job, a career. Ardagh is a great company. We're committed to providing them with candidates. The first selection comes from Dolton residents. That's because of the commitment from these two. And so, like I said, I can't get into the deeper issues surrounding this, but what I know is that economically, this is a tireless advocate for this village and for its community members.
Thank you. And I just want to make a comment, and we appreciate your help for first of all, educating and training our employees and getting them jobs. And some of you were here at the other meeting. Since this administration has taken over, we have placed over 350 of our residents in jobs. We were at 17% unemployment when it came into office in 2013. Right now, today, and these are not our numbers, these are numbers from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics on employment, we're at 6.6% in 5 years by placing those 350 residents in jobs here in the village. So, you know, I've had other mayors call me in regards to say, Mayor, how are you getting your people employed? And that's through Ms. Scott. That's through our 50-20 program that we have for the youth. That's through OAI, the Department of Unemployment Security. We reach out to every entity that we can to try to make sure that we can serve our residents and make sure that they get employment. Pastor Straight.
My name is Charles Strait, and I'm the pastor of the Faith United Methodist Church here in Dolton. In full disclosure, Mayor Rogers is a member of Faith, but I am here because of my interaction with the staff and not him. We've had a few programs at our church that have been summer feeding programs for young people who needed a meal, and that work was done by Ms. Scott and Brother Shad. They've done other community service things through our church that we got no compensation for, by the way. There's no quid pro quo going on at all. I don't owe the mayor anything. He doesn't owe me anything. But this is about the issue of how the staff does the work of the village in any and through any means that they possibly can. So our building is there, open to be of service to the village of Dolton, and they took advantage of those opportunities whenever they could, and came to me and said, "Can we do this at your church? Can we have this meeting? Can we have this event?" It's never an issue. I am the pastor of a small church. We have a big campus, but we have a small number of members. And so I know what it feels like to have to deal with a budget that is minuscule. There have been times when I have not gotten a paycheck because I needed to make sure that my part-time assistant, my part-time custodian, and my musician was paid. I understand what it means to have to make cuts to budgets, but I also understand that the parts of the budget that are essential to doing the work of your organization cannot be the first thing to go. You have to look at other ways to make those things happen. And so I want to make that appeal to you tonight. I understand that there may be some issues around budgetary things, but there's got to be a way to make that budget come together that does not put at risk the way that this village has begun to function properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you, Pastor Strait. You know, you mentioned that summer feeding program for the children, and that program was actually in jeopardy of being cut or being altered because of one of the refrigerators at the church there was not operating properly, and we did not, or the church did not have proper refrigeration to refrigerate the food that was donated by. Did that come from a Raider Food Depository? Okay, so we reached out to Henyard. We told them that Pastor Strait, Faith United Methodist Church, had a summer feeding program. It was in jeopardy because they lost refrigeration in one of their refrigerators there, and Henyard donated a refrigerator, a $1,100 refrigerator that was big enough to accommodate the food. So that summer program was not in jeopardy. And Ashad and Elizabeth was in the forefront of that program that fed a lot of our children here in the village of Dolton. So to echo in regards to all the events that we put on at the Faith United Methodist Church, and they reach out to us to assist them in certain programs, it's just a compliment to hear from this pastor in regards to the services that these employees provide.
Kiana Belcher, Dolton resident of 15 years. I have thrown stuff at the TV because I sit and watch YouTube and be like, are they effing whatever? And I disagree sometimes with a lot of stuff that goes on. But I done sat here and seen campaign stuff. I'm your trustee. Mayor stuff. I'm for the village. These positions that y'all are trying to eliminate can be detrimental to our village. It has to be some type of negotiation somewhere. I'm not holding one of those signs because there are a couple on them that I personally feel can probably be obsolete or part-time, personal opinion. But if y'all sit here, take $15,000 off of every trustee's pay, y'all got $90,000 to do something with. This is the highest paid trust village that has trustees. You go to any other town where trustees are, they're making $12,000, $640 per meeting. All this money that they making, if you love the village, cut your pay. Cut your pay. If you love the village, cut your pay. Make the sacrifice. Now, there are definitely a lot of things that I can go back and forth and be like, nah, I really don't. Elizabeth, I have never really had too much contact with you, but Matt, he's the guy. He's been here, he came, he showed up, he do what he's supposed to do. So when we have people that has finally got to a point where they're educated, they know what they're doing, and not just going flipping papers, we need to at least look at some type of negotiation to make these people continue to stay here to help us progress. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Leslie, and this for me is personal because I am the wife of the media director, Edward Steve. It's personal to me because I know Pearson, and I know Stubbs, and I know Muhammad really well. When you all see me, you all show me love, you give me hugs, you ask about my family. I just saw Stubbs a few weeks ago at the store. She asked about my daughter, but now she is trying to mess with my livelihood. Muhammad, brother, I've known you for years. Our children have played together. We've broke bread together. We've sat in social settings together. And now you are messing with my livelihood because you mad at my husband because he is supporting the man you told him to help. My husband gives his life to this community. He is here all the time. Liz gives her life to this community. She is here all the time. Ashad gives his life to this community. He is here all the time. And y'all want to take that away for what? It's personal. I just want to let y'all know that these people are making a difference in this community. The mayor is making a difference in this community. I've only lived here for about 9 months, but I've been around for longer than that. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm a part of this community now. I'm with the mayor, I'm with his staff, and I am gonna do my best to help continue to be with the mayor and help make this a better place. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Beth McBride, and I am a 19-year resident of the village of Dolton. And when we first came to this village, it just seemed like there were things that happened at Village Hall that were difficult to understand. They were very curious sometimes. And to know that we have staff now that are really accomplishing great things to make the village of Dolton strong, that there are people who are communicating in an effective, positive way the things that Dolton can accomplish, that the media director is showing things in clear ways, and we have A.M. Trish who communicates on behalf of the village of Dolton to many people, to business people, to bankers, to politicians, to people who can put money into this village so that we can go forward, that we can be strong. Those are very important people that effectively do a great job day after day. And Elizabeth Scott, what she does is very wonderful. And Matt Stacy, we had a big problem in front of our house. We had an overflowing sewer drain on our street, and they came with the equipment and the gear, and then the hose got stuck into the street pipe. And I watched how Matt Stacy came and how he's a leader and how he works with his staff and how he effectively made a decision about a very, very expensive piece of equipment. That piece of equipment that was in that pipe under that street is worth thousands and thousands of dollars. And he led his crew to do an effective job, although that piece was in there for hours. And that day I wasn't able to leave because I am a volunteer at the Hines VA Hospital. I volunteer there as a volunteer. There is a food pantry there for veterans who have challenges regarding food. And so that day of the week, I am busy. But if there were not enough staff here, I would be willing to volunteer on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday afternoons. And I can promise you, as a volunteer, I will do what is important for the residents of the village of Dolton. No one will come in here and tell me how to do things. I would do them to help the village. I hope it never comes to that point, because I would serve the people of Dolton as a volunteer if that was an important thing to do. But I am imploring the trustees to take another look at the budget, and that they would not write out these employees who are doing a very effective job for us as the residents of the village of Dolton, Illinois.
Good evening, Mayor, trustees, department heads, citizens. I'm going to introduce myself briefly, but who I am is not important. I'm a deputy chief of the city of Harvey. I've been in law enforcement for the last 22 years. In that, I learned how to be a servant. We open up every city council meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by prayer. Somehow, when we attempt to lift God out, we push him up. Lift him up, we push him out. I would implore on you guys just to remember two scriptures. Let he who will be great among you, let him be your servant. One scripture. If my people who are called by my name will first humble themselves, seek my face, turn from their wicked ways, kneel down and pray, then will I hear your prayer. See, we're speaking from the me point of view. Hurt. It saddens me, and I'm warning you all because I'm living it. In my community where I gave 22 years of my life, I've seen it dismantled because of immaturity in leadership. I don't like you, you don't like me, I'm at you, you're not seeing who's suffering. The citizens. Immaturity in leadership. You go to predominantly successful communities. It's not that they don't have their bickering, but at the cost of lowering their property taxes, the property value. Hold on, we got to come together. We become so immature that I'm so mad at you. I don't care what the cost, I got to get you. I'm friends. I'm friends with Brother Dwayne. I'm friends with the mayor. I'm friends with Tiffany. However, I come up in an era where you respect authority. If I have issue with Brother Dwayne, Brother Dwayne and I were going to talk after, not in public. If I have issue with the mayor, I'm going to talk to the mayor in public, Your Honor, sir, respectfully. And the same thing with our queen. However, we become clowns in the face of the world. Black people can't have governance. We can't rule. We buffoons. And our people are destroyed. Harvey is going to take at least another 6 to 10 years to get turned around because of personal animosities against one another. And I see this trend coming right to you all. So these people's faces may come and go, but future prospect business owners, it's not going to be attractive to come to Dolton. It's too destroyed. It's too much of a buildup. Put your personal feelings aside and think about the people. It's absurd, and I love my brother, but it's absurd for a mayor not to have a choice in his staff members. That's absurd. Then I can see if the outcry was these people were not doing their jobs, but I'm hearing from the people who saying these people are not only doing their jobs, they're being great service and making great sacrifice. And you want to sacrifice them? That's ludicrous to me. That's all I have to say.
Hi, my name is Shavante. I'm here on behalf of Elizabeth Scott. I call her my auntie because I met her during the 50-20 program. That's how I got my first job in my first resume class, and I am not an easy teen to deal with at all. And she puts up with it, and I appreciate her a lot. I've seen Elizabeth do a lot for this community. I'm confused at how her and everybody else is being cut when these people up here do nothing. I'm really confused, and I've seen firsthand Elizabeth do a lot of stuff from, like Antonio said, she wakes up at 1 a.m. for a call, 4 a.m., come home stressed, cries about this job. She goes through a lot for this job, and I'm confused at how she's about to get fired, and no one has an answer for it. My point, exactly. So I'm here to support my auntie because she's not blood, but she's done so much for me, and a lot of people in my life leave, and she hasn't, and that means so much to me. And I've done a lot for this community as well as volunteer work. I live in South Holland, but I've done a lot as volunteer work, as coming to help the mayor clean our garages, do gospel fests, everything, and I'm just really hurt that my auntie is y'all trying to fight her basically for no reason.
Shante was one of our 50-20 program employees, I guess we can say. We started a 50-20 program about 3 years ago, and this synonym 50-20 was that we wanted to hire 50 youth from the community for 20 hours a week at $10 an hour, which would equate to $1,600 for the summer for 8 weeks. And also, we held a resume writing program, which, as Shante said, some of the youth had not been exposed to resume writing. We were able to get jobs throughout the community for all of those 50-20 students, and we had a portion of them working in the village in every department: housing, administration, my office, public works, people up at the fire department, police department. So, and then ultimately that program was defunded by some of the board members. But she speaks the truth. Some of those students that got jobs 3 years ago are still working at Menards, Aldar Manufacturing Company, Taco Bell, Checkers, which would give them some income. Some of their parents call up and say, hey, I'm glad they're out of my pocket, Mayor, thank you for the summer. So I applaud your sentiments about Ms. Scott and the hard work that she does. Diane, how you doing?
Hi. Good evening, residents. I mean, we all need to take a look at how this meeting started. We had 3 people who didn't want to hear anything from the residents. We don't have an opinion. We can't say anything. You better not say anything. They got a new system now where the police officer come and tell you to be quiet. You can't voice your opinion. This is not right. You got 3 people up here. They are not for us. Okay? They are self-serving for themselves. I have personally dealt with Elizabeth. I have personally dealt with Matt. Steve, you know me and you. That's my baby over there. Where is she? Rashad, these are people that's doing something for us. Everything that's taking place. People, please listen. Don't let nobody make up your mind for you. Okay? Make up your own mind. Listen to what they say. Watch their body language. Okay? Did you notice that when we talk, we have to sit and listen to them. We only get 3 minutes. You ever listen to you ever watch their body language? They could care less. I was there. I mean, we got to start listening. This is a personal attempt against the mayor. It has nothing to do with what Elizabeth is doing. Elizabeth, how long they been after you for so long, darling? And I mean, these are great people that are working for us. Do not let them. It's sad to say, and I hate to be the one to say it. More than likely, they're gonna get their way because it's full. Well, wait. Let me tell you why I say that. Because see, you got 3 people up here on one side. You got one over here. There's a tiebreaker. She gonna go with what they say. Well, you know what? They may go in February, but look at the condition they're gonna leave this village in. They can try. They're gonna leave this village so messed up. When they talk about suing the mayor because he won't sign off some deeds, they suing us. And first of all, how come we didn't ask the mayor why he's not gonna sign off on these? Because this man don't want to give away our prime property. That's right. We got prime. This is prime property, whether people realize it or not. We are. They already got the monopoly. They took Tiffany off of housing because she didn't agree. So if all y'all want to keep y'all seats up there, you better agree with that man down there because you won't have it. I mean, the morale in our departments are so low that it's just unbelievable. I even went to the chief.
And we've reached our 3-minute mark.
I still want to have that barbecue, chief. You know what I'm talking about. Thank you for my 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Susan Stacy, and I'm Matt's wife. I promised him I wasn't going to talk, but I've heard some wonderful things about the people that are on the agenda for tonight. I just want to tell you one thing. Everything that's been said is well-deserved about these people, but I want to tell you a little bit about my husband. My husband was born and raised in Dolton. His heart is in Dolton. My father-in-law, I'm sure some of you know Roger Stacy. My husband has followed in his footsteps. There is not one person in the Public Works Department that has had their phone ring constantly through the night. I've seen my husband run out on my daughter's baptism to serve the residents of Dolton. My husband has missed birthdays, holidays, everything for the residents of Dolton. Even though we don't live in Dolton, his heart is in Dolton. He spends more time in Dolton serving the residents than he does in our hometown. My husband is very well deserving of what he has accomplished in his career here in Dolton. We've talked about retirement. He plans on staying here, whether he's in this position or he's back down in the ranks. But you will find nobody better to head that Public Works Department. In his loyalty to every single one of these people on the board, he might not agree with some things, but there's not a single thing that he would not do for any of you or for any of those residents or for the trustees. And everything that these trustees have put him through, he's still loyal. And he will continue to do his job, whether it's in his position or if he's back down as a worker. But you will not find anybody better to head that department.
Good evening. My name is Henyard. I'm a physician. I own properties here, and I've spent a lot of money on in Dolton. I have several big properties here, and I must say that, as well as I'm the wife of a pastor here. So we pastor a church in Dolton, and we are the ones involved in that gospel first also. My heart is beating because I don't usually speak, because when I speak, I believe in the truth. The truth will set you free. But I think I have earned my place to speak the truth. And it may not sound so good. I see everybody talking about the help they have got from the crew here. And I must say that it was until this mayor came on that we were ready to sell that house for anything, all our buildings. Because every day they will shake us down. They will send police to the building every day, every night. They will disrupt our parties and everything. Until this mayor came, and we found a human being for first. And you know who the other mayor was, Shaw or whatever. It must be Shaw. We had no help until this mayor came and became a human being and acting professionally. And I think he brought these trustees, who each time he brings them, they give him hell. So I'm here to say that it's an unfortunate situation here. You all are talking about how good they are. But actually in America, you can't get your right until you sue them. You understand? We have an attorney here. He needs to tell us what is the citizen's right to sack the trustees that have been harassing them. Every day I come here, we pray, we plead with these trustees to work with their mayor. And it's a shame that somebody brought you on board only for you to backstab him. And every day, yes, every day you disgrace yourselves. Every day you disgrace yourselves on these positions. Yes, you do. Adults doing bad things. You disgrace yourself and make us look terrible. And we are professionals. And we have spent a lot of money in this community, and we want it to change. At least it will change to be better than Harvey. We're almost there at the bottom. So the other thing is, I have two things. I did not know that these trustees get paid.
And we have reached the 3-minute mark.
I have to finish. The trustees should not be paid. You should change your laws. If they are willing to give their time for the city, then they can come and be trustees. Then we can see their faces there. We can't pay them. If they don't have enough money to take care of themselves and get a job, then they don't need to be your trustees. Every time a black man is given a position, people come around them to say they need a job, and they can't do the job, and they keep harassing everybody. This trustee, I don't know.
We're past the 3-minute mark.
I know. This trustee is holding the whole community hostage. And what are you going to do about it? Are you going to let yourself be held hostage? What right does the citizen have? How do you sack people who are harassing you and won't let your mayor work? You have an attorney here. Attorney, I need you to answer and tell the people what their rights are and what is in their constitution. If it's only to vote them out, there must be a place for impeachment. Where do you impeach them? You need to let the people know what is their right, because they are begging the trustees to leave their staff. And they have plain faces here, and you told me they'll probably carry it through. So you need to think about what is your recourse. If they fire these people, can they sue a class action suit? Okay, it's in your ball. You are the ones that put your hand and voted for these people. You vote them out, or you impeach them, you sack them, or you sue them for harassing you. I've been harassed. I will join it too, because I've been harassed. I have properties here, and every day I come to a meeting is to come and plead and beg grown-ups to behave properly. I'm almost like they need to go back to kindergarten. I'm sorry, but we cannot have people not acting professionally. It makes us look like we are not intelligent. That's why people won't let us man anything or do anything, because when they put us in power, people start talking about pretty little money and whoever is paying them out there and giving them positions or pushing them to come against their own person. It's a shame. But we cannot be held ransom. Citizens, don't let them hold you to ransom. Find what to do. You have to take control of your community. And if your trustees are not working for you, you need to sack them.
Good evening. My name is Tammy Brown. I want to thank you, Trustee Denton, for allowing the citizens to speak. And this evening, please do the right thing for the residents. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jonah Robinson. I own JR's Jamaican Jerk in Dolton, right there on Sibley. When I was 22 years old, I bought my first property here in Dolton, okay, with the advice of the other administration around that time. They said, Jonah, buy you a property. You can come up. And I guess I'm 38 now, 22 then, and I own 2 restaurants, 5 houses here in Dolton. Dolton is my city. Dolton is my come up. I came up here in Dolton. You can't tell me nothing about Dolton. But what you can't tell me is that y'all gonna fire Liz. You're not gonna tell me Ashad not gonna have a job. You're not gonna tell me Ed ain't got nowhere to go when it's over with. Okay, because they are instrumental in helping me. I go to them, I talk, and they listen. Hey man, we got some advice, man. We're gonna do Shop Dolton for you. You know how much sales I got after that? You know, 50-50 program, man, help these kids out. You know how many kids I hired? You know, this is just a shame to see that the board can't get together and do things right. But if it comes down to it, I'll run for trustee. Okay? Because I'm not gonna sit here and let this go down like that without a fight. So, y'all know what to do.
Good evening, trustees, mayor, citizens in the village of Dolton. I am a 34-year resident of the village of Dolton, myself and my 6 children, and my 7 grandchildren. I said I wasn't going to say anything tonight, but we were here Monday night until 1 o'clock in the morning, and we still did not hear the budget. I'm asking this evening, can we hear the budget? Then you don't know what's not in there to help reserve or preserve positions. Understand, do you guys understand that we're $8 million that we owe to the village of Dolton? And you know what, I may get stones thrown at me, but somebody got to speak. You all are speaking. I'm not taking anybody's sides. There's an $8 million deficit owed to the city of Chicago. The attorney, you told us on Monday that you were going to court the following day to get you didn't get there? This coming Monday to reconcile the deficit that we owe with Chicago. It was suggested that they put another tax levy out. The tax bills just went up. Another tax levy on the citizens in the village of Dolton. When my husband and my sons lose their jobs, I love Elizabeth. Ashad is awesome, Steve is awesome, Matt is awesome, everyone here is awesome. You know what they did after 27 years? They boxed his stuff up, walked him to the door. He didn't get a chance to talk. My son just got laid off because they phased out a position. He has a young son. They have young children. But they don't have a chance to stand here and talk. We're not saying that these individuals don't deserve their jobs. We are not saying that they don't deserve their jobs, but there is a deficit, people. I understand they've tried cutting salaries. That hasn't worked. So, excuse me, if we get a chance to, I didn't speak when anybody else was speaking. This is a budget meeting. I'm asking to hear what the police chief has to offer. I want to hear the budget. I want the ratification of what your decisions were. You guys are sat here with your minds already made up, but I'm not ready to pay another. I don't have a job. I don't have a job.
Okay. All right. Listen,
I don't have a job, but what I'm saying is that what I want to say is that I would like to hear
please.
That's all.
Where's my hammer?
I would love to hear the budget. I would love to hear the budget.
Okay.
Thank you. I would love to hear the budget. Thank you.
Yes. What was that? Can we have order, please? What was that? Okay. All right. Mr. Griffin. Okay. Thanks.
Hello, everybody. Once again, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say, Ms. Creighton, I know you and I, we have difference of opinions, but the one thing that I know that you and I both have, we can disagree without being disagreeable, because you and I both work and volunteer and everything, and this don't even come up. So, and I wish this board could get on board with something like that. Why come you can't disagree without being disagreeable, which is really, really sad. But I have a question, and I think I want to address this to Trustee Muhammad specifically, because I think you taught me about the Open Meeting Act. I was just wondering, was that you guys I saw like last week Friday together, the three of you? Did I see y'all in the community convening together? It was actually four of y'all. I think it was on Chicago Road. I want to say, I don't know, between like 140, and it was Friday, about 3-ish, I guess. I want to say between 140, maybe 44th and 148th in Chicago Road. I know I ain't crazy. Did I see you guys? I mean, I think that was you guys. And isn't that a violation of the Open Meeting Act? Hello? No more crickets. Come on, we need answers this time. Y'all been quiet all day.
Yeah.
Is that not a violation of the Open Meeting Act? Oh my God, what's going on? Can you hear me? This is frustrating. People come up here and ask questions and they can't even get an answer. Now, if you want me to take it there, I'll take it there. Trustee Pearson. Oh, I got tape. Don't worry about it. Trustee Pearson, I have a question for you. And this is only because I had to do backgrounds of you guys. And while I am so grateful to God that you did have that kidney surgery, did you use, while we're talking about budget, did you use the finances here through the medical insurance instead of the finances through your medical insurance at your own job where you've worked 40 years? And did it cost over $300,000? I'm sorry. Did it cost over $300,000? Your surgery. And wasn't that
I'm gonna say this.
on receipt
No,
for our finance?
I used my insurance from my job, and that's not your.
From this job or from your other job?
I work every day.
Okay, I'll pull that. Don't worry about it.
You can pull it. I'll show it to you.
Show it to me.
I had insurance on my job
Show
for
it
43
to me,
years.
Trustee Pierce. I don't want to see that you worked on your
It's not
job
your
for 40 years.
business.
While you're making these budget cuts, my question is, the fact that you're making these budget cuts and you're cutting everybody else's medical insurance, but you're not talking about that which you spent when you had your surgery.
You're putting lies out there.
No, I'm not. You know what? And this is the first word I heard you say, but you still ain't answered the question about the Open Meeting Act. That's the first time you open your mouth. I would like to hear, not only just from you, I would like to hear some from Trustee Denton, too, because the only time I ever heard her talk was at the Invest Dolton meeting. What do you have? What type of word?
Miss Tiffany,
Jesus.
You know, you've been up once already, and I'm going to say this. Trustee Pearson does have insurance with the village, and he has filed a claim through
With
his
this
insurance.
village?
Through his insurance.
Was it through this village, though?
Through the insurance, our village insurance, which was a significant amount.
Tell the truth.
He is telling the truth.
No, he's not.
Okay, I'll pull it.
So at any rate,
Mayor, you need to stop.
Just
I'll pull it.
Okay.
It's not true.
Okay.
Why are you upset about it?
Because I don't like liars.
At any rate,
Because you're lying. That's why you're upset. You're a liar.
hold it, Miss Stephanie. Okay.
You don't have a
I
clue.
just for clarification, for clarification, for clarification. Order, please. Order, please. For clarification, Director Redmond, does Trustee Pearson have insurance with the village?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, I agree with everything that's gone before me, basically, about the village. My take is, I feel we do need new trustees, because if they're not for the village of Dolton, and we pay them through our taxes, then we need someone who will look out for us, whose allegiance isn't to someone else. Let me share something with you. Whenever the higher power, and I'm not talking about God, I'm talking about on earth, wants something, the first thing they do is take that thing down. Okay? Do you understand me? They take it down. They talk about it negatively, and they undercut everything you do. Dolton, when I moved here about 19 years ago, snow hit the ground. I knew when I hit Dolton because the streets were clean. I didn't need a sign to tell me I was in Dolton. The streets were clean. Side streets, main streets, clean. Dolton has 2 lakes here that the black people can't go near. Shaw tried to get those lakes back. They were sold to them when they left, and it's private. Yes, I know. Shaw told me. I read some stuff before I moved here. I was moving into a working class community. That's what it was called. First Sunday, my daughter and I are on the porch getting in the car to go to church. Car pulls up, slows down, rolls the window down, says, "How y'all doing?" I said, "Fine." My daughter, who was about 21, she's in college, and "Who's that?" "That's your mayor." "How you know?" "'Cause I read, and I know he's the mayor of Dolton." We had just moved in. I'm a Shaw person, and what I'm trying to say is the township did not care for our mayor, Shaw. So when he passed, I thought, okay, Ronnie, they'll like, Ronnie, things will be different. No, things are not different. I don't know why. I'm not trying to tell you I know why. I'm not an insider. But the same thing where Ronnie was concerned. Then when we get Riley, things will be different. No, they're not. Things are not different. They still don't like our mayor. Why? Ask yourself. They want Dolton. I'm here to tell you, they want Dolton. And the people that they put into our trustees and we run them, when they lose here, what do? They go back to Thornridge or Thornton or whatever you call it and work for them. When we get new trustees, we're going to make sure their allegiance is not to Thornridge or Thornton, whatever it's called, it's to Dolton. We the people pay your salaries. This is where your allegiance is supposed to be, and we are sick and tired of being sick and tired.
Good evening, good evening. Y'all clap better than that, give God some praise. My name is Andrew Holmes, I'm a community activist. I fight crime all over the city, no matter where it goes, but I can say one thing. I have helped and sacrificed people to have those seats up there. And you all know who I'm talking about. I will help and sacrifice and get you removed. Because it's one thing. I'm looking at the babies in here and the young man over here and the children in here. They in school, and guess what? They watching you. They watching you on social media. How can we teach our youth and you fighting among yourself? We got a dummy for a president that don't care about us, but we African Americans don't care about us. How are you your brother's keeper? Dr. King had a dream. What dream did you have? You can't suck the village of Dolton dry. You can't put people out of work. And if you don't like your job, you don't like what you're doing, then you step down and resign. It's just simple as that. It don't matter what race, creed, or color you are, you got to stand up. You took an oath. So how can you abandon the village of Dolton and suck them dry? How can you take money from the police department and not support the fire department? You got to stand up and build Dolton, not drain Dolton.
Greatest of evenings, everyone. My name is Mario Reed, and I am an attorney with the Honorable Karen A. Yarborough, Cook County Recorder of Deeds Office. I had to take off my jacket because I'm not here on behalf of the Recorder's Office, but I am here on behalf of all of the residents of Dolton. So, as full disclosure, I am a resident of South Holland. However, I spend a ton of time in Dolton, and it is because I love the village of Dolton. Most importantly, I love the residents, but I also do love Mayor Rogers. I love Mayor Rogers' staff, and most specifically, I love the fact that Mayor Rogers and Mayor Rogers' staff loves the residents of Dolton. Yes. I travel all over Cook County, and for those of you who don't know, Cook County is larger than the state of Rhode Island in terms of geographical space. So that's how much terrain I cover. On any given day, I'm in Streamwood and then here in Dolton doing the work of the village of Dolton. I want to tell you about something that happened with Cook County recently. For those of you who do not know, the Recorder of Deeds office was consolidated because of a referendum that was put onto the ballot by a Cook County commissioner, Commissioner Fritchie. Commissioner Fritchie did this as a political move because his goal was to consolidate power amongst some of the elected officials. Well, Commissioner Fritchie was up for election last year, and he lost because of the fact that individuals who seek to make decisions based on political factors oftentimes don't make it. The Cook County Recorder of Deeds office does tremendous work that helps lots of people, including residents in Dolton. Had Commissioner Fritchie had his way, we would no longer be around and that work would not be done. It is a cautionary tale of what could potentially happen. When individuals who do the frontline work, such as the mayor's staff, are cut, the only people who lose are the residents. That's it. Only people who lose are the residents. Recently, on this past Saturday, I do believe, I was invited out by Ashad to come and perform a free workshop. I did not get paid. Ashad did not get paid for working on a Saturday. Neither did Ed, neither did anyone who was here. We saved the residents of Dolton over $63,000 in property taxes simply because they forgot to sign up for their tax exemptions as their senior exemptions and their senior freeze. That's money that goes directly back into their pockets that's not going to Cook County. Most people think that when you get your tax bill, Cook County is the reason why you're losing a lot of money, or the village. Our tax bills pay for our schools. That's what you pay for. More than 80% of your tax bill is your school. So when your taxes are high, it's not because of the mayor's staff. It's not because, even really realistically, your trustees. It's because of our schools, and we have to fund those. By cutting frontline staff, the only people who are losing are you. If by chance that's to happen, my recommendation is that anyone who voted for it should be treated the same way Commissioner Fritchie was. And not reelected. Thank you for that time, and have a great one.
And I want to publicly thank Mario Reed. Mario Reed has been to several of our Coffee with the Mayors. I received a list of those seniors that had not applied for their exemption. How many was on the list, Ashad?
Started off at about 145, somewhere in that realm.
Okay.
Yes.
So the clerk's office asked me to send a letter or physically contact those people that were on that list so that they can have the opportunity to apply for their exemptions that they had forgot about, and so they can get refunds. So I said, Ashad, make sure you get a hold of everybody on that list. So we sent out 150 letters, whatever it was, and we had a number of residents that come here. Mario sat down with them individually, and it was almost like the price is right. I mean, the residents were so happy that they were getting refunds. Some of the people chose not to come in on that Saturday workshop. They went right to Markham and got their assistance from your office in regards to get the refunds. But normally, something what Attorney Reed would have done would have cost the residents a lot of money, and he did it voluntarily. And like he said, he spends a lot of time here in the village. Dog, we appreciate your service. We appreciate Ms. Yarbrough, allowing you to come here. So that's the man right there. He can, I've seen the residents ask him so many questions. He has not been stumped yet. So if you got any type of questions in regards to your taxes, in regards to your exemptions, please, if you want to talk to him, if that's okay with you, if you're not in a hurry, Mario. But at least, yes, okay, all right. At least get his card. Right. Get his card, because he holds a wealth of knowledge, and those are the type of things that we try to get here done in the Village of Dolton to get legal assistance to help our residents. Thank you, Mario.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Rogers, Village Clerk, trustees, department heads, and residents of Dolton. I'm not really standing up here to speak because I think that it's going to make a difference. I'm like you. I pretty much believe, based on what we've heard and what we've seen, is that this decision has already been made by those who have the votes. I also think it's important for you all to realize that when you all had the opportunity to speak first, this has been a very orderly meeting. Only a few people went a little bit over the 3.5-minute mark, but everyone got a chance to express themselves, and you've gotten the opportunity to hear everything that needed to be said. A lot has been said, and I don't pretend to know what is in anyone else's mind or in anyone else's heart. You never really know the motives of anybody for why they're doing something or the reason that they're doing something, so I don't try to judge people based on that. But I can tell you my opinion and what I feel and what I believe. And so I'm going to give a brief testimony based on something I can say about Trustee Muhammad that has affected me and Edward in a way that none of you will ever understand. I can tell when it changed with Trustee Muhammad and me. it was when he decided that he wanted to challenge Mayor Rogers for the position of mayor of the village of Dolton. Prior to that, everything was all good. He would come down to the media center and speak with Ed and give his suggestions and some of the things he would say he wanted to see. But when he decided to run against Mayor Rogers, while I was on his staff and while Edward was on his staff, that's when it changed for us. It changed for me in a particular way because he recommended me for my position to Mayor Rogers. And it's not a secret to me. It's not a secret to anybody. I've always let everybody know what that situation was. But when I made the decision to stand with Mayor Rogers, it totally changed. And from that day, we have been under a cloud of suspicion. And we have been slandered and whispered about and claims of dual loyalty. A real strange environment. But I stood with Mayor Rogers because I made a commitment to him that I would assist him, and I will be found doing that as long as I'm here. Now, I know Trustee Muhammad ran for mayor and got 300 or so votes, somewhere in around 360, and that might have been a little embarrassing, for somebody who, is so proud. In fact, both people who are in here, you have Commissioner Brown and Mayor Rogers, they kind of got way more votes. And I think it could be difficult to stand up here and watch the man sitting here in the seat, Mayor Rogers, who defeated you as the mayor, who got almost 4 times the amount of votes. And since that day, there's been a blind fear request for him to come after the staff members, Ms. Scott, myself, and Edward Steve, to get rid of us. And he comes after you all, the residents. As you know, when you talk to him, he's very hostile against you and wants to cut you off. If you say something to him that you don't like, he slams on you and he looks down upon you like, no, what are you saying? Dismissive, right? Is that what he does or is not? That's right. So this is something that I can say because I know this individual. And so the question that I have we have a lot of accomplishments. We have the Sentinel newspaper that was cut off because the trustees didn't feel like they were getting enough pictures in the paper, even though their pictures were in the paper. We have joined on with Mayor Rogers to bring unemployment down 17+%, and it's even lower than what you said earlier, Mayor. It's now down to about 5.6%. They do it quarterly. That's where we are right now. You have to give his administration that credit. Now, they're about to add to the unemployment line because they want to cut us out. Now, breast cancer awareness, we've joined on to national movements, and Mayor Rogers in the village of Dolton was among top 3 leaders regionally of raising money, and many of us have people that we know who are suffering from breast cancer or other forms of cancer. We went to a conference and we brought a women's entrepreneur workshop here, and this is before the Me Too movement, and brought some women here to discuss opening up businesses, and now we have businesses starting up here all in the village of Dolton. We have 17 new businesses of all different types that have opened up here in the village of Dolton. We have people who are working of all ages who are working as well, and the credit goes to the leadership who wants to move the village forward, Mayor Rogers and those of us who have been put in place to move his vision forward. Now, I want to make a couple of just quick. I'm sorry. I know we have other people who need to speak, but I intentionally want to wait until all the residents had an opportunity to speak. I just have a question. I know you could be a part of a conspiracy and not know it, and I really just want to ask Trustee Denton and Trustee Pearson, beyond today and past this, after the vote is made, can you live with the fact that you may have been a part of someone's political war, personal political war, against Mayor Rogers that ended up catching all of us in the crossfire? I just want you to think about that because we've had definitely wonderful conversations about things that we wanted to change. I see, I never thought I'd be running a flea market in all of my training and everything that I've done. But on Saturday mornings during the summer, that's where I am. So I just want to ask those questions, and again, I always end up, and I know, they're able to speak for themselves. These are 2 people, my people who I work with in my office, and I see a lot of them, and I don't want to forget Ms. Evans over there as well. She came down to the mayor's office a few months ago. But I just want you to know, these are the things that I want you to think about as this discussion is being made. It might not change anything, but just keep it in context. Thank you.
I want to remark on what Shad Trish just said. Trustee Mohammed brought Shad Trish and Ed Steve to come and help me here in the village. Now, they belong to the Nation of Islam, and after Trustee Mohammed decided to run against me for mayor, and so many people said, get rid of the mayor, get rid of him. They align with him. They align with his religion. Get rid of him. And they were doing such a fantastic job, and I had so many sleepless nights because of trying to make a decision, should I get rid of them? And I brought them in individually, I brought them in together, and I told them exactly what was going on. I was getting phone calls from people, Mayor, hey, they're going to stab you in the back too. Get rid of them, Mayor.
And then what I thought about after speaking with them and seeing what they had done in the past and with me currently, and I thought about their families. I thought about, now, should I give them a shot to stab me in the back, or should I fire him? When Ed was telling me he was moving here, he had a new baby, and a shot had, he spent so many hours, both of them had spent so many hours here from their families, and sometimes I know it probably caused a little upheaval in the families, by the hours that they spent. And some of the times we left here, we went and had a drink. Ed doesn't drink but milk, but we went and had a drink to discuss what happens on a daily basis, what was happening that was going to interfere with their careers, what was going to happen if they interfered with their jobs to the services of the village, and I took a gamble on them, and I'm glad I did.
We're gonna stab you in the back. We got your back.
Right. Thank you. So, and just as Ashad said, there was some doubt. That I had some reservations in regards to dual loyalty, and I think that the definition of loyalty is to one person or one thing, and we've had some knockdown discussions, usually over how should we present these things, but we're going to present them, and we got all this staff has got all the same mindset, and that's to move the village forward and help the residents as much as we can, and we're always thinking about what we can bring this village to help the residents. And just as Ashad mentioned, it's not one iota of what he said today what we try to bring here to the residents. So at any rate, it looks like, does anybody want to address the board before we go into this budget? Okay, Ed, you have the portion plan. I want all of you to direct your attention to this slide presentation that we have here. But one thing I want to mention is that I've had plenty of discussion in regards to our village attorney in regards to what will happen when they terminate these people. What's going to happen is it's probably going to bring litigation here, just as when the board that was in place that eliminated Trustee Mohammed's job. So I want to read a little something here for you briefly, and then I want you to watch the screen. In the United States District Court for the Northern District of Illinois Eastern Division, Carol Dobbins, Lintoy Lawson, and Dwayne Mohammed, plaintiffs versus the Village of Dolton, the municipality of the Village of Dolton Board of Trustees, Village Trustee Stanley Brown, Village Trustee Robert Hunt, Village Trustee Tiffany Henyard, Village Trustee Sabrina Smith, Village Trustee Catherine Bendell. In brief, some members of this board that want to terminate these employees, this was a result of when Trustee Mohammed and a couple other employees sued the Village of Dolton. Defendant's decision, this is item 24 in the lawsuit, the federal lawsuit. Defendant's decision to terminate the plaintiffs, which Trustee Mohammed was one, was motivated solely by the plaintiffs' association with Mayor Rogers and the fact that they were appointed by Mayor Rogers. This was one of the allocations that were mentioned into the federal lawsuit. Secondly, here's line number 29. Defendants terminated plaintiffs' employment solely due to their political association to Mayor Rogers. Line number 39. The boards individually and collectively, and thereby the village's termination of the plaintiffs, were due to their membership in the class of employees that chose to associate, support, and were appointed by Mayor Rogers. John, you were involved in this lawsuit. Attorney Murphy, what was the outcome?
I know the outcome, but I was not involved in the lawsuit.
Okay.
I wouldn't get involved in it because of the nature of the allegations against people loyal to you. There was a settlement, as I recall, was in the nature of $250,000 or $300,000.
And the settlement went to who?
It went to the individual plaintiffs and their lawyer.
So, as you can see, it cost the residents, a lot of money to settle the case that was against Trustee Muhammad, who was a plaintiff, who is spearheading the termination of these employees. So you can actually look for litigation because, as this lawsuit says, associated with Mayor Rogers, and that's exactly what's happening. All these people that's
this amended budget to get the jobs cut associated with me, just as he was associated with me. So, we're talking about more. There was 3 of them as plaintiffs. We're talking about probably 7 or 8 now. So if the lawsuit had was settled for that amount of money that our attorney said, we can look at probably 3 to 4 times that in regards to liability that's going to be placed on this village. Go ahead, Ed. Pay attention now and listen to this.
Another village trustee said that tough decisions have to be made in the budget and cuts must be made. Is it a coincidence that all of the major cuts were personnel cuts of myself and the other members of the team that the mayor believed could serve this village well? And thus far, I truly believe, along with the mayor and many of the residents who we see on a regular basis tell us face to face the wonderful job that we're doing. Another village trustee said that tough decisions have to be made in the budget and cuts must be made. Is it a coincidence that all of the major cuts were personnel cuts of myself and the other members of the team that the mayor believed could serve this village well? And thus far, I truly believe, along with the mayor and many of the residents who we see on a regular basis tell us face to face the wonderful job that we're doing.
Thank you, Ed. So it's the same thing that they want to do tonight that was done to him. So if there's no, Ed, would you like to speak, Elizabeth, or anybody else? Ed is a new resident here in the village. He purchased a home here. He spent so much time here, he figured he'd get a little closer to work.
I just want to say, Ashad really hit it on the head, and trustee didn't heard somebody tell you today that this is not personal. This is very personal. That man over there got 350 votes. That embarrassment, he has not repaired from that. That's why he's so angry at the mayor. He thought he could win for mayor after only being a trustee for 2 years, but never been in the community. And because he got so embarrassed, it's all personal, very personal. Yeah, it was really hard for me and Ashad when we came in by his recommendation to help this man. And being that we stayed with him, he's still mad at us. He's been trying to get my job since last year, and he knows my condition because he was one of the first ones I told when I got diagnosed, because that's how close we were. So when you and my wife talking about the reality of how close you are, and he's been trying to get at me since I didn't support him for mayor because I knew he couldn't win, and I knew it was too early, I let him get that embarrassment. He's still mad. So this is very personal, and don't let none of them tell you it's not personal. It's very personal. It's all because he's still mad. He's still mad because he lost that election in such an embarrassing manner, and he's still mad about that. So he's going to take it out. One reporter here was last week and said, yeah, the trustees call me all the time trying to give me stuff. All the time they're trying to air the dirty laundry of the village to the media because they're so mad at this man.
And about me.
Yeah.
And about
but you know, the wise man said, you don't have to condemn a dirty glass. If the mayor said dirty, you just present a clean glass. But you did present a clean glass, and they didn't pick you. They picked him, so help him. But it's hard for us to support black leadership. It is. And he has a teaching that teaches against what he's doing. So he doesn't stand on that at all, period.
I met with a reporter, just as Ed said, and he said, Mayor, they always call me about you. The mayor's doing this, the mayor's doing that. Come on, take a ride with me. We're going to show you the mayor's property. They all call me mayor. And so I said, you know what? I don't know why they calling you about me. I don't know why they put fake news in these newspapers and pay for it, about me, because at least I'm good for 2.5 more years. And they're up next year. They need to be branding themselves and trying to hurt instead of hurting me. But as I said before, I was elected. So many times I think about quitting, but then if I quit, they win. I was elected to serve, and I'm going to serve my term out. Now, next term, if the people don't want me, they will go to the polls and get rid of me, remove me. That's if I choose to run again. But I'm just right now, the people have spoken in the past election, and I'm going to do the very best I can while I'm here as mayor, and I'm not quitting. I'm not quitting. And I can retire now, and I'll be okay, and I don't need all these headaches, And one of the things that relieves me of some of my headaches are these people around me. Before there was a chief of staff, and someone got up last meeting we was here and said the other mayors didn't have a chief of staff. That's not true, because I knew them. And but I'm gonna say this: some of them calls that I used to get at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, Elizabeth get them now. And that's true. You know, and as I mentioned before, Elizabeth asked me what the definition was of a job. What's the definition of chief of staff? It's everything. It's everything. And she has done everything. And she had made sure that the other department heads she's interacted with and make sure that the end result is what we need to have. You know, now, I want to talk about almost a harassment of our director of finance. You know, for someone to meet with our director of finance at a moment's notice all the time and insinuate that her numbers are wrong is crazy. Now, you know who needs to be the finance director here? Is that man right there, that trustee right there. 15 years or more in the banking industry. That put together budgets, that created loans, they're responsible for mortgages to being approved, that knows numbers, that has a degree in marketing, that's actually over the budget and the accounting of healthcare consortium. The man that deals with numbers every day, and even he's also been attacked in regards to the numbers that our finance directors put out. Now, we got two people that deal with numbers all the time, but we got somebody that don't deal with numbers all the time over our finance. It's the finance chair. And the budget that was put out 10 days prior to us supposedly voting on it has been attacked and said those numbers are wrong. Now, I'm going to tell you who I'm betting on. And it's not the finance chairman. It's our director of finance. And this trustee sitting right here that has collaborated with her, has went over the numbers and said that the numbers are real. But now we're getting ready to hear a budget that's going to be presented to us that's going to cut all these people out to give you services in a budget that is really not true. Now, Trustee House, you just presented us with a memo. I'd like you to read it.
If I can, I want to say a couple of things. I think we did have, Trustee Muhammad and myself did have, and I wouldn't characterize it as an attack. I think we had a minimal disagreement of our position. Having said that, I put together a memo in review of the addendum. I'm not big on reading the words, and after hearing everything, I think everybody can read for themselves. The major thing to summarize the memo, though, is our finance chair, our finance director, Ms. Yvonne Redmond, eats, breathes, sleeps this daily, more than 50 hours a week. She's been committed, just as committed as everybody else here that's been acknowledged to our community and make it. And that finance director says we have a way to make it without these cuts. And that's the person that I'm asking my counterparts on this board to listen to follow that direction. Any other advice other than that, I think, is irrational, and we need to sit down and come up with another solution. Having said that, more importantly, I think that I want to thank those who potentially may be lined out of the budget for the hard work that you do, the hard work you've been doing, and even wanting to keep this job right now. Because I think it's really, really difficult, and it speaks more to the caliber of employees that we do have, and without them, what kind of employees we will get to replace hardworking people. Nobody will want to come here if they see that this is the way that we treat our employees, and I just think that, and more than that, I think the residents, it was important that you guys got opportunity to speak first, because the speaking first lets us know, and as several of you pointed out, you pay our salaries, we are here to you. So I think the easiest way to do it, because all the numbers on this paper just say that we can make it, but we can go old-fashioned and just say, by a show of hands, who thinks that we should keep the people employed in the village of Dolton? Please stand up, give these people a round of applause, and let the board know we are here, and we want your voices heard.
Hey, can we move it forward?
Take it easy, Trustee. Are you done, Trustee House? All right. I'd like to make a motion to end public comment.
Second.
I'm not making a motion. I'm sorry.
I motion that we conclude citizen address.
Okay. And it's been seconded by Trustee Pearson. Roll call.
To conclude citizens address, Trustee Muhammad.
Aye.
Trustee Stubbs.
Aye.
Trustee House.
Aye.
Trustee Denton.
Aye.
Trustee Pearson.
Aye.
Trustee Henyard.
Aye.
May I move to amend the 2019 budget and appropriation ordinance as follows.
Second.
Okay, it's been motioned to amend, and are we talking about what was presented to us today?
Yes, I'd like to read the amendments out.
Okay, it's been motioned, and is there a second?
Trustee Stubbs.
Trustee Stubbs seconded. Okay, roll call.
Trustee Muhammad?
Aye.
Trustee Stubbs.
Aye.
Trustee House?
Is this on the, there's no discussion on this?
This is a motion to amend the
Motion to do
to amend the budget.
Do we need a motion? We don't need a motion. I just like to
Well,
read
a motion precedes discussion.
No,
What?
no,
this is-
motion's to do the amendment.
Wait a minute. Wait, let's back up.
You're right.
As I recall, we don't even have a motion to approve the budget.
Right.
So there has to be a motion to approve the budget and then a motion to amend the budget that
No,
was
I
originally
would
presented.
like to just read the appropriation amendments.
I would like to make a motion to approve the budget that Ms. Redmond had presented, the original budget.
That would proceed.
Second.
Okay. The motion on the floor is to approve the budget that was provided by our...
I move to amend the 2019 budget.
Hold on a minute. Take it easy. Take it easy.
You'll be in order.
And there's Mayor Pearson. So, okay. There's a motion on the floor and a second to approve the budget that was forwarded to our Director of Finance July 25th. After that motion is voted on, then we can do the amendment.
That's correct.
Do I do a roll call?
Yes.
On the motion to approve the budget submitted by the finance manager. Motion by Trustee Henyard, second by Trustee House. Trustee Muhammad.
Aye.
Trustee Stubbs.
Aye.
Trustee House.
Aye.
Trustee Denton.
Aye.
Trustee Pearson.
Aye.
Trustee Henyard.
Aye.
Motion carried, 6 ayes. Okay, now, can I get a motion to do the proposed amendment?
I motion to do the proposed amendment.
Okay. Is Trustee Pearson motion to approve the proposed adoption of the amendment for the budget? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been motioned to approve the proposed amendment of the appropriation and budget ordinance for fiscal year 2018-2019. And it was seconded by Trustee Denton. Any discussion?
I would like to read the amendments.
Go ahead.
I move to amend the 2019 budget and appropriations ordinance.
on your mic.
As follows. Delete the following positions from the budget. Administration, Chief of Staff, August 13th. Public Relations, August 13th. Human Resource Director, August 13th. Public Works Superintendent, August 13th. Public Works Supervisor, September 27th. Labor, 2 positions. Public Works, August 13th. Water Department Clerk, August 13th. Add the following positions to the budget. Administration, Human Resource Generalist, August 13th, $40,000 a year salary. Public Works Manager, September 28th, $70,000 a year salary. Amend the following line items to read as follows. Media Center, salaries regular 0. Medical insurance premium 0. FICA tax 0. IMRF contribution 0. Other professional services, $50,000 effective September 28, 2018. Salaries, PPE, salaries regular 0. Medical insurance premium 0. FICA tax 0. IMRF contribution 0. And Public Works maintenance SVC sidewalks 0. Net realized savings from 1, 2, and 3 is $312,574.12. Reduced by 9% across the board, totaling $545,635 of the non-personnel costs for the general fund departments, administration, media, village clerk, finance, public works, PPE, permits, housing, to be assigned to each department as a percentage of the total for all of those departments. There is no reduction to police and fire departments.
I'd like to second that motion.
Wait, I'm not finished.
Oh, you're not finished. I'm sorry.
Reduced by $20,643,000 of the personnel cost of the general funds, administration, media, village clerk, finance, public works, PPE, permits, and housing, to be assigned to each department as a percentage of the total of all of those departments. Again, there is no reduction to police and fire.
Second that motion. I'd like to second that motion.
Didn't already second.
And I have a statement.
Okay, I want to say this was all scripted here. So it was kind of just
Can I read my statement?
as soon as I get done. This was all scripted and all predetermined before it got here tonight. And if these 4 trustees vote on this, that means that there was some collaboration and probably a violation of Open Meetings Act. So because it's already here on the memo here about all the cuts, and it's already put here, Trustee Stubbs second this motion, and then it's already here, discussion by Trustee Pearson. So,
Mayor, can I read my statement?
And on the next page, it says the statement of Trustees Stubb, Mohammed, Pearson, and Denton regarding the proposed amendments to the 219th budget, which would any reasonable person, I would think that they collaborated all together to put this together.
Mayor, can I read my statement?
As soon as I get done. So,
order, please.
So at any rate, they're going to get a chance to read their statement, and we have some discussion for them too. Go ahead, Trustee Pearson.
The total projected deficit in the fiscal year 2018-2019 budget was submitted to the trustees is $1,033,202. The proposed budget amendments enact cost savings to make up for the deficit so that the tax increase to the village residents would not be imposed. The budget amendments consolidate employee positions, eliminate positions the village can no longer afford, provide for the use of contracted services at a lower cost than the current employee cost, and provide more police on the streets through the use of more part-time police officers instead of filling a lower number of full-time officer vacancies at the same cost. After these cost savings measures estimated to be $312,574, there's still an estimated deficit of $720,628. To address the remaining need needed to balance the budget, we focused on a combination of cost savings and revenue additions. Note that none of the proposed changes will impact the police and fire departments, since those departments were not used in these calculations. Therefore, the trustees must balance the budget by also including across-the-board cuts totaling 9% of non-personnel costs, which is $545,635 to the general fund departments of administration, media, village clerk, finance, public works, PPE, permits, and housing to be assigned to each department as a percentage of the total of all those departments. There's no reduction to police and fire departments. We also propose a cut of $20,643 of personnel cuts to the general fund departments as administration, media, village clerk, finance, public works, PPE, permits, and housing to be assigned to each department as a percentage of the total for all those departments. This works out to $6,881 per workday. As part of the cost reduction effort, we are budgeting for 3 furlough days from employees, with the exception of police and fire department employees. We also propose that the remaining $154,350 of the deficit come from the proceeds of the sale of the Melanie Fitness Center. We have to face the fact that we simply cannot afford to ignore our precarious financial conditions any longer. It is unfair to the residents of the village for its elected leaders to continue raising taxes without doing everything possible to provide services in a fiscally responsible manner. In prior years, rather than make tough decisions about spending, the village, without the consent of the current trustees, took money from the water fund that was supposed to be used to pay the city of Chicago for water purchases, and instead used it in its general fund expenses, including adding the staff the village cannot afford. As a result, Dolton is now over $8 million in arrears of its payments to Chicago. Relying on money from the water fund to cover general fund expenditures is no longer an option. Every fund will have to be balanced within itself. The budget amendments offered today reflect the reality of our current fiscal situation and our resolve to have a true balanced budget without increasing your property taxes. A property tax increase to pay for our corporate operating budget was not an option, especially within an $8 million ballooned water bill debt owed to the city of Chicago hanging over our head. We can't just continue taxing people out of their homes without making financial adjustments to live within our financial means. We are ensuring that our budgets are balanced based on recent audited financial data and previous year's budgets and spending practices, and not simply balanced overestimating revenues and underestimating expenses. This will result in more accurate budget forecasting, allowing Dolton to stabilize its finances and plan for long-term growth. It will also provide confidence to our financial institutions and those seeking to invest in our village, creating job opportunities and growth for the village. We must recognize that past mayors' budgetary practices have now placed serious financial constraints on this village. This means that much like our residents who have to prioritize their spending in their homes, the village has to do the same. We now have to make hard choices, as many of you do in your family budgets, on how to best use our financial resources, and that means that there will be some things that we simply cannot do based on our list of priorities. Due to the serious nature of our finances, we had to seek outside help to assist us in analyzing the proposed budget presented to us by the mayor as his duty according to the law, which consisted of a $1.3 million tax increase to pay the corporate budget and another $1 million to pay Chicago. We all felt that this tax would drive people out of their homes. Fortunately, we are able to find someone to help us for free, and working with our legislative council, who also has years of budget and finance experience. We were able to accomplish our goal of no tax increase to fund the corporate budget. The budget that we have presented today is an ordinance, which means it governs the village physical activity and spending within its parameters. It's a promise that we as elected officials make to our residents on how your money will be spent. Both the board and the residents need to be apprised on a monthly basis whether or not we are in danger of exceeding the spending limits on any line item, or if the total expenditures from any fund exceeded fund revenues. To ensure this financial transparency, we will later pass an ordinance requiring monthly reporting on spending and balancing on each account when we approve monthly payments. And I move to allow Marlo Kemp, the trustee's independent financial consultant, to be allowed to address the board to explain the budget amendments, and allow Marlo to explain his bio and qualifications.
Second. I second.
Order, please. Order.
I second that motion.
This is part of the script too, so far. This is. Hold on.
Mayor.
Hold on. Huh? Okay, this is part of the script. Now, I want to say this. Hold on, please. I want to say this. You know, they're talking about saving money, cutting people, but they hire an outside counsel when we got one. And then they want to bring in and allow Mr. Kemp to speak here as their independent financial consultant, who was fired from the village of Hazelcrest. Now, that's what they're trying to pull over your eyes. A script, and then someone that apparently was relieved of their duty that was in that same capacity at the village of Hazelcrest.
Mayor, there's a motion and a second on the floor.
Okay. Hey. Okay. Pardon me? Okay. All right. Go, there's a motion on the floor. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, wait, I have to read it.
Okay. Whoa. Man.
On the motion by Trustee Pearson, according to this, second by Trustee Stubbs, to allow Mr. Kemp to speak. Motion. Is there further discussion? Okay. Trustee Muhammad.
Aye.
Trustee Stubbs.
Aye.
Trustee House.
Discussion over with? Did we get opportunity to discuss? No?
Well, there was a motion.
He read a whole statement. Can we not discuss?
Well,
or?
after.
Well, we're bringing him up.
Okay, I move to allow Marlo Kemp, the trustee's independent financial consultant, to be allowed to address the board to explain these budget amendments. Next line, Trustee Stubbs, I second.
Okay.
So as I was saying, Trustee House was no? No. Trustee Denton?
Aye.
Trustee Pearson?
Aye.
Trustee Henyard?
No.
4-2.
Motion carried 4-2.
Mr. Kemp, would you come to the podium and
Okay, can y'all clarify? I'm a little confused. I just want to make sure. Did we just vote to amend this, or we voted to him to speak?
let him explain it?
And why? I don't got nothing against you. I don't know you personally. I just want to understand why. Why is he explaining anything to us?
Because we reached out to him for financial help.
So did we pay him? Did we pay you for that?
No.
I imagine it would
We
appear-
have a manager that runs our day-to-day operation. Why is she not explaining anything?
Will it appear on your billing?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Will his appearance here with you, and I saw both of you kind of talking back and forth, will that appear on his appearance appear on your billing? No. Okay.
But why is he speaking before her? She's our director right here. She runs the village. She made the budget. Why is she not speaking? I don't understand. Okay, but
Mr. Kemp, I don't know. Mr. Kemp, I don't know why they drug you into this mess. You know, and why are you standing up here tonight? You know, to allow yourself, to allow yourself to come over here and get in this mess. You know, I don't understand your logic behind that.
Oh, may I address that?
Go ahead.
You're absolutely correct, Mayor. It is a mess. So let's start right there. Let's say this.
Mr. Kemp, before, if I may ask,
yes.
Prior to your analysis, have you had any communication with our finance manager about what's going on in her assessments?
No, I did not. I had what I had. Hold on. What I did have. So here's what you had. Thank you. If I may. What I did have. Hold on. So.
Okay. Let's have order in this room. Order. Or you'll be asked to get removed from the board meeting. Order.
Now, what I did do, thank you. What I did do was take a look at the stuff that was provided. Not only last year's budget. Not only this year's budget, but also last year's budget and last year's actuals, 2017's budget, 2017's actual, 2016's budget, and 2016's actual. I'll just point this out as an example. In this budget, you all have expenses of $400,000 for police overtime. Last year, you had $675,000 in actual expenses in police overtime, which means already you're starting out $275,000 behind the eight ball in underestimation of expenses. In 2016, you had $649,000 worth of police overtime, and you also budgeted $400,000. So all I'm saying is, when I was looking at the budget that was provided, I'm saying, are these numbers accurate so that you won't have to go to the taxpayer in the middle of the year and say, guess what? We don't have enough money. Because all of the money that they're getting to cover the $8 million from the Melanie, the $1 million for whatever, all comes from people who are sitting here. Now, the question people might ask, as the mayor did, is why did I jump in this mess? I'll explain, and I'm glad you asked that question. And here it is. Suppose I took my car and drove westward on Sibley from State Line Road in Indiana all the way west. Tell me, what is the first city I would run into that actually has a balanced budget and can say with confidence that we're going to meet our obligations? Absolutely. And here's the thing. I am just as African American as most of the people sitting out here. And you know what? We, as African Americans, are entitled, just as anybody else, to good, effective government that honestly states its expenses and revenues. And if we don't sit up and demand that and say, listen, we're not going to get some paper revenue so that you don't come back later, then what happens is you wind up getting taxed more and more. So the thing is this. The power to tax you also comes with the obligation to spend your money responsibly so that you know where it is. I mean, if I had a question for the board, I would ask, first of all, when did they find out that $8.1 million had been taken out of the water fund, right? Because it didn't happen $8 million all at once. I looked at your 2017 audits, and here's what I saw. I saw a note in there from the city of Chicago, a note in there from the auditor that said, we owe $2.7 million and we paid it down to $1.5 million as of April 30th, 2017. And now you hear that number is $8.1 million. And I'm saying that didn't happen in a vacuum. I'm not trying to cast aspersions on anybody. What I am saying, though, is that people have a right to know where their money is going and how it's getting there. Because if somebody was to stand up and say, my $8.1 million has been misappropriated because it didn't go where it was supposed to go when it was supposed to get there, they would have a very valid point. And so all I'm saying when I looked at this budget is, look, yes, there are tough choices to be made, but those tough choices didn't happen overnight. Budgeting is such a strenuous, gray-haired process. I'll go into my background since the mayor did mention that I was fired by the village of Hazelcrest. He also did mention that I actually stood up in an arbitration and won against the village of Hazelcrest. That part might have slipped.
Not true, Marlo. You know that.
It's not?
You know that.
Oh, did you settle?
We settled it.
For how much?
Win.
For how much?
50 cents on the dollar, and you know it. You didn't win.
What was the total?
I don't remember.
It was $300,000. It was $300,000.
Compared to 7.
All right, or it could have been 0 if your termination was correct, but it wasn't. If you were correct, you would have stayed there and argued the point, but you didn't.
I'm not going to debate.
But here's the. But here.
Not going to debate with somebody who doesn't tell the truth.
Well, then stop talking to yourself. Now, wait, let's move on to this. But here's the point. Now, we're not going to trade insults back and forth.
This is the type of respect that has been displayed not only by the trustees, but now somebody else that they want to present to you as their financial consultant.
No, but no. No. So Mayor, now when I let me finish.
Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, no,
Nope.
he can sit down now.
No, finish.
You can have the real person come up here. We need to talk to.
Here's the thing. When I looked at the budget, you had at least $300,000.
No one's listening.
Run the meeting.
No, here I would love to.
Is that what you said?
Mayor.
That's what you said?
What did he say?
He said, fuck me. That's what he said.
See?
Here we go.
That's what he said. Thank you, Mr. Kemp. You can sit down now. Thank you, Mr. Kemp.
Was not finished.
Thank you, Mr. Kemp. You can sit down now.
We're not done.
Have a seat.
We're not done.
Have a seat, Mr. Kemp. Have a seat, Mr. Kemp. Have a seat, Mr. Kemp.
Attorney.
Mr. Kemp.
Have a seat, Mr. Kemp.
Mr. Kemp. The president of the board has asked you to step down. Mr. Kemp, the president of the board has asked you to step down.
Ms. Redmond, I'd like for you to comment here, please.
Mayor, if I should be recognized before. Mayor, can I be recognized before Ms. Redmond?
Ms. Redmond, I'd like to recognize Trustee House.
So, in Mr. Kemp's report, there was absolutely some maybe overestimations on overtime. What he neglected, now I will go to the memo that was prepared, are the line items that were underestimated in terms of revenue that were not taken in consideration. We have over $845,000 worth of underestimations that were done by our finance director in an attempt to be conservative and make sure that we were realistic and live within our means. That was not considered. Also, in the projections in terms of salary cuts, we did not take into consideration that we're going to be 6 months into the year before any of these cuts take place. So your $305, I'm really not interested in your words. Your $305,000 that you're talking about is going to be about $150. After our litigation, we're going to be in the hole again, and we're going to be without service for the community and the residents. This is not the person that I think we should take the advice from. I will say again, we should go to the person. You didn't even have the consideration to call our finance manager and have this conversation with her. If she won't say it, she should be insulted. Most of the board should, and I see the residents are. I'll say, having said that, Ms. Redmond, please, I'm sorry for interrupting your presentation.
No problem, trustee. It is my professional opinion that we do not have to do layouts. We do not. The budget that I presented, shows a deficit of $218,000.
Start again, please.
It is my professional opinion that we do not have to do these layouts. The budget that I have presented to the board, the numbers have not changed. We're showing a deficit of $218,000. That number has been reduced. When we initially started the budget process, it was nearly $2 million deficit. I have worked with Trustee House. We have gone through these numbers. I can justify my numbers. And in fact, I did have on one of these line items that we can do a bond. I have been working with our bond attorney. On the budget, we have a line item for $900,000. I did get an email from him today. We do have a buyer for the bond if the board wishes to proceed, and he can get us $1.3 million. That will solve the deficit, and that will actually put us
Okay, Mayor, can I be recognized, please? Mayor, can I be recognized, please?
Go ahead, trustee.
Okay, if we could turn Ms. Redmond to the lines that we discussed, line 318 of other taxes. There's an assumption that increased collections were overestimated by $20,000. And this sheet, of course, you have, and Trustee House has also, and I know you're going to get back to me on this particular sheet that we will make public. But could you respond to each one of these line items? And I would also like the input of council on this also. So if we could start with line 318. And for those who have a budget, they can look at it. It's other taxes, and the assumption was the increased collections, and we say that they were overestimated by $20,000. Could you respond to that, please?
Absolutely. This line item was not overestimated. This line item includes the newly imposed ordinance that we now charge a 2% liquor tax.
Okay, if I could give a microphone to Mr. Kemp, please. Mayor, as part of our legislative council. Mayor,
Trustee.
Mayor, he's part of our agenda. He's part of this budget process, Mayor.
Trustee.
You don't know now, remember?
Okay, trustee, we're done with Mr. Kemp.
Okay, Mayor. Okay, second line item, 321, line on rental, Mayor, could we get control? I can't hear it myself.
Don't tell me to get
Rental
control.
license assumes increased collections estimated by $80,000. Could we get an explanation on that, please?
Yes, that line item, that amount was derived because at one point I was working with Denise Fields, and we were looking at increasing the fees for housing. If we are not going to move forward, that line item will potentially change.
Well, as you know, the fees were not increased.
Yeah, because y'all tabled it.
The fees were not increased.
Mayor, if I could be recognized.
Go ahead, Trustee.
Ms. Redmond, as you're reading the line items, can you also read our actuals for FY18 and your proposed budget for that category?
Absolutely. So I will go back to line item 318, which is other taxes. In fiscal year 17, the actual was $330.81. For this year, fiscal year 19, I am projecting $20,000. I will have to note that we collected $27,000 from September 17 to April 2018. So that $20,000 is in line with what we have collected since this tax was imposed.
Okay, we can go to the next one, please. Line 322, vehicle licenses. It assumes an increased collection that's overestimated by $76,793. The explanation for that it's overestimated, what is your assumption that we will collect those?
We have approximately 16,000 registered vehicles in town. Past practices, we've had about half of those residents to satisfy their obligations of getting their vehicle stickers. If we get a list of registered vehicles from the Secretary of State, we can work in conjunction with the police department. They can enforce that the residents are actually indeed complying with our laws and getting stickers.
Okay, so it's based on an assumption that we're going to have the police department enforce it more along with whatever resources that they have. On the next line item, fire inspection fees, of course, you and I talked about this. I think you said something about 300 businesses, and we will have somebody specifically to do that out of the fire department. Is that correct?
That is correct. Line item 0100332.5, fire inspection fees. Fiscal year 17, the actual was $9,400. Fiscal year 18, the actual was $6,670. I have a projection amount of $30,000. We have 300 businesses in town. They have an obligation to pay the annual license fee of $100. We do have an inspector that goes out. To date, from March to date, he has done approximately 129 inspections.
And the number of businesses in the village of Dolton will be a total of what? How many to come?
300.
There are 300 businesses that will be expected for the $100.
Correct. That's where the $30,000 comes from.
On the next line item, 337, liquor license. It assumes an increased collections, and we believe they're overestimated by $35K. Could you explain that?
Which one is that?
Okay, that is 337.
337. Fiscal year 18, we budgeted $5,000. We actually collected $32,645. I estimated $40,000. We did have an increase in what we projected last year, so I am hoping that we would get an increase this year. It's only less than $8,000 swing.
Okay. Next one is 356, MCOA. It's an assumption of increased collections, and we believe that's overestimated by $173,000. What is your the justification for that number, that line item?
0100356 and 0100357 deals with our local debt in our collections. I work along with Mary Evans. We work in conjunction with Municipal Collections of America. We send files over to them to when someone goes to, if they have not complied with, if they have not paid a ticket, satisfy any kind of tickets, judgments, or anything for the village of Dolton, we turn those over to collections. We notice that we get the majority of the money when people go to file their taxes. So we receive a lot of monies in the months of January through April for taxes.
So can you, since you have your budget before you, can you just show 20, 17, 18, and then of course the proposed 19?
Yes, for MCOA, for fiscal year 17, the budget was $111,294.16. We actually collected $126,819.05. Fiscal year 18, the budget was $130,000. We actually collected $395,554.72.
Okay, and
for fiscal year 19, the projection is $300,000.
And what has been collected to date in actuals?
I don't know if I have that with. I don't have that.
Okay, now garbage fees with Homewood, I believe this is Homewood Disposal, line 369 on garbage fees. It's an assumption of collections, and we believe it's overestimated by $253,476.
Yes, we have approximately 7,300 accounts. Each of you know that you pay your water bill, you're paying for 3 buckets. On your water bill, it includes the fees for water, sewer, and trash. If we have 7,300 accounts, each account is charged $21.50 a month. You multiply that by 12 times a year. I took an average, I believe, 84%, because we don't have 100% collections.
Okay, but does that include that cost of living raise in this projection here?
No, it does
We won't
not.
realize. So we won't realize that increase until when? When is the contract with Homewood Disposal?
I believe that is in June or July 1.
If it's June, so that projection that you just stated, are there 100% collections on the garbage with Homewood?
No.
So how do we project that amount? What is the percentage of collections for Homewood?
On this one, I believe the projection I did was 80% or roughly 84%.
And past history?
Of the 7,300 accounts.
Okay, now on the two, and I believe that this is the one that I believe me and Trustee House did agree upon, if that hasn't changed. On the police and fire overtime, we believe that's an underestimation of overtime. Police at 275, 205. Do you still hold on to that we're saying?
Actually, I would have to refer over to my chiefs. I did have a conversation with them today so that they can provide you with a justification of that $400,000.
If you could, Chief Collins.
Yes, sir. Early on, when we were asked to start the budgeting process, we were also asked to cut and save as much money as we possibly could. There are certain areas that we can control, but this was also in anticipation of filling the empty slots with police officers, and also in anticipation, and we expected to have our light duty officers, the restricted duty officers, return to full duty. So during most of the fiscal year, we had up to 9 officers that were unavailable to work the streets for us, which actually caused a lot of overtime. So those officers that are unavailable to work, when those shift slots are empty, we have to fill it with overtime. Now, overtime is one of the most unpredictable line items because it is contingent upon what happens out on the street, how much crime occurs. Officers still have to go to court for the cases and the arrests that they make, and also employees are entitled to take their vacations in their time due. So there's a lot of variables in there that causes overtime. So what I did was, in anticipation of having those officers available to work, I lowered the overtime, and instead of having it as the actual amount, I use it as a benchmark, as a goal line, to make sure that we don't approach that. But that was early on in the budgeting process. But now that we have a better idea of where the finances stand for the village, we're unable to fill those slots. We're unable to hire new police officers. So that line item will be skewed.
Okay, and skewed, and we would say that's why we're saying it's underestimated, and the skewing would go up then, if that's the case as far as...
You are correct, yes.
All right, so that thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
And that would be the same for fire. I don't know if Chief Dyer can answer that, and I don't want to blindside you with this, so maybe you can respond to that, Chief.
I didn't see that on her thought chart.
So looking at the budget from 2018, we budgeted for $415,000, and the actual was $428,000. So that was we were only off maybe $13,000. So when we looked ahead, like the chief said, we were trying to save anywhere we could. So what we did was, in the budget, we asked for another member. We thought we were going to get more members, so that's why we budgeted for 1.4 million. Or 1.5 million in the Manning, and we took it away from the budget, thinking that the overtime, thinking that if we had more manpower, we would go down in the budget. We also included the thought of collections. We're also starting to do some collections with 18-005. The police collections would go up, and with the more manpower on the street, the budget would go down, was our thought.
Okay, so with no foreseeable manpower being increased, that means your overtime will increase proportionally, right? In other words,
if our manpower increased, our overtime would decrease.
Down.
Exactly.
If you don't see any foreseeable hiring in the fire department, that overtime will go up or down?
It would go up. Okay. Because right now we have 2 guys off line of duty injuries, and we have one guy who's retiring. And he's taking sick leave from now until November. So we're down 3 guys right now, and we should be staffed at 24. We're already at 20. Now we're at 17. So that's why we have so much overtime. Okay. If we had the membership, then we wouldn't be down so much.
Currently, the overtime is projected to go up because of the lack of the manpower. Is that correct? All right. Thank you, Chief. Okay, Ms. Redmond, since I still have you here, and the mayor's not allowing our council to represent us, I'll try to do it the best I can. With the cuts that I think you received on line items starting at 112,421, the salaries of $297,000, and the savings that we project at $103,000. Do you dispute those numbers? You have that sheet that I left with you, I think, a couple days ago? Well, I left in your email, and I think when you came back, you received it. It starts additional information regarding the budget amendments, breakdown of the budget cuts.
I have it.
Okay, do you dispute the salaries on regular, you have without cuts, and you have the amended budget and the actual savings? Do you have that? Do you dispute those numbers?
I honestly have not. I didn't take the proposed cuts and adjust my numbers at all. The numbers that I have given you includes all current staff. So I did not rerun the numbers with any potential cuts. So I can't confirm.
So it wouldn't be fair to ask you these numbers because you haven't been able to go over them.
No.
Okay, I wouldn't do that to you also. And I'm sorry it was misrepresented that you were being hassled or harassed, because that has never been our spirit. Anytime that me, yourself, and Trustee House have ever met, it's always been amicable, professional, never had a crossword ever in our meetings. Since we cannot have our representative, Mayor. Chief.
Trustee Muhammad, you know what?
Mayor, I don't want to go back and forth. Let's get this budget done. This is a serious matter. This is not time for politicization of this budget. Let's go through this line item. That's why these people are here to hear what's going.
Let me just say this. You don't instruct the chief what to do, okay? You're not the mayor tonight. Go ahead, Ms. Redmond.
I have the floor, Mayor. Can I have the floor?
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, going back to page 1, point number 4, do you have that front sheet, correct? Everybody should have that. That's the one that the mayor distributed at the last board meeting, the reduction of 9% across the board, totaling $545,000. Are those figures disputed?
So I think I have something different from what you have. My point number 4 says...
Well, it was 3.8%, the one you have, I believe.
Right.
4%.
Right.
Okay. So you didn't get the new one from tonight?
No. Okay. No, I have the one that was from Monday.
Do we have one for her?
And I didn't distribute anything last meeting. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. So let me go over that with you, if I could, Ms. Redmond. The cuts, as I believe that Trustee Pearson read at the very beginning, if you see they're broken up in categories 1, 2, 3, and 4 and 5. 4 and 5 talks about the no reductions in police, fire, and you see those two?
Yes, I have it.
Do you dispute any of those figures, or?
I cannot, because this is the first that I've actually seen. I have the one from Monday.
I appreciate it. I understand that. All right. Well, the other ones is pretty cut and dry. When we talk about administration with staff and those individuals, there are no dollar amounts on that, so the totals really come in on the following page of the savings, where we have a disagreement on the budget as far as the deficit is concerned. And Mr. House, I'm sorry, Trustee House, if you want to chime in, I think you were trying to get in.
On the salaries, that as I saw them, it reflected a 1-year cut of all salaries. We will be 6 months into the year by the time this can be implemented, because we're 4 months into the budget period now. The mayor will veto this, and then it will have to go up for override. By the time that process plays out, it will be 6 months in. So the cuts that we're talking about, and I'll use as an example, a $70,000 salary, we will only save $35,000 on that salary, because we're 6 months in and we've already spent $35,000 on those salaries. When you total all of those up, I would say that the proposal of $300,000 saved will really be $150,000, and we will have lawsuits. So I guess we'll use the savings for that.
Okay, Ms. Redmond, if you don't have anything else, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Take a vote.
You know, Scott, I want you to make a comment here tonight. Scott is our person that does everything in regards to maintaining the properties from A to Z. He has saved us probably at least a good $1 million in regards to things that we don't have to outsource to other companies. Like I said before, he's a previous home builder, and there's not much of anything that we've asked him to do to make repairs in this village, from air conditioning to roofs. You name it. Most of his time here has been spent at the Melody Fitness Center, maintaining the operation there at the Melody Fitness Center. So, Scott, I just want you to make a brief statement in regards to some of the things you've told me, and they're coming after you because you're associated with me.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. You know, since I've been here, I've did everything I could to help bring the buildings back up. I've did everything every one of you asked me to do. But one thing, Muhammad's coming after me not only because of you, but because that youth center over there, I told him I wouldn't touch it. He wanted me to double dip in that. He wanted me to start my company back up, collect a check from that, plus a check from here. Stubbs, I went down and worked on her roof, tarped it off. Pearson wanted me to do his bathrooms. I didn't do it. I worked at Denton's house. You know, I don't know what the problem is.
Before I was elected,
But, you know, it don't matter what I do around here. They're going to do what they want anyway. You know, I use my own truck, my own tools. I beat a brand new truck. I beat the hell out of it here. And, you know, I wanted gas. They took that away from me. You know, now they want to get rid of me. First, they wanted to cut my pay. They still ain't paying me what the money I save them here. But what do you think you guys are going to pay contractors when I'm gone? Because every day there's something broke down. It's costing thousands and thousands of dollars to be fixed. And I get a measly, you know, $200 and some a day. And you guys, I'm saving you thousands. So do what you want. I mean, it don't matter. I'm at the mercy of you. But I guarantee one thing, I'm done with it.
This guy gets called out all times of night.
At 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm up on a roof fixing the heat for the fire department. You know, it don't matter.
So this what I'm talking about is not loyalty. I'm talking about people that are concerned about getting things done, and they get paid a salary. They don't get paid overtime, and but they don't neglect the job. When something needs to be done, all of them call them, boom, it's done. It's done. So,
Mayor, can we be recognized since we were charged, or will you allow us to speak?
You always got to throw that little sarcastic remark in there, don't you?
Can we be recognized, Mayor?
You know, Scott, you got anything else to say?
No, sir.
Okay. Everything's out right now. I don't think there's anything need to be said.
Mayor,
anything
cannot be
further.
recognized.
Did you hear
I
what I
need to
just
respond
said?
to a charge that was made, Mayor.
Did you hear
Can
what I said? Okay, no, you can't be recognized. I think there's been enough that has been said in regards to this budget.
So, Mayor, you can get someone to come up and make a charge, and you don't allow a trustee to retort to the charge?
I think we have
Now you
said.
open up litigation because the term double dipping was used. So you don't allow a trustee to speak up with a First Amendment right to respond to a charge?
No.
Okay, let it go on the record.
I think there's been enough that's been said. You know, Trustee Muhammad, what you try to do is control everybody and control the meeting. You're not in charge.
What I'd like to do, Mayor,
You're
is
not in
respond to a
charge.
charge that's
You're
not true.
You're
politicizing this meeting,
You are
Mayor, by
not.
someone
You're not
coming up
in
with a
charge,
charge that's
Trustee
not true,
Muhammad.
and
You
you
are
don't
not in
allow a
charge.
trustee to respond,
You are not
Mayor.
in charge, Trustee.
Nobody's
Okay?
asking to be in charge, Mayor. Someone wants to
There's been
respond to a
enough-
charge that's false.
There's been enough said. He's allowed freedom of speech also.
And so are the trustees
okay,
and the
right.
residents.
And
I'm a
you
resident,
and you
he's
have
not.
spoke. And you have spoke. Okay.
I have not
so
spoken. You
there's
have
been
not allowed me
enough.
to
There's been
respond.
enough
You have
said
not allowed
on
me
this
to
budget.
respond to a charge
There's
that
been
was made
enough
on public record.
Hey, Trustee, you're out of order right now. Okay. Your attorney can tell you that you're out of order right now. Okay. There's been enough said on this budget. Thank you, Scott. Let's take. Ask for a motion.
There's a motion on the floor.
Motion has been made and a second has been made.
Yes, it says so right here.
And what's the motion to
The
approve?
motion is to approve the amendments.
That
to
was
the-
read. Right, that was read by
Yeah.
Trustee Pearson.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor and a second. Okay. Take a roll.
For clarity, the motion is to eliminate the salaries. Am I
Yes.
right? Okay.
And everything else proposed.
And everything else proposed in that amendment. Go ahead. Let's go with your roll.
I just got one question, Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
How much is it for the Legislative Council, Ms. Redmond? Do you know how much? How many bills total? Do you know how much spent total for Legislative Council? Okay.
Maybe 3 or 4 bills, but I don't know the total amount that we paid out.
All right, thank you.
So you talk about cuts, and they hire another attorney, and we have to pay that. But they didn't talk about any cuts of their own. So at any rate, the motion's on the floor. It's been seconded. Let's vote.
On the motion, on the proposed amendments, Trustee Muhammad.
Aye.
Trustee Stubbs. Aye. Trustee House.
No.
Trustee Denton.
Aye.
Trustee Pearson.
Aye.
Trustee Henyard.
No.
4-2.
4-2. I'm going to veto this budget. At the next board meeting, you see how this council that voted tonight respect you and respect your money and respect the services that they want to take away from you, simply because they don't like me,
I love you, Mayor.
which is fine.
I love you, Mayor.
Which is fine.
Your ways.
Yeah, well, we don't like your ways either.
I love you, Mayor. I
Right.
just don't like your ways.
Yeah. Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Oh, you cut my mic.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor. There's
Turn your mic on, trustee.
There's a motion on the floor to adjourn. Roll call.
Motion by Trustee Henyard. Second by. Motion to adjourn by Trustee Henyard. Second by. House.
Yeah, second by House. All right, roll call.
Trustee Muhammad.
Aye.
Trustee Stubbs.
Aye.
Trustee House?
Aye.
Trustee Denton?
Aye.
Trustee Pearson?
Aye.
Trustee Henyard?
Aye.
This meeting is adjourned.
Oh, my goodness. Wasn't that something? I gotta tell you, thank you so much for sticking with us. It's been a long night. But this is what I was trying to show Dalton at the very beginning when we started this channel because I had questions. These are the same people. The same people. Muhammad, Stubbs, Pearson, House. We're all at that caucus. That caucus was improper. Just to get Henyard out, get her out of the way. What did we just see here? All of these obstacles to get Rogers out, right? It's the same game. It's the same people. And I believe this is why this channel was attacked. To stop the truth from getting out. That's all. And you can take these meetings as you want. You can take Tiffany Henyard as you want. It doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is the truth. And this channel. Giving the residents some hope and some education. Many of the people that were up there don't come up anymore. Whether they've moved away, passed away, I don't know. But you can see through just these 2 meetings, Dalton has always been a mess. And it was never about Tiffany Henyard. You want to complain that she went to Vegas and wherever else. Clerk Key just went to Rome, Italy. Clerk Key. How much did that cost? They bought the Pope's house against the residents' wishes. The water bills. The garbage laying all around. The sewers are backed up. The cellars are being flooded. The infrastructure is horrible. Is that Tiffany Henyard's fault? Or has it always been there? I think it's always been there because of poor leadership. You could blame whoever you want to blame, but this whole fiasco for the past 4 years that we've been seeing this, I've been researching way back before 2013. And I saw the patterns. And that's what you have to do. You have got to watch for patterns. Now, my favorite part was Kiana Belcher saying the trustees should cut their pay. And Kiana, I am definitely going to include that in my intro. Why don't you cut your pay? I thought the village was broke. I thought Tiffany Henyard stole all the money. I thought she stole all the money. Remember, Brittany? The bag is empty. If the bag is empty, how are you affording all of these trips that you're taking? How are you affording buying not just the Pope's house, but another house that nobody wants to talk about? How are you affording everything that's going on if the bag was empty? The bag has always been empty because the politicians who get recycled over and over again don't care about the residents. They care about themselves. New blood is needed. And that's the only way you're going to get out of this. I mean, the chocolate lounge. Jason, why can't she get a license? I know damn well you promised her one. I know damn well you did. You're a liar. It's a den of snakes. Be careful and watch the people who get up at that podium. who just all of a sudden appear and then get involved in politics. They want office. So what are they going to do to Jason House? Same thing they're doing to they did to Tiffany. You can see the writing on the wall already. Mary Avant creating the fire department. Again. Right? The fire department should have never been involved in politics to begin with. But they did. Because promises are made. Promises are unkept. You know, in my personal opinion, I think the state should take over. At this point, the leadership in Dolton for decades is incapable. Incapable. Bad decisions, one after another. They do mess with the people's lives. Yeah, definitely. And it's terrible for the residents. Mrs. Creighton got up there and said she can't afford her taxes. And now you want to mess around with their water bills. It is very, no, she's not blameless. Of course not. But is this a learned, is this learned? Because, Henyard was a trustee in 2013, right? Is this a learned behavior with our politicians? Not just in Dolton, but everywhere. That's my question. Do these younger politicians, as they progress, learn this behavior? I don't know. It's not for me to say. It's only for me to show. You can make your own decisions. Was Henyard a great mayor? I don't think she was a great mayor. No. Mine is very well, actually, status. We are very active in politics, and we really do hold our representatives accountable. We very much do. If this happened in our village or our county, we have counties here, not townships. They're, well, I can't tell you what we would do, but our elected officials know what we would do, right? You have got to hold your representatives accountable, and you have to vote. You have to attend these meetings or even watch them, right? Read your newspaper. Watch your local news. Your local news. Because everything starts locally. If you can't control your community, how are you going to control what's going on nationally? So I do believe that this is why our channel was attacked to begin with. This is all I was showing when I started this channel. I think she was, and I think Jason is. I do believe that, but you can already see the play for them to get Jason out. Whenever Mary Avant gets involved in anything, there's nothing good is going to come out of it. Nothing good, in my personal opinion. Yeah, they all need to go. They really do. But they hang around, right? And what happened in the Henyard administration? They picked out certain YouTubers. I was even contacted to spread a story. I'm like, well, wait a minute. This doesn't make any sense. What I'm seeing in the history of Dolton doesn't add up to what's happening today. So what is happening in Dolton today? The residents really, really need You know, most of the people that are against Tiffany Henyard do not even live in Dolton or Thornton Township. That's the thing of it. Social media can be used for good or bad. Most of the people that hate Tiffany Henyard don't even live there. That doesn't make any sense. How can you hate somebody when it's not even your mayor? You don't know the woman. You see clips that they play over and over and over again, but you don't see the other side, right? You're the capital city, the state and city here. Governor is a Republican, and I like him because he cares about the citizens of Ohio. Yeah, you can't agree with everything. You know, everybody makes mistakes. Everybody. If you think you don't make mistakes, something's wrong with you. Um, that's life. But you have to take the totality of everything. Yeah, Jason and his promises. I mean, you know, uh, Tiffany and her promises. What did she tell Vivian? Vivian would be HR if she campaigned for her. Did they want Riley Rogers out so bad? Uh, why did Jason get on Tiffany's ticket? Why did Mary Avant back Tiffany Henyard? And why now is Rogers on committees? You see, uh, to me, it's all facade. Um, just to keep people's head on a swivel, so they can't look forward and see the actual problems that are going on. Shout out to Burgundy Blue Commentary, all in the queue. They have been doing a lot of good work. I am going to be posting up these live streams. I'm going to take a couple of days, day or two, make sure I have the time stamps on these so you can follow along because it's a long live stream, right? But thank goodness for coffee. It's the same play. Dalton has the same problems where they shouldn't have any, but they do. All I can ask people is to look before reacting, watch before reacting. Don't take any one person's opinion. Look at everything. Yeah. No, it definitely didn't start with Tiffany. It definitely won't end with Tiffany. But if they're so broke, why'd you buy the Pope's house? They won't be able to open it until 2027. Nobody is visiting it. Nobody. Nobody is visiting that Pope's house. So what's it doing? Over $300,000. They got a loan from a bank. Now, South Suburban Land Bank. I did look into that. It is actually an excellent idea. An excellent idea for the village of Dalton. But just please look at everything. And I'll be posting up as I go along. Thank you so much. I am going to get the flock out of here. As you can tell, I have to blow my nose. Hold on, pause. Just let me mute. I think some of that coffee did go up my nose. Status. Yeah, why did the clerk go to Rome? You know, apparently mayors from Illinois were invited, and Jason had a scheduling problem to meet the Pope. You had a scheduling problem and sent Clerk Key to visit the Pope. That doesn't make any sense. Absolutely not. Exactly, eyes. People have to vote. People have got to vote. I hope so too. And I tried to show this at the beginning, right? When this channel started. Yeah, it's like, who was it? Freud? Doing the same thing, expecting different results. But, hopefully, people are gonna learn from this and see what many of us saw and heard. Go to different places, see what people are saying. All these big YouTubers that were covering Dolton, all they do is cover Tiffany Henyard. That's it. That's the moneymaker. Tiffany Henyard. Why do you think I put this thumbnail up? To get people's attention. Worst mayor? I put a question mark for a reason. Do your own research. Watch, listen, think before you react. Is any of these people perfect? No. Are you perfect? No. So before we condemn someone, look at all the facts. That's all I'm saying. But now, with that, I am getting the flock out of here. Have a great night, everybody, and thank you. Bye.
Yeah, I'm conscious on the move, can't on the move, can't ignore it. I've been seeing all these broken promises, profit off our feelings. They post a slogan and they vanish when it's real. We've been people shouting from the corner soners, got them saying. I see you leaders talking circles, never walking what they preach. When the cameras start to fade, so does everything they speak. But the streets don't stay quiet, they remember every lie, every name, every face that just watches passing by. Conscious on the move, we're calling out the truth. No more shadows you can hide in, we're protecting all the youth. Every word, every promise that you make, we're keeping tabs on you. No escape from the mirror you face, we're holding you accountable. We don't need another slogan, we need action in the light. If you profit from our struggle, then you standing in our sight. From the boardroom to the block, every choice is being tracked. We remember where you stood when our backs were to the tracks. Conscious is on the move, we're calling out the truth. No more shadows you can hide in, we're protecting all the youth. Every word, every promise that you make, we're keeping tabs on you. No escape from the mirror you face, we're holding you accountable.
You guys got to connect the dots, DOTTS, dots, that I have felt the most connected and valued.
It's an old saying called, ain't no fun when a rabbit got the gun.
In my opinion, a house is a pimp.
I'd like to say I'm a man of God, and I do believe in a God. And whether you're Catholic, Catholic, Protestant, or whatever you may be, we serve the same God. So it's okay if we want to help out Catholics. We want to do something that the Catholics
Senior
do.
trustee. They don't respect my seat or my title, but they get upset when I talk about them. And yes, y'all are bobbleheads. Y'all don't think for yourselves. Y'all do exactly what the mayor says, and that's it. And I'm tired of that. Y'all got to stand up for yourself and have a voice for the people. It's the people first.
I've been in this village for 35 years. I've sat under 4 mayors. And I can honestly say that this administration is the worst administration that I've lived up under.
Good evening. Come as a residents tonight I'm gonna talk to a lady I used to call Mama. Trustee Stubbs, look at me when I'm talking to you, please. Don't act like you don't ignore me, because I have a lot to tell about you. And you know, we used to sit in your room, in your house, and you know how you came against you because I said, why are you in the bed with Muhammad? Why are you in the bed with Pearson? Mama, what's the outcome? What did you tell me? What did you tell me? I asked you about BP Capital. Why would you take an organization out because you said they were ran by who? Forgive my language. Racist slurs against the ethnical group that they need to get out of here because they're doing nothing? And I told you they do more for me than any of you? But yet, I want to know, BP Capital. Then, trustee, I love you. I came to you from my heart, sweetie, when we got out here for you and pushed my tail off of y'all and prayed that y'all would do the right thing. And you sit up here. You the angel of this book. I didn't hold nothing against you, but you sit up here. And you know that woman dirty. I used to listen to her talk about Joyce Myers, the Bible, all that. Trustee Denton, I just want the truth here tonight. I'm coming as a resident and I'm coming as a homeowner. I have nothing else to say but the truth. I always talk help, but I'm sick of it. Because we pouring our souls out here. We giving our all. And y'all sitting up here playing with us like it's nothing. You letting that woman tell you, say it's okay. Don't you do this. Don't you do that. And you sit in the back zone. That woman don't run nobody. She stepped out her body and she's not acting right. I just want to know one thing. If you're giving BP Capital 600 houses and we in $1 million deficit, right? Let's just say we charge what? Let's just say we charge $2,000 per house. Ain't that a good investment for anybody? $2,000, $4,000. That gives us $1.5 million that we just say we'll give it away, or we'll pay trustees, or we'll pay their lawyers. You know what, y'all? It's a shame, but ain't nothing we can do. That's why you can sit up there, Muhammad, so cool, so relaxed, bro. It ain't nothing we can do. We messed up. We trusted you. I messed up. But I won't do it again. But I can tell you what, y'all all live in Dolton, right? I have 20 people outside of your house every day protesting until you leave this land.